Hi everyone, this is Editing Casper. I know, right at the start of the video. Basically, this video ended up being way longer than I expected, and I expected it to be long, but I expected like 3 hours, not whatever this is. So please feel free to watch this video in segments, pause and take a break, use the timestamps in the description to skip to whichever part you're most interested in, or whatever else you need to do. I promise I won't be offended if you don't watch it in one sitting. As expected, I had to edit out a few clips for copyright reasons, so I'll link those clips in the description and will note visually where something was removed. Alright, roll the main video. I just want to clarify that I despise both sides of this argument and that both sides are deeply disturbing and disgusting. I therefore do not have a particular side, nor am I neutral, since I hate both arguments. Everyone has something good to say and everyone has something bad to say, and I am here to rip those apart with the power of critical thinking and research. That said, obviously don't hate on people from either side, as it is cruel and won't make anything better. Sending hate will just escalate the situation and create an even more toxic environment. For this episode, a trigger/content warning is definitely needed. If you may be upset or triggered by topics like bullying, name-calling, death threats, fat-shaming and weight discussions, violence, physical, emotional and mental abuse, gaslighting, racism and especially sinophobia, EDs and suicide, please be careful with this episode and consider not watching it. All of these topics are pretty prevalent throughout much of the video, so I'm not really able to put timestamps in the description, since they'll end up basically being the whole video. If you may be triggered by these topics, please consider avoiding this video or proceeding carefully. Any warnings that I did not mention here may be added later to the description as well if I become aware of them. This episode will have many sections, so let me run us through them all. First, I will be discussing the history of Kep1er, and how I came to be interested in the Kep1er OT8 subreddit, the subject of this episode. We'll then get into the bulk of the episode, which will take forever, and which will be many sections breaking down the variety of narratives that the Reddit perpetuates. Then we will reflect on our findings and on the subreddit itself, as we ask why I even made this video, whether or not the sub was actually right, and what to do with this information going forward. Don't forget that all of the timestamps are in the description if you want to skip to something, and with a video this long and a topic so heavy, I won't blame you if you want to skip some things. Let me tell you that it was ridiculously hard to make this video. Much harder than I'd expected. I'm a critical thinker and, as a critical thinker, I know that not everyone has the same education and experience that I do to give them the same skills and knowledge that I have. It's pointless to just say that people are stupid or something, because there is often a reason for that stupidity, and often it's one that they can't control, thus shouldn't be blamed for. But even so, it took me so long to get around to even writing the script for this video, because, although I passively observe this on a daily basis, diving into the thick of it almost broke me. The amount of stupidity, hate, and negativity that is tossed around on all sides of this argument is mind-boggling, and not in a good way. The browser version of Reddit only allowed me to look at the last 10 months worth of posts on the sub, and even though I only had 10 months worth of content to look through, it took me 3 whole days to go through and sort it all, for the sole reason that I kept losing the will to live and had to take long breaks for my mental health. And even after that, it took me more than 3 months to write the script and even longer to make the video itself because I had to keep taking breaks. Hopefully now that it's done, I'll finally be able to put this behind me, although I have my doubts. I don't intend for all of the episodes to be this long, but I wanted to do this topic justice and a long video was the only way to do that while doing a deep dive into the psychology and narratives of the Reddit. So I hope you enjoy the 3+ hours or however long this video ends up being. But now that you are somewhat prepared for the emotional monstrosity that is this topic, and believe me, you're still not prepared at all, let's get into some background information. Kep1er is a 9-member temporary girl group managed by Wake One and Swing Entertainment companies, which was created through the Mnet K-pop survival show Girls Planet 999. The survival show involved 99 girls, split equally between the three groups of Korean, Chinese, and Japanese, battling it out for a spot in the final group, with the lineup determined by fan voting. The show is part of Mnet's series of survival shows which were called Produce before being rebranded to Girls Planet after a vote rigging scandal. The shows create extremely popular groups, notably like 101 and IZ*ONE, which typically last for 2.5 years before disbanding. After disbandment, the members will return to their original companies with experience, money, and fame. Or at least that's how it's supposed to go. The fourth Korean group X1 were unlucky enough to disband only a few weeks after their debut, as a result of the said rigging scandal. And groups IOI and 101 were met with what became called the Produce Curse, where members of the groups were unsuccessful and faded from the limelight after disbandment. Girls Planet had to distance itself from the previous seasons, and thus came with a new brand and image, a space concept where each of the countries involved were called planets. The show itself deserves its own episode, but let's just say that Mnet are known for evil editing people, especially Chinese contestants, and that the whole show and its handling and editing was a complete mess. Although the show was popular, it was hugely controversial, and the ending of the show didn't stop this controversy from following the trainees who made it to the final group. The show was basically a sandbox where Mnet could test their public image and try out techniques for the upcoming boy group version of the show, Boys Planet. Kep1er's final lineup was announced during the final episode of the show, aired on October 22nd, 2021. The lineup was based on fan votes, where 50% of the final rankings were made up of Korean votes and 50% were made up of votes from the rest of the world. The final lineup of the group was announced as follows: Rank 1, K-Group Chaehyun; Rank 2, K-Group Bahiyyih; Rank 3, K-Group Yujin; Rank 4, K-Group Daeyeon; Rank 5, K-Group Youngyun; Rank 6, K-Group Yeso; Rank 7, J-Group Hikaru; Rank 8, J-Group Mashiro; Rank 9, C-Group Xiaoting. And since I'm making a video about it, I don't think I need to tell you that this lineup was hugely controversial, possibly even more so than the show itself. Kep1er debuted on January 3rd, 2022, but the controversy about this lineup continued, and even continues to this day. Honestly, the controversy about this lineup will probably continue until the heat death of the universe. Almost no one was happy with this lineup, but there were 4 major concerns. First, there were only 3 international trainees in a group that was supposed to be global, and in a competition that had equal numbers of people from each of the 3 countries, and which had suggested that the final lineup was supposed to be 3 people from each of the 3 countries. The group was still branded as an international group despite being only 1/3 international members, and with only 1 Chinese member. Second, Shen Xiaoting, who had consistently ranked first in the entire show, in the last episode suddenly dropped to 9th place, making her the lowest rank in the group and the only Chinese trainee to make it in. Third, Daeyeon made it into the lineup. She had been heavily angel edited in the show at the expense of some Chinese trainees who had been evil edited. Thus, despite her skills, people were unhappy that she made it in and that she was ranked so high at rank 4. 4. The Korean votes weighed so much more than the international votes that the ranking was completely taken over by Korean trainees. A predictable situation considering Korea as a country is severely biased against both China and Japan, and thus towards Koreans. Just for interest, if all votes were weighted equally, the lineup would have been as follows: 1. K-Group Bahiyyih; 2. J-Group Mashiro; 3. K-Group Youngyun; 4. K-Group Yujin; 5. C-Group Xiaoting; 6. C-Group Yanning; 7. C-Group Rukui; 8. J-Group Hikaru; 9. K-Group Chaehyun. When the lineup was announced, this alternate lineup was, and still is, presented as a better version of the group. This group would have had 4 Korean trainees, 3 Chinese and 2 Japanese. It would also have had what viewers believed were better performers, such as Rukui. Interestingly, Chaehyun would drop from rank 1 to 9 and Daeyeon would drop from 4th to 13th, which shows the huge impact that the heavy weighting of Korean votes had. This group would have removed members Yeso and Daeyeon and replaced them with Rukui and Yanning, further showing the impact of Korean votes and of the evil editing of Chinese contestants. This lineup would have solved the 4 controversies mentioned above, but it certainly would not have fixed the final and biggest controversy. Fifth, that controversy being the fact that K-Group Bahiyyih made it into the final lineup. And to understand that, we need to understand the history of her, her family, and her experience on the show Girls Planet 999. The Huening family is a family of German descent which lived in America and specifically the Chicago region for several generations. Although we have little information about the family and their history, Bahiyyih's uncle and grandfather have put together a family tree leading from the great-great-grandfather down the male line of the family to Kai. Here's the family tree and here's the building that they supposedly built. I mean, it seems right that they built this one. At this point, we get to the interesting story of Nabil David Huening, Bahiyyih's father, who was apparently born in Brazil, but, of course, from this German and American descent. Nabil loved languages and learned several, including Chinese and Korean. He worked as a singer and actor in China for 10 plus years, appearing on several reality shows and notably playing a large role in a very bizarre show that seems to be either teaching Chinese kids Chinese or English kids Chinese. The show seems to be called Situational Language, and the series can be found on YouTube and will be linked in the description. The show is absolutely hilarious in that it is so unrealistic. It seems like one of those if everyone talked like they were from Duolingo TikTok videos. Super dramatic and with very formal and not quite grammatically correct sentences. So, it seems that Nabil was a small celebrity in China. At least enough so that a decent portion of Chinese K-pop fans and those who were learning Chinese knew who he was. While working in China, he met a Korean woman, Jung Yeonju, who the internet knows very little about and who doesn't seem to have any pictures online. The two ended up having 3 children, Leah, Kai, and Bahiyyih in order. The 3 children were brought up to be very musical from the start, and videos can be found of them singing and playing instruments from a young age. The family moved to Korea when the 3 children were about 10, 8, and 6 respectively. Although I am unsure where I heard this information from, I seem to remember hearing that the parents divorced. And this makes sense because neither of them appear in their children's content at all. I also have no clue what Nabil is up to these days, since there doesn't seem to be any information pointing in his direction on the English-speaking internet, except for an article by an American teacher in 2015 about how he taught her class about the importance of learning languages, which gave us this wondrous image on the right of Nabil looking very middle-aged. I'll link the article in the reference document in the description. But putting aside the parents, let's talk about the children, starting with their firstborn, Leah. Leah became a K-pop idol in 2017 when she debuted with the girl group Viva, a 4-member girl group with a slightly toned-down girl crush concept. Leah was a vocalist and dancer in the group and was the maknae. The group came from a tiny company, and looking at their promo pictures you can tell that they had zero budget and zero clue how to handle it. The group debuted with an EP including 3 songs and 3 instrumentals, went on a long hiatus and unofficially disbanded in 2019 when all of the members left the company. They had next to no success and were plagued by a lack of budget and production values. I think it's also important to note that during her time in the group, Leah was fat-shamed, especially for her thighs, which is possibly one of the reasons she is kept out of the limelight and has never returned to the industry. After the group disbanded, she started a YouTube channel which she still runs to this day, and which gained a decent-sized following. Her YouTube channel, linked in the description, started in early 2020 and currently has 292,000 subscribers. She also live streams regularly. In 2022, she released a digital track as a soloist. Kai is the middle sibling and had the same musical upbringing as his siblings. It is believed he joined Big Hit Entertainment in 2016 and debuted with Tomorrow by Together, also known as TXT, in 2019. TXT was a highly anticipated group as they were the first boy group debuted by Big Hit since the massively successful BTS in 2013. TXT gained huge success in their first weeks and months since debut, largely spurred by BTS fans wanting to support their brother group. The group, and Kai in particular, also gained support from fans of both Nabil and Leah, who heard that a relative would debut in an idol group. TXT had a rocky beginning after this, as it took 6 months for their next album to come out. A long hiatus for a young group under a popular company. This was their drought of fans, but after this they kept up with comebacks and with their unique concept involving mental health, magic, and time travel. TXT are now popular as a group in the industry, Far from the most popular, but they are a group who consistently sell well and who have recently made more of a splash in the industry. And this is where we get to Bahiyyih, because in July 2021, Bahiyyih, the youngest of the three Huenings siblings, was featured in a teaser for the upcoming and aforementioned Mnet survival show Girls Planet 999 as a contestant from the K group. So what happened with Bahiyyih on Girls Planet 999? At this point, I will also talk about my own experiences with Girls Planet. I've been a moa since about 10 months of TXT's debut. Since that time, I knew both of Kai's sisters and had watched a few of Leah's videos, as well as old content where the three of them sang together under their father's guidance. I heard of Girls Planet when Bahiyyih was announced through her announcement. I was curious as to what she was like and watched her introduction video on the show. I wasn't blown away, but I liked her attitude, and since I found the idea of the show interesting, I followed it. I never watched the actual episodes except for the last one, but I did watch a few of the performances and clips and stayed up to date with news of the show. This was how I decided that I liked Ruqi and Yuning. It was also how I kept up to date with scandals facing the show, and especially the evil editing of Chinese contestants. Over the course of the show, I mostly watched Bahiyyih's performances, and any other performances that I thought were interesting, like You Plus Me Equals Love and Snake. And I voted for Bahiyyih and for Yuning and Ruqi and Yujin when I could. I wasn't the biggest fan of Bahiyyih's skills and felt that she wasn't quite ready to debut, but I liked her and her vocal tone and wanted to support her through the show. When the final episode went live, I watched it, and considering the hate she had been experiencing throughout the show, I didn't expect her to rank high in the final group. As I sat and watched, I saw that places 8 through 5 had been taken and that there were already 2 Korean trainees. So, as Daeun and Yujin, another 2 Koreans, were announced, I gave up on Bahiyyih's chances, considering the show a good opportunity for growth and for her to show herself before she later debuted. I was especially happy to see Yujin there, an idol I had wanted to see succeed, and was happy to follow the group with her in it. And then Bahiyyih was announced as a contestant for the first place of the whole show. Let's just say that while I was very pleased and very proud to see her there, I was also shocked that she had made it so high. And, as much as I wanted her to get the first place seat, I was also incredibly fearful of the hate that would be thrown her way if she did. And in the end, probably for the best, she didn't get it and was in position 2. I was curious to see how the group went, and although I was later disturbed by the uneven line distributions and especially the scraps of lines that Bahiyyih was given, I was a fan of the group's performances and now know and appreciate all of the members. I don't think I'd consider myself a Kep1er, mostly because of how divided and toxic the fandom is. I feel the need to distance myself from them as much as possible. But I do like the group and their music and performances, and in recent months I have started to follow them and their controversies more. The interest that led to my sad obsession with the Kep1er OT8 Reddit and to the making of this video. Now, the ironic part of my experience on Girls Planet is that it is sadly similar to Bahiyyih's. And by that I mean, she auditioned, was shown in the teaser, did her promo like all of the other girls, and then she was barely shown on the show. She was used in the show's advertising to gain interest through her brother, and in the first episode was brought out for a segment where the judges asked her about her brother, a clear attempt by the editors to bring even further attention to the relationship. And after that, she got almost nothing. Although I didn't watch the show, it seems like it was a pretty well-known fact, because both her fans and haters are adamant that she got something like 2 minutes of screen time in this 26+ hour show. Even when she was in the final 18, she received next to no screen time. This was one of the reasons that people who only watched the show, and who didn't get involved in fan activities, found it so bizarre that she managed to rank so high. Like, who even was this random girl who almost made it to first place? But, despite not receiving any screen time, the fan cams of Bahiyyih's performances on Girls Planet received a huge number of views. The majority of her fan cams went viral, especially her Fiesta performance, and her part in Ice Cream. These performances going viral were partially from her fans streaming her fan cams like crazy, since they were the only Bahiyyih content we ever got, and partially from people checking her out and liking her performances. And of course, Ice Cream got the spotlight it deserved on the show, despite having some questionable choreography for minors, and thus attracted a lot of new people to Bahiyyih and her fan cams. Now is probably the most important thing in relation to Bahiyyih's experience on the show. Ever since she had first been announced, she had been accused of lacking skills and being talentless, spoilt, and a product of nepotism. These are all criticisms that are put against anyone who has ever had a famous relative ever, so they were all expected when Bahiyyih was announced as a contestant. It was even a criticism that had been levelled against Kai to a much smaller degree when it was first discovered that his father was semi-famous in China. But the difference with Bahiyyih was that, not only was this hatred unusually strong and deep, but it also lasted an unusually long period of time. And by an unusually long period of time, I mean that it continues to this day and, as previously mentioned, will probably last until the heat death of the universe. Bahiyyih was clearly surprised and delighted by the huge, overwhelming support she had received from fans of the show. She was ranked first in voting in 115 countries, and her performance skills had also clearly improved over the course of the show. But, although she had reportedly been aware of the hate she had been receiving throughout the show, in the finale, she couldn't have known how bad it would get. And I didn't know either, since I watched the live stream on my phone, but the live YouTube chat that you can view on your computer had exploded ever since she had been announced as a contestant for Rank 1. In these live streams, you can pay real money to have your comment projected at the top of the chat for everyone to see. And, I kid you not, it was reported and captured on tweets that people had spent tens of dollars on this live stream just to project the comment that this worthless, ugly half-breed horse shouldn't be allowed in the group and should be killed so that another, apparently more deserving, trainee could take her place. Like, holy moly, what's wrong with you to comment something like that? Imagine being so invested in a group that you're probably never even going to see in person, just because this one girl is less talented than the others. But we'll get to the talent accusations later. For now, we'll give a quick recap of Bahiyyih's actions with Kep1er. As previously mentioned, the group debuted on January 3rd, 2022, with the title track Wadada, which fans noticed Bahiyyih had a tiny number of lines in. When their second album and Up came out, it wasn't much better, and again with their Japanese singles. When We Fresh was about to come out, it was rumoured that she had only 5 seconds of lines in the whole song, and this was indeed true if we only consider solo lines, not those shared with members. A good portion of Bahiyyih's lines over Kep1er's career have been either short ad-libs or shared with other members, and the company has compensated her as such by giving her more screen time in their music videos, a move for which fans are glad, but which hasn't stopped them from being angry with her lack of lines. They have especially accused the company of using her for clout and views, but rarely giving her anything of substance, a criticism that I think is very valid and which also applies to members like Eugen. The Japanese release I Do Do You was praised for Bahiyyih's number of lines, her time in the centre of the dance, and her short rap verse with member Dion. But of course, a lot of people still weren't happy, including and especially those who hated her and wanted her out of the group. Let's quickly recap Bahiyyih on Girls Planet. She was used for clout and then given an invisible edit, was well known for her huge fan cam views, was a divisive figure as people tended to either hate or love her, and was involved in scandals such as when her fans bought huge quantities of SIM cards to vote for her en masse. Something that, may I add, she was not in control of and was not her fault. At the end of the show, she placed extremely high with the largest number of total votes on the show, and in the group she is widely considered to have been mistreated by both the company and the fans. Her fans are still fighting for her to be further recognised in the group, and, of course, those who hate her are rooting against that. She's still a hugely divisive figure in the fandom, and the source of many a fandom war. So, with that in mind, let's explore the Kep1er OT8 Reddit, or more specifically, my interest in it and how I fell down the OT8 rabbit hole. You remember those people making disgusting race and look-related comments about Bahiyyih in the final episode of the show? Well, they may or may not be the same people who created the Reddit. The Kep1er OT8 Reddit was created on October 27th, 2021, 5 days after the final lineup of the show had been announced. After the lineup was announced, Twitter and the rest of the internet exploded, mostly expressing their dissatisfaction for the 5 scandals I mentioned, and especially Bahiyyih's inclusion. And this hate was clearly enough to warrant the creation of the Reddit, which was, in theory, dedicated to the 8 other members of the group, excluding Bahiyyih, and which, in practice, is more of a Bahiyyih hate page. I was only able to look through the past 10 months of their posts, but in those 10 months, the longest time they've taken off from hating Bahiyyih was when Yang Yan's father sadly passed away earlier this year. The page paid their respects to her father and wished her well, and then they either didn't post or only posted comfort content of the other members for a whopping 11 days, during which Kep1er had reduced activities, so there was little for them to post about anyway. Wow, they really had so much respect for Yang Yan that they decided it was appropriate to stop hating on and belittling her groupmate for a whole 11 days. During this 11-day hiatus, I genuinely started to wonder if Yang Yan's pain had finally broken the Reddit and made them come to their senses, but I clearly underestimated the power of their hatred for Bahiyyih. I don't remember exactly when I heard about this subreddit, but it was probably around the time of Kep1er's debut. I didn't really pay attention to it, except to think of it as a very sad thing to exist on the internet. And then, a few months ago, I started to have a look at it, just to see the kinds of things they were saying and why. I was curious what justification they had to judge a girl who had done nothing wrong except for being an average dancer and singer in an industry full of manufactured, well, idols. And, well, then I got a bit addicted. I started checking the Reddit multiple times per day, just to see if they had posted something else. I obsessively checked the comments of each post and the links and videos that were posted as evidence. Now, I need to make it clear that I was certainly not agreeing with these posts. Many of them say disgusting and often untrue things towards Bahiyyih, undermining her skills, her efforts, and especially her humanity, one of the most harmful things to take away from a person. Why do you think idols have so many mental health issues? There are many factors, but part of it almost certainly comes down to being dehumanized to such an extent. I was fascinated by this Reddit. Why had it begun, the history of it, how people could be so biased against Bahiyyih, and how had the presence of this subreddit created an echo chamber that had increased the hate these people felt towards her. I was fascinated, especially by the lack of critical thinking and empathy that both Bahiyyih superfans and Bahiyyih haters displayed, and all of that has been showcased on this subreddit. I know that the first episode of the podcast was about historiography, and that there are many, many things that I wanted to talk about. But this is probably the topic that pushed me over the edge from being interested in the topic and considering a podcast, to actively writing what is at this point 16,000 words of script just to get to this subject. So I fell down a rabbit hole of this subreddit, and it's as interesting as it is depressing. The power that this echo chamber has to influence those who look at it is scary. So over the rest of the video, I'll be discussing my struggle to find the history of the Reddit, the narrative spread by both this Reddit and the diehard fans of Bahiyyih, and dissecting these arguments. Reactions of the Reddit to Kep1er actions, and the age-old questions of whether Bahiyyih is talented or not, and whether she is a Nepo baby or not. At the end of it all, hopefully we can come to a conclusion about what can be done about this Reddit, and what can be done about this situation. Well, the whole video so far has only been the introduction of my video, and we can finally get into the proper OT8 Reddit content, starting with my struggle to actually make a segment on the history of the Reddit. I must first say that I do not use Reddit. This is the only Reddit I ever look at, and I don't think I would know how to navigate the website or the app if it was outside of this subreddit. I don't even look at other K-pop subreddits. Now, Reddit has committed the unspeakable sin of not having a filter by oldest option on subreddits. This is incredibly annoying, and thus, to try and do any research on the history and development of this sub, I need to scroll and scroll and scroll. And let me tell you, there's a lot of scrolling, because there's a lot of Bahiyyih hate on this sub, and that takes up lots and lots of space. And then my scrolling just stopped. At the 10 months ago posts, they just stopped loading. And I don't mean they were there but not loading. No, there was just nothing. The page was acting like I had reached the very beginning of the subreddit, but I knew this wasn't the case. Surely the first post would have only been a day or two after the opening of the sub. I was highly confused and searched the internet for any way to possibly find the first post on the sub. I even used the Wayback Machine, but I couldn't find anything. The oldest snapshot for the subreddit is from December 30th, 2021, and only loads 7 posts. This is a very sadly small amount of content to work with, but it does reveal something important. On this day, the sub had 58 members, 7 of whom were online at this time. It also shows that, as would be expected when a sub grows from 58 to over 700 members, the rate of posting has increased a lot. Over the 6 not pinned posts from this snapshot, they range over about a month's worth of time, while the 6 most recent posts in the subreddit at time of writing this section of the script cover only 2 days. Exploring the Reddit through the Wayback Machine is hard, as it only captured a certain amount of data, but I was able to find that user Farinaaaaaa had been part of the Reddit from the beginning. I don't want to single this user out, but they are the only one who showed up on the old mod list. Perhaps they were the only one at the time? So many posts that I saved as evidence were deleted over how long it actually took me to write this script, so by the time I got around to editing it, I was so anxious that I actually saved all of the mods pages in the Wayback Machine, just in case. They are now part of history forever. Speaking of history, looking through Farinaaaa's posts is possibly the best measure of the history of this sub, since they seem to have exclusively posted there after its creation. Reasonable, considering anyone who is a member of this subreddit is usually banned on site in other K-pop subreddits. Interestingly, it looks like they haven't been active for at least a year, which makes me wonder what made them become inactive. Are they still on the subreddit just not posting? Or did they give up their life as a Redditor? Or as a Bahiyyih hater? Only they know. It also looks like they're from Delhi. Fun fact, I guess, I also found their dermatologist. Scrolling further through the users' posts, I found a ridiculous quantity of old Kep1er OT8 posts, which overwhelmed my bookmarks folder, and also made me incredibly angry that I had to sort through all of this garbage. Before the finale of Girls Planet and the creation of the sub, they were active on K-pop and Girls Planet subreddits. The first post made regarding the new sub was when they promoted it on a post about Bahiyyih's visuals in the Kep1er Reddit, one day after its creation. The comment was removed by a moderator, as have most of their comments in non-OT8 Reddits. The user had previously been an IZ*ONE fan and had been active in their Reddit, but has not since posted there, and had not expressed any anti-Bahiyyih opinions before the finale of the show and the creation of the OT8 Reddit. I'm unsure if this user is the actual creator of the Reddit or not. I also don't know if Reddit stores this information, or, if so, where I could find it. But they do seem to have been one of its first members and integral to it as a community. Although I did find a post that suggests they were the user to create the sub, their first post to the Reddit on October 28th, 2021, was not an introduction to the sub, but instead complaining about apparently being forced to like Bahiyyih. A lot of these earlier posts in the Reddit, especially Farinaaaa's first one, are fascinating because they include comments from many Bahiyyih fans, who, as Farinaaaaaa predicted, flooded the subreddit to strike down those who would dare hate her. As expected, it created a lot of fan wars. These days, the sub is heavily moderated and every user is background checked to make sure they aren't a Bahiyyih fan in disguise. This has led to a far less divisive, but far more echo-chambery subreddit. Farinaaaaaa then commented on several more posts and went seemingly inactive on this and other subs a bit more than a year ago. A mysterious story of a Bahiyyih hater who denied their status as a Bahiyyih hater and proceeded to say that they now hate her because of her fans. Although it is hard to know what the first post on the sub was, this user's history shed some light on it that I previously wasn't able to find. I then looked through the other moderators of the modern server. At which point I imagine that the members of this subreddit will consider me a stalker, even though I have only used information publicly available on the internet and which they chose to put out into the world of their own free will. User KittenBBBoy has been much more active than the creator of the subreddit, although they also went silent about 6 months ago when most of their comments were related to the new rules of the sub. Their user history also contains some interesting old posts on the sub, and takes a lot more scrolling to get to the bottom since they were much more active. In fact, it took almost 5 minutes of scrolling after all of their posts had loaded to go from top to bottom, and it had taken so long and there was so much content that in the end a good chunk of it unloaded. I didn't even think that was possible. This user also posted comments that are now deleted on regular K-pop subreddits, and of course almost entirely posted on Kep1er OT8. On the bright side, about half of these posts were updates about the activities of the girls, such as behind-the-scenes pictures from Queendom. But nonetheless, the other half were pure Bahiyyih hate. I had to scroll down for a ridiculously long period of time to get anywhere in the post history on this user's account. I did notice that they are a Monster X fan, which does not at all reflect the group and the rest of the fandom, a cat lover, again this does not reflect on cat lovers, and a makeup lover. This does not reflect the community, but we aren't here to talk about KittenBBBoy's interests, other than the OT8 sub. We are here to take a look at the Reddit and its inhabitants, literally, since they don't seem to live anywhere else. This user has some interesting history and some interesting subs that they have frequented, all while bringing shame to Wonho-biased Monster X fans. But after all of that scrolling and weirdness, I made it to what I was looking for. Their first post on the sub, which also seemed to be their first post ever on Reddit, speculating about debut concepts and outfits, a post made on October 30th, 2021. I also learned that they were likely born before the year 2000. Fun fact. Next, we get to user Hiyyihlight, who has been active up until a few months ago on the subreddit. Just like other mods, they almost exclusively post on this subreddit, and this mod is the one who you'll see in a lot of Kep1er OT8 posts describing Bahiyyih's face as a jump scare. Interestingly, their posts on other subreddits like K-pop rants weren't banned on site, unlike Farinaaaaaa and like KittenBBBoy. We should keep in mind that both Hiyyihlight and KittenBBBoy's posts in other Reddits were often about unrelated groups like X1 or unrelated topics like makeup, and thus probably would not have drawn much attention. Hiyyihlight, like KittenBBBoy, has made a lot of posts and thus took a lot of scrolling. It seems that they started off strong, as their first post to Reddit was seemingly a comment on someone talking about Bahiyyih in r/Kep1er, in which Hiyyihlight pointed out that they have a different taste in visuals and thus it is implied that they think Bahiyyih is ugly, which stacks up with them later calling her a jump scare. They posted a few more times putting Bahiyyih down, albeit subtly, on the Kep1er and K-pop Thoughts Reddits, and their first post to the Kep1er OT8 Reddit was on January 7th, 2022, when they made a comment about Bahiyyih being bad at dancing. So, from the creation of the account to now, it seems that this user has no other interests in life than Kep1er, and especially hating Bahiyyih. Next we have user No Bullshit, who like Hiyyihlight has been active relatively recently. This one is a Game of Thrones fan and an One fan. Their Bahiyyih hating gimmick as a mod is that they think Bahiyyih is the most boring person to ever exist, and yet still post hate about her constantly. Okay, moving on, because they are also one of the people who randomly uses words from different languages to speak, which I have to say should not be demonized nearly as much as it is on the internet, but the base criticism that it is lazy and not showing actual love for the language may well apply here. Does No Bullshit know Japanese? Goodness knows, but my uneducated opinion is no. Their first post, like KittenBBBoy, was in the OT8 Reddit, suggesting that they made the account for this purpose. The post is from March 14th, 2022 and wonders whether Hikaru was being mistreated or whether Bahiyyih's fans and their attitudes rubbed off onto her fans. Finally, we have user Irene Promoter, the newest mod, another user who has been active in the past few days. This user's unique obsession seems to be Bahiyyih's status or lack thereof as a Nepo baby. Of course, this person is adamant that she is a Nepo baby. This person is an IOI fan, and they occasionally mention the group in non-Kep1er K-pop subreddits and in Kep1er related subreddits. They also are mostly a girl group fan. As with the above mods, the account was seemingly made for the OT8 Reddit, as it seems that the first activity on the account was a comment on an OT8 post about wanting Bahiyyih to not be featured in other members' contents, back on March 9th, 2022. At the end of all of that nastiness, I have one thing to say to the mods of the Kep1er OT8 Reddit. Please post less, for the love of every god that you may or may not worship. Holy moly, how do you have so much to say, and why is so much of it meaningless trash? And why would you post so much that some poor soul like me has to trudge through all of it? At this point, even though they seemingly committed the sin of creating this subreddit, I'm almost worshipping Farinaaaaaa, because at least they didn't post much. Trawling through the mods of the Reddit, I found that many of them have been almost solely involved in this Reddit, further perpetuating my belief that this place is an echo chamber. Many of them also seem to be believers of conspiracy theories, such as Bahiyyih fans on the internet mostly being family members of hers in disguise, and like the theory that Bahiyyih knows exactly the horrible things that her fans do, and leaves them be or even eggs them on, since their support has got to her head and she is even more of a narcissist than she supposedly used to be. Also, they are mostly self-proclaimed Xiaoting and Yujin fans, which, as said earlier, does not reflect these two girls or their general fan bases. I did consider reaching out to the mods or even the community of the subreddit as a whole, but decided against it for several reasons. First, I didn't want to permanently taint an account by being part of the sub. Second, I felt that they couldn't tell me anything that I hadn't already seen in the sub. Like, what was I supposed to ask them? Oh, why did you create this Reddit? I mean, it's in the name. Oh, why do you hate Bahiyyih? Every post here is about why they hate her. I think I know all of the possible reasons under the sun people could hate her, from poor dancing to bad cake decorating skills. I guess I could ask about childhood trauma, feelings of jealousy, societal racism and such, but I think that would just make them defensive and they'd be unlikely to answer anyway. The same goes for the Bahiyyih fans, but this video isn't really about them. But, as irritating as this process was, it revealed a surprising amount about the creation and development of the OT8 Reddit, which, combined with my information from recent posts and from the Wayback Machine, have helped me put together a less than comprehensive timeline of the Reddit. The Kep1er OT8 Reddit was created on October 27th, 2021, by someone, I assume Farinaaaaaa, who disliked the final lineup of the group and wanted Bahiyyih out. The first post seems to be Farinaaaa's opinion that they were being forced to like Bahiyyih by her fans. As Farinaaaaaa predicted, the sub was initially overrun by Bahiyyih fans, who were disgusted by its existence and wanted to make sure Farinaaaaaa never had another happy day in their life. But, as more mods were added and the Bahiyyih fans seemingly realised that they weren't getting anywhere, this died down and the Reddit was just left as a paradise to the Bahiyyih haters. 2 snapshots of the subreddit exist on the Wayback Machine. In the first, the 30th of December 2021, the sub had 58 members. In the second, January 4th, 2022, it had 75 members. Interestingly, in the second snapshot, the mod list was hidden. The sub continued to grow. I know that 2 milestones that were celebrated by it were the 200 and 600 member ones. Hilariously, for a while when I first started following it, the sub was stuck on 666 members for about a month. In March 2022, a Kep1er OT8 Reddit was created by user JustIJ to counter the OTA Reddit as such. OT8 members have found it endlessly funny that the OT1 Reddit has never managed to gain the same number of members as them. The OT1 Reddit also seems to just copy the OT8 one from the past, with the same pinned post that was in the OT8 Reddit for months, just with OT8 switched for OT1. It also seems to be just an echo chamber where the mods, JustIJ and Hikachu, post Bahiyyih's social media updates, and get 0 comments. So almost exactly the same thing as the OTA Reddit, but just with Bahiyyih love and significantly less interaction. At the time of recording this script, the OT8 Reddit is on 720 members and the OT1 Reddit is on 369 members. The regular Kep1er Reddit is on 11.5 thousand members. I think even without these stats, it's clear to say that the OT8 and OT1s are a minority of this fandom, but they are very loud, very vocal minorities that no one seems willing to discipline, and so on they go and ruin the rest of the fandom too. The Kep1er OT8 Reddit seems to have one post every day or two, but has high spurts of activity whenever a Kep1er album comes out, or when there is some major activity, such as an award show performance. Their favourite activities seem to be editing Bahiyyih out of group photos, taking screenshots of the one frame where she is out of sync, posting pictures of horses, and obsessively watching all of her fan cams for any possible mistakes. It's a very interesting place, that's for sure. The Reddit used to produce some funny memes that have now been lost to time, but unfortunately that side of the community seems to have been overtaken by the hate it perpetuates. At this point, I'd like to talk about why this even happened in the first place. I mean, we all know why it happened. People didn't like Bahiyyih, and they didn't want her in the group. But why do people just go around hating on other members of the group? Why is there this back and forth between Bahiyyih fans, Xiaoting fans, Yujin fans, and so on and so on? And there's a 3-word answer to that question. Survival show group. Survival shows are, by their nature, competitive, nasty, and aggressive. They force young people to fight it out for even the slimmest chance at their dream. Everyone may seem supportive on the screen, and it's very likely that a lot of them are friends. But when you see someone else get the spotlight and go up in ranks because of it, but you can't because you got edited out or for any other reason, it's bound to make you feel a bit bitter. This is one of the reasons that those videos like Why Girl Groups Hate Each Other exist. It's impossible to get along with everyone in a group of people you're randomly dumped with. That's why groups that put themselves together, like Stray Kids, BTS, and 17, are known for being particularly close. They had the opportunity to get to know each other, and when they liked what they saw, that was when they debuted. And that's why they work so well together. But survival shows are the complete opposite of that. The group rarely has time to get to know each other before debut, and the lineup, concept, and else of the group is completely out of their control. It's completely understandable and even possibly expected for there to be some animosity between members. They've gone from battling it out to having to be perfectly cooperative and in sync in only a few weeks. I mean, there's literally the example of Zhang Hao and Jiwoong from ZB1, who had only spoken 2 sentences to each other before they were in the group together. They literally did not know each other. But that's about the group. We're talking about the fandoms here. But I brought up the groups precisely for that reason. Often the fandoms reflect the groups, at least in some ways. As a fan of a survival show, you are forced to reduce your number of picks each round, until finally you are left with one and exclude everyone else. This person, your one pick, is often someone that their fans desperately want in the group. Obviously, since they vote for that person over everyone else. But that means that the fans of each contestant are in an intense battle to get their favourite person into the group. I wrote this part of the script during the airing of Boys Planet, and in this section of the script I wrote that if Gunwook doesn't get into the group, I think I'll stab someone. So I think that tells you a bit about how fandoms act in survival shows. So the fandoms are in competition with each other, and that often leads to animosity, fan wars, and general arguments. And these arguments only rarely and after a decent period of time fade away. IZ*ONE experienced this to some extent, with the general public being very unhappy with the lineup, but over time as people started to notice how the group worked, everyone began to like them, and thus they are remembered with lots of love. But this wasn't the case for 2 other survival show groups, Kep1er and Hyphen. I'm not entirely sure why these 2 groups have ongoing fan wars about the results of the survival show, but I think it has something to do with 1. People disliking certain members, and 2. Ongoing scandals in the fandom. With Kep1er, it is of course the 5 controversies I mentioned previously, and especially Bahiyyih. With Hyphen, it's the fans of Kay and Daniel who didn't make the group, and the horrid combination of rabid Nikki stans and fans of other members blindly defending everything they do wrong. Then we have the whole scandal of Sanu potentially being bullied by the other members, and actually now I think about it, I understand why they went on such a long hiatus. Both Hyphen and Kep1er are known for having very toxic fan bases which attack not only each other but also other groups. And if there's one defining reason that their fan bases are this way, it's that 7 and 9 warring fan bases had to suddenly become one, with all of the stress and tension that comes with that. Thus, divided fan bases. And Bahiyyih may well have become one of the most divisive figures in K-pop history, purely because of the effect that her inclusion in the group had on the fandom. So, with that in mind, why don't we take a wondrous and vomit-inducing stroll through the many narratives and themes that the Kep1er OT8 subreddit perpetuates. When I was looking through the Reddit's old posts, I made a Reddit account purely to save posts I thought would be useful here, and then I had to go through the horrid process of looking at them all again, reminding myself why I had saved them, and then sorting them into folders. Gosh, I'm glad I have organised bookmarks because otherwise I think I would have a heart attack from just looking at all of these posts. So, 8,300 words into the script, let's finally look at the actual content of the Reddit and look at the categories I ended up putting these posts into. These sorts of posts appeared on both the OT8 Reddit and on other Reddits, and although they are still published to this day, they were most common around the time the Reddit was created, for the obvious reason that many people were horrified that the sub even existed. This first post was made to r/Kpop rants only a few months after the Reddit was created, and, as you can see, expresses the author's horror at the sub's creation. The comments widely agreed with the OP and expressed their belief that those in the OT8 sub have no lives and are clearly obsessed with Bahiyyih, since, well, they post more about her than their faves in their own sub that's supposed to lift up their faves. There's this person who rightfully points out that the OT8s may be jeopardizing their careers, and this one who says they must be young female incels. I'm unsure how they came to that conclusion, but with the way they act, aka jealous, insecure, and misogynistic, I suppose it could be a good descriptor? Other commenters pointed out again how it seems that the members of the sub are obsessed with her, and how they have completely overreacted to her existence. As one person said, they act like she has broken into their house and stolen their ice cream. A heinous sin that I can assure you Bahiyyih did not commit. Many also expressed their sadness and disgust that the Reddit consistently dehumanizes Bahiyyih and mocks her looks, and hoped that she wouldn't see it. Even then, there were people pointing out the hypocrisy of the sub, which apparently at the time encouraged people to have empathy, while they call Bahiyyih an it, not her, and a horse, or them insisting that Bahiyyih consistently brings up her brother when she only mentioned him once in the first episode of the show in what was clearly a scripted segment. But don't worry, we'll get to the hypocrisy later. While the commenters of that post managed to keep their cool for the most part, the same cannot be said for the comments on the original OT8 pinned post. The post, which has now been deleted, can be seen through the Wayback Machine and read that the sub was a place for its members to discuss things. As Farinaaaaaa had predicted, this post was overrun by Hiyyihlights, calling the members of the sub disgusting, obsessed, abominations, a disgrace, and telling them that they should be ashamed and fuck off. As would be expected, there were also OT8 fans who expressed their joy that there was now a safe space for them. One even said that they created an account solely for this sub. I mean, you didn't need to tell me that looking at the history of the mods, but good for you, I guess. As a final example of this category, we have a post in the OT8 Reddit which was cross-posted from r/Kpop Thoughts, where the OP of the K-pop Thoughts post expressed their belief that the OT8 sub was disgusting and that those who were involved in it should be shunned in the K-pop Reddits. Interestingly, the first comment of the original post was from a mod who pointed out that banning people for being involved in another sub is against Reddit's terms of service. Other comments again point out how it's an OT8 sub that is almost entirely made of posts about the one person they don't want in the group. This person actually did the research about the top posts in the Reddit being about Bahiyyih, which was funny and which was research that I can definitely appreciate. Others point out that it's perfectly fine to say that she's untalented or has no personality or whatever else, but that what goes on in this sub is a completely different thing and unacceptable. As expected, others point out how the sub is bitter, vitriolic, dangerous, and even possibly racist, making fun of Bahiyyih's name, which by extension could be considered making fun of its religious and cultural origins. The perspectives of this post in the OT8 Reddit are also to be expected. Amused that they bother people so much, emphasizing how valid and true their perspectives are, villainising Bahiyyih fans, and thanking the OP in K-pop thoughts for the free promotion and thus new members. All of which, in my opinion, fit the definition of cringe responses, but let's put that aside because we'll see more of that later. Let's move on to the next and somewhat related topic. That topic being the opinions that the OT8 members have themselves. These come from new members expressing their doubts on the sub members having discussions with each other about content, and, which is one of the reasons I didn't reach out to the sub, questions from those outside of the sub asking the sub members about their opinions. So let's dive into this. This first post on the OT8 Reddit is by an outsider who wonders whether it was Bahiyyih herself who made the members so hateful of her, or if it was the actions of her fans. They also express their wish that Bahiyyih does something about her fans and that the fan wars can stop, as if they don't, the fandom as a whole will have a bad reputation and be seen as toxic. The replies to this post from the sub members express a common belief in the sub, that it was initially Bahiyyih's fandom they hated, but now they believe she can't be innocent. They insist that they gave her the benefit of the doubt, but that they were disappointed by her dancing, singing, and treatment of her members and her fandom. Interestingly, one also insists that the only overwhelming hate in the fandom is Hiyyihlights. The OP had some very interesting conversations with members of the sub in the comments, including with one of our mods, No Bullshit. Other sub members said that OT1s hinder the progress of the group, that they are in the sub to avoid Bahiyyih's contents, interesting since her contents are always posted here, and two more insist that 1. The sub has always been open to other perspectives, and that 2. Luna fans aren't toxic. Gosh, I'm so sad for the members of Luna. They've been through so much and the only thing their fandom ever united on is to help them with boycotting one comeback. This post is another one that shows a common sentiment in the sub. A cross-post of someone in r/Kpop rants complaining about sinophobia in K-pop. The user who made the post in the OT8 sub points out how this reminded them of the sinophobia against Xiaoting and Kep1er, and particularly from Hiyyihlights. There are only 2 comments on this post, both expressing their hatred of Hiyyihlights for using sinophobia against Xiaoting. This may seem like the opinion of a few people, but believe me, many more of the members share this view that sinophobia against Xiaoting is rampant in Kep1er's fandom, and especially in Hiyyihlights. And while I can't verify what percentage of these fandoms express xenophobic beliefs, I can confirm that, unfortunately, this xenophobia does exist, and we will come back to it later. The claims of xenophobia here don't include evidence, but that's something that we will find plenty more of in the future. Take a shot every time I say I'll come back to something. The next one is a very interesting post. It was made in the OT8 Reddit in January 2022 and is from someone who has seemingly been a casual member of the sub, but who has now been won over, as they say, by Bahiyyih. They express their maintenance of the belief that she isn't as talented as the other members, but imply regret for the bad things they have said about her and requests that the sub is dedicated to hating on her fandom rather than her, for the relatively obvious reason that her fans are the ones who have actually done bad things, whereas she hasn't. Or at least, she hasn't done anything that anyone who isn't actively looking for mistakes or rudeness would consider bad. But more interesting than the reformed OT8 here is the replies from other members of the sub. Farinaaaaaa is the one with the top comment, expressing their belief that being OT8 sucks, and interestingly saying that they hate when people call Bahiyyih a horse. Which makes me think that maybe, just maybe, Farinaaaaaa, the creator of this sub, was disgusted and tired by their own creation, and maybe that was the reason they went inactive. I also find it fascinating that they say being OT8 sucks, a perspective that doesn't seem to dominate the vibe of the rest of the sub, but which may be an unspoken belief, considering Farinaaaa's comment has 35 upvotes. The only other comment on this post is from someone who says that they also like Bahiyyih, but dislike her fans. And interestingly, this perspective, that Bahiyyih is okay but her fans are the bad ones, seems to have been relatively common in the beginning days of the sub. The posts I see at that time seem to be half hating her fans and half hating both her and her fans, a population which, in my opinion sadly, has migrated towards only those who hate both the fans and Bahiyyih. The minority of people who are only against her fandom seems to have faded away. Next we come to another interesting post, a member from India who is talking about nepotism in Bollywood. An interesting phenomenon that I won't research at all for the danger of finding it endlessly fascinating and falling into another rabbit hole. The member details how there is a family in Bollywood that has been making a show similar to Keeping Up with the Kardashians, to promote their family and improve their position in the industry. Apparently, the family have denied that this is to promote the family members and that it is a form of nepotism. And they have inserted themselves into the industry, along with other influential families, to the point that it has taken over the industry and people have apparently killed themselves because of it. It may be this person ranting and English possibly not being their first language, but they transfer from talking about this family to talking about Bahiyyih with absolutely no context. They especially express their disgust with both parties supposedly pushing others out of the industry, denying their privilege, selling themselves as products, hurting others, and pretending they are the victim. Now, as I said, not only do I not know about the state of nepotism in Bollywood, I also don't know the inside workings of the Huening family and their relationship with media companies. But the OP here makes this Indian family sound like the most evil and manipulative people to ever exist, and then says that she hates Bahiyyih for the same reasons, when we have no evidence that Bahiyyih and or her family have done anything remotely similar to this mentioned Indian family. Let's go through it bit by bit. Well, first, I have never heard any possibility of Bahiyyih or her family having driven someone else to kill themselves, and I think this is a pretty horrible thing to imply against her. This idea stems from the one that she pushed someone else out of Kep1er to take her spot. Now, not only do I highly doubt that any of the other contestants on the show were driven to suicide because of Bahiyyih, and what a horrible thing to even think about, by the way, it's important to note that many of them are successful even without being in the group. The important person to mention here being Suyeon, who ranked 10th and would have made it into Kep1er if Bahiyyih didn't, who is now a popular member of Billy. Although Billy are less popular than Kep1er, they are by no means unsuccessful. The other person people brought up a lot is Urena, who, with her number of votes, had no chance of making it into Kep1er, no matter where Bahiyyih ranked, as she ranked 14th. And as much as I hate to see the nonsense that a lot of Bahiyyih's fans spout, the fact of the matter is that if people wanted Urena in the group so much, and if she was so deserving of her spot, why didn't they vote for her? You only have yourselves to blame, not Bahiyyih. And all of that is assuming that she actually pushed someone out. This is a survival show with 9 spots in the final ranking. Contestants take a spot, they can't push someone else out of it. And that's not even to mention that the contestants have next to no control over where they are placed. The majority of that comes down to editing and, by extension, fan votes. And don't try to say that Bahiyyih used her family to get her spot. The editors who were in charge of the program included one small scripted section about her family, and to my knowledge, she never mentioned them again in the whole show. Again, not to mention the fact that she has no control over who is in her family. Great, so that's only the first few arguments. The next thing OP talks about is denying privilege. This is a good point to make. We all like someone who is bad and honest more than someone who is bad and dishonest. But Bahiyyih has neither confirmed nor denied her privilege. She has never said a word on it either way, so to try and argue this is pointless. Next, they talk about someone breathing and then getting an article. This is certainly true of Bahiyyih, but it's also the case for every idol in the industry, and for most celebrity industries in general. This also suggests to me that Bahiyyih's family have massive control over the media, as it seems this Indian family does. In which case, why aren't they bigger and seen more? I literally haven't heard a peep out of Kai's dad since 2015. I even tried to find out if the dude had died, but the internet doesn't seem to know. The grandfather and uncle have accounts where they talk about family history, but those have far from large followings. The same for Leah. Kai and Bahiyyih are the only ones with any sizable fan base right now, and neither of them are anywhere close to dominating the industry. In fact, they are often considered the least biased and most hated in their groups respectively. Going back to the point of pushing people out of the industry, since OP wants to bring it up again, I think it's also important to note that the nature of the K-pop industry itself is the thing that pushes way more people out than a single person. Even the most powerful person like JYP ever could. Fun fact. Okay, moving on. This person then says that all of these celebrities, Bahiyyih included, victimise themselves in the face of their privilege. Again, I may be wrong, but I've never seen Bahiyyih victimise herself in any situation that something bad didn't happen to her. A big example of this is not getting gifts at fan signs. Yes, she looked sad, but she was literally the victim there of the structure of fan signs. I also love that this person says they don't dislike Bahiyyih as a person, and less than 10 words later, say that they are repulsed, disgusted, and dislike her as they would any other product of nepotism. This person has clearly had some really bad experiences with nepotism which influenced this post. But that paragraph is just plain contradiction. You can't expect me to take you seriously if you contradict yourself like that. Next, this person says that they are against Bahiyyih being bullied. I mean, that's nice. But they define bullying as name-calling, specifically animal names, and say that they haven't seen her being bullied in any other ways. Sure, that depends on how you define bullying, but I personally think that having a subreddit dedicated to hating you and obsessively pointing out every mistake, making racist comments and insulting your name and family, and being sent death threats counts as bullying. It's almost like that's a form of cyberbullying. Not to mention that this person only says that bullying is calling her animal names in this subreddit. What about calling her animal names elsewhere? What about other forms of name calling? I'm very confused about the logic behind this post. They also say that Bahiyyih akagaes will shove her privilege in people's faces, which, from what I've seen, is the opposite of what they actually do. They downplay her privilege. They also say that they try to stay away from toxicity, which is interesting because they joined this subreddit. They then claim that OT9s act like neither OT1s or OT8s exist. I don't see how this is true. Some of the posts we talked about earlier were literally OT9s expressing their dislike for mostly OT8s, but some expressed dislike for OT1s as well. Okay, so that's debunked as well. Their final jabs are at Bahiyyih's fans for supposedly being attention seekers, needy, and spoiling the fun for the fandom. And also spamming? Dang, that was a lot. Now, everyone take a deep breath from all of that debunking. Does everyone feel like they've maintained some of their brain cells? I read this post to a friend while writing this script and his response was, I kid you not, a laugh and then a, oh my god, K-pop fans are so stupid, followed by a lot of him expressing his thoughts about how petty you need to be upset about something like this. I've been into K-pop for long enough that I think I've adjusted to stuff like this, but every now and then it's important to take a step back from anything you're interested in or involved in and just put it into perspective. And this subreddit and post, in perspective, is a hugely out of proportion reaction for something that is genuinely pretty small. An average performer in a group of good to great ones. With that little shift in perspective, let's have a look at the comments. The first agrees with the idea that Bahiyyih was involved in the airing of her segment with Kai in the first episode. An idea that is certainly possible, but incredibly unlikely. Again, how much power does she have in this show and industry? And if it's that much, why doesn't she use it to do more? They're also upset that she posts things with Kai, like no other idol makes posts with other groups, and ignoring the fact that Bahiyyih has posted with groups that aren't TXT many times. No Bullshit is back to say that they agree with the post and believe she is the product of nepotism. They express their annoyance that Bahiyyih's fans ignore or deny her privilege, and the fandom in general. There's also someone further down who says that they condone bullying, so they don't participate. I think you may have missed the word don't in that sentence. Surprisingly uninteresting comments for a post that took so long to analyse. Moving on. There's also this post about Moas hating Bahiyyih and her fans, in which many of the comments say that Bahiyyih is a leech and that her fans are a disease. Well, that was quick. The next post is about the hashtag Kep1er disband, which Hiyyihlights trended in mid-2022 to express their anger for Bahiyyih's lack of lines and other mistreatment in the group. From my understanding, they were hoping that the group could be disbanded so that Bahiyyih would be free from the group and from Wake One. This post says that they try not to hate Bahiyyih herself and dislike the name calling, but understand it. They then express their belief that the hashtag is bizarre and useless, singling out Bahiyyih and hurting the other members instead of helping them. They also wonder why Bahiyyih's fans are fixated on Kep1er's disbandment and think they must be projecting themselves onto her. Finally, they express anger that the hashtag is being used to hate on the other members. Other than a few statements that could be misinterpreted, I think this post is put together pretty well. The OP expresses their dislike for the fandom, but not for Bahiyyih. Very old school OT8, my dude. And all of their arguments are reasonable, and purely aimed at the rabid section of her fandom rather than her. Let's see if the comments are reasonable, shall we? That's foreshadowing. The first one starts with name-calling, saying that the group would be better without her, and says that she is aware of her lack of skills and yet still decided to hurt the other girls, and that she is generally a shitty person. Okay, we'll talk about her knowing about her fandom later, but either way, we're not off to a great start. The next comment is more name-calling, and the following ones talk about her mistakes, and so on. Only one comment shows empathy for Bahiyyih, saying that they feel sorry for her that her fandom did something so negative and harmful. This post is about Bahiyyih supposedly not improving since Girls Planet. They also accuse her of not working hard and of hoarding trophies and just generally being useless. We'll get back to all of these accusations in the future. The comments, meanwhile, are talking about how she's a bad dancer, and that's about it. The next post discusses the possible varying levels of privilege that each member has. It actually doesn't express an opinion either way, and just asks the other members if they believe that Bahiyyih had unreasonable privilege and was the product of nepotism. As you can imagine, all of the comments say yes to both of those things. The most common argument for her privilege being unreasonable is that the other members are said to have worked hard for their previous positions and thus privileges, whereas Bahiyyih didn't. A surprisingly conflict-free post, although we'll come back to everyone agreeing with each other and thus being conflict-free later. The next post is another one where OP presents a question. In this case, did the culture of produce lead to the increase of akagaes, or toxic and malicious solo stands, into the resulting groups and Kep1er? And the comments all agree, pointing to things like ending fairies, centre positions, and official positions as creating a stronger sense of competition, and thus betrayal and jealousy. They also note that this happens to a lesser extent with boy groups than girl groups, although, of course, this is subjective based on your experiences with a fandom. The post and comments also discuss the difference between solo stans, who just like one member and ignore the others, versus akagaes, who are malicious to other members. Of course, there is still hate for Bahiyyih, especially one person who called Bahiyyih Huening blowhole, a name used to refer to what people think are gross facial expressions on stage. We'll get back to that. But that's it. Gosh, who would believe that a productive and interesting conversation could exist in this sub? Although, I think it's because Bahiyyih wasn't explicitly mentioned in the post, and thus thoughts and hate of her wasn't evoked in the commenters. And I've saved the best for last. This absolute hero who joined the Reddit for the thoughts and reasoning behind the sub's existence and its members' activity in it. This person had 6 questions for the sub members. First, if Bahiyyih put in the same effort as the other members, would you start supporting her? Second, does her appearance actually make you hate her, or do you hate her appearance because you hate her? Third, would you dislike her less if her fanbase wasn't as toxic? Fourth, what are your explicit feelings towards her, and was there a specific moment that made you dislike her? Fifth, do you play up the opinions on this sub? Do you condone activities on this sub like sending her death threats and wishing other horrible things onto her? And last, if she was less popular and was less promoted on media and thus a background member, would you still dislike her? This person also specifies that they don't follow Kep1er. I actually really appreciate the effort this person went to research the activity of the sub and to phrase their questions with similar language to that used in the thread, thus appearing less threatening to the sub members. The answers to these questions were as follows. As to question 1, members expressed that they didn't think that she had the potential to put in effort, but that if she did, they would still be neutral to her and hate her fandom. They also said that she'd already had her chance and that she's mediocre. Only 2 people said that they would support her if she put in more effort, and most either dragged her dance skills, her effort, or her nepotism status. As to question 2, members said that they just generally find her ugly and think she looks manly. A few said that they were less upset with visuals and more with a lack of talent, but user The Bubbly Glitter captured the sentiment, I think, calling her visuals the cherry on top. One person also said that they just used the ugly argument to upset her fans. As to question 3, only 2 or 3 people said they wouldn't support her or like her even if her fans were nice. It was an overwhelming yes that members would like her more or even support her if her fans were less toxic. Our mod Athera Live said that they didn't like her as soon as she was on the show and as soon as they were certain that she was the product of nepotism. Our other mod No Bullshit agreed that this was a put-off and said that the moment she made it into Kep1er was the breaking point. Other members said she seemed entitled, that she pushed another Chinese member out of the group, something we've already debunked as Sooyeon, a Korean member, was ranked 10th and thus would have made it in, her demo stage, and her fans comparing her to C-Group Rookway's performing skills. The most commonly mentioned points were when she joined the show, when she made it into the final lineup, and that their dislike grew over time. Question 5. This was one that I was really interested in and was delighted to see OP ask. I thought it was a question that would provide insight. Do the members think they are upplaying their feelings, and will they condone the hate Bahiyyih receives or not? Most members only said that they disliked her rather than hating her. Only one person talked about playing up comments, and that person said they didn't play it up. Of the ones who talked about threats made against her, about 1/3 said they didn't condone this behaviour. One person even said that they think the sub goes too far censoring her face and calling her a horse. But many others excuse the hate against her, saying that it's just the internet or that people are free to say whatever they want. One person who I would single out, but unfortunately can't name since they deleted their account, said that they don't support the death threats and wishes, but that they wouldn't mind if she followed Sully and killed herself, which I think is actual degenerate behaviour. But question 6. What if she was a background member and not shoved down your throat? Members here said that she is already forgettable and a background member, but again mentioned her fans and nepotism as reasons they disliked her. Others mentioned entitlement and her being on the same stage as their faves as reason to hate her. Only one person said they would dislike her less if she was less popular. This was a hugely fascinating survey of the Reddit, which is admittedly a little bit outdated as it is about a year old. But nonetheless it provided a lot of insight even if that insight wasn't good. OP edited their post to say thank you to everyone who answered and said that they thought the OT8 fans were much more chill than Bahiyyih fans, and that they had been convinced to be on the side of OT8 if they ever became a Kep1er fan. Not so fun fact. I only included 2 reactions to comebacks here, since the whole of the sub is kind of a reaction to anything Kep1er does, and thus I felt it was a little bit redundant, but let's have a look at some reactions to comebacks. The first is about their recent Japanese comeback I Do Do You, and expresses their hate for the horrible rap verse and high screen time. The comments agreed and lamented the lack of lines for members like Mashiro and Youngyan. They also expressed dissatisfaction with the company supposedly pushing Bahiyyih in MVs and especially in Japan, although one person said that the more time in the spotlight will give her more time to make mistakes and thus more ammunition for the sub. I also love how they say that it only seems to be an issue if Bahiyyih gets a lack of lines, but not if others do in other posts. And here they're bitching about how other members got less lines than Bahiyyih. To be clear, both of these things are an issue, and Kep1er's line distributions are trash, but it's massively hypocritical, something we will again return to later. No Bullshit says that Bahiyyih's lines ruined the song for them. Our other mod, Irene Promoter, is carrying out their gimmick by saying that she jump-scared them many times. The other post is asking about the members' hopes for the comeback after Up, which would eventually end up being We Fresh. Common threads were unique concepts and music, more mature concepts and having a storyline, and of course getting rid of a certain member whose name starts with B. And with that, the segment is over. It took a lot longer than the last one, didn't it? Unfortunately, my next segment will be even longer because it is all about the insults that the sub throws Bahiyyih's way, and analysing whether or not these are reasonable insults. Just to get us into the mood of this segment, let's list out just a small portion of the insults aimed against Bahiyyih in this sub. Mannish and ugly, white Nepo girl, Wasian, troglodyte, blowhole, useless, a gremlin, cretin, jump scare, dull, bland, rude, lazy, monotone, unskilled, phone addicted, trophy hogger, entitled, shameless, violent, selfish, devilish, manipulative, shitty, spoilt, clout-chasing, bitch, NPC, narcissistic, hates the other members, stupid, unempathetic, leech, creepy, ungrateful, horse, and more. Other insults include that she doesn't deserve compliments, stole a spot in the group from other people, expressed sadness that Xiaoting had to sit next to her on a flight, or that members have had to wear the same clothes as her. The same post that called her mannish and ugly also started a short-lived trend in the sub of calling her fans jockeys, since they are, and I quote, dick riding a white horse. I don't think I need to say anything about all of that, and I didn't even go looking for these. I just found them in the process of doing research for this video. Let's instead move on to the concerns those in the sub have about Bahiyyih's actual personality, rather than just her existence in general. Here we have a collection of posts accusing Bahiyyih of being rude in some way or another. The first post is by our mod No Bullshit and is about her supposedly not bowing enough at their fan meeting, with this screenshot attached. Alright, try me. I didn't go to the fan meeting but was lucky enough to find a clip of it online. Here is the clip of them bowing. As you can see, Bahiyyih did do a 90-degree bow, the lowest bow you can do while still standing, and the bow No Bullshit accused her of not doing. There are 4 reasons No Bullshit was able to accuse Bahiyyih of this. The first is that 4 members, Yujin, Dion, Yeso and Yangyan, 2 of which were next to Bahiyyih, did more than a 90-degree bow, thus making her look like she bowed less in comparison. The second is that the other members, apart from Yeso and Hikaru, have dark, long hair that isn't done up, thus falls over their heads and creates the illusion that they are bowing lower than they actually are. Bahiyyih doesn't have this, as her hair is pale and tied up. Thus, we can see how low her head actually goes, with greater accuracy. Third, she is taller than the others, and thus her back doesn't go as low and her bow doesn't seem as low. Xiaoting has the height problem too, and she also did a 90-degree bow, but her hair fell down and made her bow seem slightly lower. Finally, we have the most important reason. It's the fact that No Bullshit doesn't like Bahiyyih and searches for her mistakes, and thus found the singular frame that showed her not bowing as low as the others, since she started her bow a fraction of a second later. The only way other than finding the single frame here that you can accuse Bahiyyih of doing something wrong is if you expected her to bow more than 90 degrees. Next, we have this V-Live for Mashiro's birthday. Bahiyyih burnt herself on a match, which is obviously not a pleasant experience. But what's this about being rude to Hikaru? Here is the clip that was also posted in the OT8 Reddit.
내가 그럴 것 같아서 안 돼. 이게 또 높아서 툭 떨어질 수 있다고.
맞아. 진짜 귀엽게 있어.
진짜 대박이다.
이런 거는 제가 싫은
Now, I don't know about you, but this looks pretty normal to me. Hikaru puts her head on Bahiyyih's, creating pressure. Bahiyyih has to push back because of physics, otherwise Hikaru will fall off her chair. Hikaru playfully pushes, and Bahiyyih does the same, only she pushed a bit too hard, a mistake that I personally have made before. The only reason this looks rude is because Bahiyyih has a straight face the whole time, which may or may not have been because she was focusing on Mashiro and the other members and what they were saying. If she had been smiling, would we really have thought of it as rude? Anyway, to the joy of the OT8 members, Bahiyyih later burned herself on the match she used to light Mashiro's cake.
아, 나 냄새.
조심, 빨리.
뭘 흐뭇해하고 있어.
소원하게 하나. 뜨거워. 얘 조심해.
그래요?
고마워.
냄새 좋아.
하나, 둘, 셋, 넷. 생일 축하합니다.
Thus, she is stupid, an attention seeker, doesn't care if she does something dangerous, has a problem with Xiaoting for some reason, an irresponsible brat, and is playing with fire. But you'll see in the video that she didn't do anything other than light the match, light the candle, blow out the match, and put it away. It seems like a freak accident with the match, or perhaps it being too close to the paper used to light it that makes the match flare up again, which is the only reason Bahiyyih gets burned. I don't know how this is supposed to be playing with matches and fire, and I also don't see how she brought attention to herself. She literally kept singing happy birthday to Mashiro and pretended nothing had happened. Hikaru and Yeso were the ones who pointed out the match, and Hikaru was far more dramatic about it than Bahiyyih. Bahiyyih also moved the match away from herself and Yeso and blew it out. About as good of a reaction as you can have when you're, I assume, not fire-trained and panicking. The worst thing I can see here is her being dramatic about blowing out the match, which, apparently, is clearly a sin. OMG, you're going to love this one. Our hero of screenshots and slowed down clips, no bullshit, presents this video of Bahiyyih and Yujin, saying that Bahiyyih is rude and grabs the microphone for herself instead of letting Yujin answer the question. The thing I love about this one is that no bullshit has slowed it down to show how rude Bahiyyih is, but slowing it down actually made it easier to debunk. We can see that Yujin and Bahiyyih both hear the question. Bahiyyih raises her hand a fraction of a second after Yujin, and although she does reach for the mic, we can also see Yujin lower it and move it towards her to give it to her. Say what you want about Bahiyyih here, but she isn't grabbing the mic for herself. Yujin has made the decision to give it to her and is starting to do just that before Bahiyyih even gets her hands close to it. This is a common behaviour in K-pop leaders, being about to say something and then getting someone else to, or giving the mic to a member who wants to speak. You can see it especially in award shows. Yet the comments here are talking about how Yujin must have the patience of a saint to deal with her, how rude Bahiyyih is, and about how Bahiyyih is clearly desperate for the spotlight. And of course, the typical brat and attention seeker comments. And the last one for this category, we have Bahiyyih sinning by checking her mic when Daeon was singing. It's kind of hard to hear the audio here, but to me it sounds like Bahiyyih was going to do an ad-lib and decided against it halfway through. Sure, she may well have been checking her mic, but as the comments point out, there's no reason for her to, since it worked earlier in the stage. The sound is even so quiet that I'm not sure if the noise I heard was Bahiyyih or not. Either way, the only valid claim made in either the comments or the post itself, other than the possibility that she was worried about her mic since a balloon supposedly popped near it earlier, is that if Daeon had done the same thing to Bahiyyih, her fans would have gone crazy. And yeah, they would have, but that's a criticism against Bahiyyih's fandom, so why are you taking it out on her? Fun fact, it looks like this was possibly posted by a no bullshit alt account. Now let's move on to the posts about Bahiyyih supposedly hating her members, being rude towards them or otherwise disliking them. I saved this first post because it seemed important. The original TikTok has been deleted, but from context clues I guess that it was from when Kep1er did the haunted house challenge thing. Bahiyyih was in a group with Xiaoting and Yujin, and Xiaoting was extremely scared, to the point of tears and being unable to consider those around her at points. There's moments when she has a very clear self-preservation response where she ignored Bahiyyih and Yujin, but she still shows her care for them, reaching to hold hands with them and helping Yujin with her helmet which falls off. I assume OP is talking about this moment where Xiaoting is helping Yujin with her helmet while Bahiyyih stands in the back. If you watch the moments before this clip, Bahiyyih is looking at what I assume are clues or instructions, and Xiaoting is helping Yujin. They hear a noise and pack into the corner, meaning Xiaoting doesn't have much space to help Yujin, and Bahiyyih is pushed all the way against the wall. And sure, you could read Bahiyyih's expressions here as annoyance that Xiaoting is crying, or you could read it as Bahiyyih being uncomfortably shoved into the corner. Or you could read it as her being scared. And although I think the last two are probably true, it doesn't matter, because Bahiyyih often has this blank expression. It seems to be her resting, and especially her thinking face. She later sticks with Xiaoting throughout the rest of the mission, and the two hold hands almost the entire time. But I suppose that would also be considered clout chasing based on the comments of this post. The comments also say that Bahiyyih must be a sociopath with no empathy, or trying to squeeze out fake tears. Perhaps I'm just a little bit confused about the lack of faith these people have in the world. Bahiyyih's expression here is so undefined that it could be read almost however you want. A perfect example of confirmation bias in this subreddit. This is another post showing how confirmation bias can really affect people. The poster here accuses Bahiyyih of hurting Xiaoting when opening a can in this Kep1er episode, and then of not apologising or at least being insincere and scared of Xiaoting's popularity. Here is the clip.
비닐 장갑 어디 있는지 아시는 분?
비닐 장갑.
모르죠? 오케이. 아우! Sorry. 아우! 이거 이따가 할까? 미안해요. 괜찮아. 오케이.
Now first, I have no clue how you can surmise from this whether or not Bahiyyih is scared of Xiaoting's fandom. An odd statement to make, but again, confirmation bias can do a lot to cloud our perception of a situation. As far as the accusations of hurting Xiaoting and being insincere, what? It doesn't look at all like Xiaoting was hurt to me, just that a bit of whatever was in the cans flattered on her forehead and she was surprised. And Bahiyyih's reaction is to wipe it off and apologise, which is completely appropriate. To me, she seems more confused as to what has happened and amused by how random the situation is. I can't feel any malicious intent of any kind here. Xiaoting literally also smiles and cleans up the other splatters, but I guess that the OP has never splattered anyone with cooking ingredients ever, and that they'd argue that Xiaoting was smiling in pain and had to clean up Bahiyyih's mess. And let's speak about this OP for a second. Their name is Kep1er OT8, and they have a very interesting post history. First, they're a carrot, which gives a horrid representation to what is widely considered one of the most chill K-pop fandoms. But they also seem to be the second coming of our Lord and Saviour, the creator of this OT8 world, Farinaaaaaa. In the course of my research, I came across several posts by Kep1er OT8. They were, of course, all OT8 posts, and they are clearly biased against Bahiyyih. But they also follow, at least in the beginning, Farinaaaa's teachings of only disliking her skills rather than hurling countless insults her way. Here we can see that they ask other users not to call her a horse, and when a family member of hers died, they asked others not to speculate, make rumours, or otherwise insult her. They also say that they don't want to exist in or create an echo chamber, which I think is hilarious because, while I am glad they express a tad of critical thinking, it doesn't seem like they are actually enacting it in their life. Confirmation bias and all. The other comments on the post are standard, calling her shameless and otherwise insulting her for daring to make a mistake that happens like half of the time someone opens a food can in the kitchen. This post accuses Bahiyyih of hating Yujin, while the comments are all about the suffering that Yujin must be enduring by having to babysit a spoilt and entitled brat like Bahiyyih. The pictures included were taken from Kep1er's show to view with Sunmi, and in them the girls are talking about what their dorm arrangements are. This is when the images become misleading. It seems like Xiaoting and Chaehyun and Yeso and Mashiro came before Bahiyyih and Yujin, but actually Yujin and Bahiyyih went first, and the question was quite sudden. Yujin's rapid willingness and motion to hug Bahiyyih was also sudden, but was instantly reciprocated. I guess you could argue that Bahiyyih only hugged her for the cameras, But if she really hated Eugen that much, she could surely plead not to be a touchy person, or disliking skinship like lots of other idols. And again, we come to the confirmation bias. As we have established, Bahiyyih has a very blank face a lot of the time. She lacks expressive features, a trait which I find, actually, all of her family members seem to have. Leah also makes very few facial expressions and has to exaggerate them in clips like when she reacted to Kai in Sugar Rush Ride. Kai also lacks facial expressions, except when he laughs. His facials have certainly become more common than when he debuted, but there's a reason he was called an expressionless doll when TXT debuted. The most expressive one of the bunch is their father by a small margin, and I'd lend that to his funky haircuts and past acting experience. We can even see in old clips of the children that they have always been this way. So, keeping in mind that Bahiyyih's face almost always looks like this, how do we read it? I personally read it as pretty neutral, a small smile and a pat on the back for Eugen. But to the OT8 Redditors, she clearly hates Eugen. This is also where we get the conspiracy theories, like Bahiyyih only using the members to get ahead, and Eugen being the one who is forced to deal with her as she is the leader. But we'll get to the conspiracy theories later. For now, let's move on to the next category of insults against Bahiyyih's character, how she's an attention-seeking Nepo baby. This post refers to the promos for Boys Planet that Mnet put out, featuring the Kep1er members in groups dancing to boy group songs. And, Mnet being in charge of the whole campaign, of course they choose a TXT song and stick Bahiyyih in the centre. And we know this was Mnet and that they did this on purpose. How do we know this? It's obvious. First, why do the OT8 members keep acting like Bahiyyih has even a shred of control or power over this massive company? Because let me tell you, we'll see a lot of that conspiracy later. This is like when fans blame an idol for a choreography or styling decision. 99% of the time, they have no control at all over that and just have to go along with it. The other reason we know this was on purpose is because Mnet never puts Bahiyyih in the centre of dances or other promos, or if they do, it's very rarely and to build hype, or for the sake of inclusion. By putting her in the centre here, they showed that yes, they will make use of her, but only at the start of a video and with a song by her brother's group to grab the viewer's attention. It's very slimy. I also love how the comments not only assume that Bahiyyih made this decision, but also talk about how terrible her dancing was, which is a fair comment to make, I suppose, but what isn't fair is not discussing the mistakes that Chaehyun and Mashiro made in the same video. Mind you, I guess they're allowed to make mistakes because this is a casual and silly video, right? But Bahiyyih doesn't get that luxury because of our old friend confirmation bias and hate. This one is less about the post and more about the comment. I'll just sprinkle in this comment about Bahiyyih sucking up to the other members for clout, and how it implies that her father and brother are coaching her in this. Because, not only does this comment twist Bahiyyih's comment of wanting to be close to Eugen, who she clearly admired on Girls Planet, it also is a wondrous foreshadowing for some of the conspiracies we will get into later. This one is all about complaining about how Bahiyyih was looking away from the camera. The comments are either insulting her and her appearance or intelligence, or trying to justify it, such as suggesting that this was the best take they had to work with. Another suggestion is that she desperately wants to be different, to which I bring back my very simple point from earlier. Who the hell thinks that Bahiyyih has any control over this photo shoot? Not only is there no way that she has the power to do something different, thus she must have been directed in this way for some reason, there's also no way that they only had one picture of this. If the cameraman had only one good picture of this scene and it was this one, that is a trash cameraman who shouldn't be doing this job and needs to be fired as soon as possible. And I doubt it was a bad cameraman that caused this. I have no clue why Bahiyyih is looking in a different direction. I agree, it's very bizarre. But the fact of the matter is that the magazine would have picked this composition and this shot for some reason or another. The insults against Bahiyyih in the comments are not only rude and needlessly harsh, but also display an either willing or simply ignorant lack of knowledge of how creative industries work. A common mistake in the Reddit. It seems to be that every idol is directed in everything, yet somehow Bahiyyih alone has the power to do whatever she wants. Where does she get this power from? Her father, who has a small fan base in China and hasn't been seen on camera for years? Her brother, who has also signed a contract to a huge company, thus giving him little to no control? Her other family, who are just regular people living in various countries? Get even the smallest grip on what is realistic and possible, please. This next post accuses Bahiyyih of always bringing up Kai in interviews and other contents. First, I want to ask, what about the many interviews where she doesn't bring him up? I guess they aren't important. Second, I want to point out what immediately jumped out to me when seeing this post. The fact that the caption says she brought up her brother, while the image itself shows the interviewer explicitly asking Bahiyyih a question about him and her simply answering that question. I'm so confused. She literally didn't bring him up. Someone else did. Keeping in mind that I don't follow Kep1er much, the only times I've ever seen Bahiyyih come even close to bringing Kai up is when doing dance challenges with him and when she posts pictures with him when graduating. At which point I remind everyone that idols often post pictures of family members when they graduate. Bahiyyih's images even included both of her siblings, Kai and Leah. I also remind everyone that dance challenges are very common these days, and that they are done with any combination of celebrities which could increase views and capitalise on a market. 17 do dance challenges within Hyphen since their friendship is valued by their fans, thus gaining attention. TXT have done dance challenges with idols they've previously worked with, like Aaron of Oh My Girl, J-Hope and Jessie. Le Sserafim have done challenges within Hyphen and TXT, and other siblings like Moonswa and Moonbin and Chaeyeon and Cherryyoung have done dance challenges together. I just don't understand how dance challenges are clout chasing when it's Bahiyyih, but perfectly fine when it's any other combination of idols. The comments try to justify the idea that Bahiyyih brought up Kai here by saying that the questions would have been approved in advance. This is definitely true, but still doesn't explain how we interpret this as Bahiyyih rather than the interviewer bringing up Kai. The interviewer would have come up with the questions first and the company would have approved them, not Bahiyyih herself. The commenter then says that Bahiyyih can ask the company not to include questions about Kai. And what? No, she can't. What are you talking about? Again, why are we acting like this 18-year-old has any power here, especially over a big company who have shown time and time again that if they can use her relationship with Kai for views, they will. See my previous points. I feel like a broken record at this point, but the Reddit itself is a broken record and it's only going to get worse. Next, we have their complaint that Bahiyyih is always, quote, hogging the trophy. As clear a sign of nepotism as any, I guess, somehow. The comments on this post are so interesting. First, we again have the conspiracy theory that Bahiyyih was extensively trained for this idol role by her family. A theory that may well be true, but which only proves that her family have experience in the entertainment industry. Which is true. It says nothing about her character nor the character of her family members. And this is assuming that the statement is true, which it may well not be. I think that if Bahiyyih has been trained for the spotlight, she has been trained badly. Her dance skills should be better, she should be better at subtly making her way to the centre of the group, and her facial expressions should be exaggerated to the point of virality. But she's just sitting there a lot of the time, another member of another girl group. But putting that aside, I love this comment that Xiaoting and Mashio are uncomfortable around her. This is so random to me. So we choose the picture that shows some of the members not smiling. You know, it's not like they could have possibly been distracted and there's no way they weren't prepared for the photo. No, they chose not to smile in the group picture, purely to express to their fans their dissatisfaction with Bahiyyih. Confirmation bias and conspiracy theories much? I'd also like to point out that if Bahiyyih had been the one not smiling, it would have been a crime against humanity, and she's clearly showing her hatred for the other members. But when the other members don't smile, they're the victims of the situation and of Bahiyyih's inexplicable control over the K-pop industry. This next post expresses their dissatisfaction with this Kep1er Zone 2 episode, where the members are surprised with a fireworks display. This makes all of them, but especially Xiaoting, emotional. OP, who is another one of our heroes, Keep On Going 999, says that Bahiyyih is clearly trying to hog the camera and attention from Xiaoting and Dion, who hug. Now, I've watched both the trailer and the actual segment of the episode, and I have two things to say. The first is that Xiaoting and Bahiyyih are initially standing next to each other in this scene, and they comfort each other. Xiaoting actually, as you can see, reaches out to put her arm around Bahiyyih first. Second, you can see that Bahiyyih remains right next to Xiaoting, even when Dion comes in. She is there and providing continual comfort, as Mashiro is from behind. I don't really understand this claim that Bahiyyih was hogging the camera. She was always there and was the first person Xiaoting reached out to. Dion was actually the one who pushed herself in between them, but you won't see anyone in this sub bashing her character. There's also the argument that Mashiro stays out of it, being the humble person that she is. Which is true, she stays out of it, but she stays in the frame, which is what Keep On Going 999 was upset about with Bahiyyih, and Mashiro was never part of this moment to begin with. Maybe it's my neurodivergence and lack of social understanding coming through, but I don't think any of the four girls here did anything weird at all. Xiaoting reached to Bahiyyih for comfort, and vice versa. Dion reached to Xiaoting for comfort, and Mashiro quietly watched over the three of them. The first comment on this post is fascinating though. It says that this is pick-me behaviour, which it definitely isn't, but also says that if Wonyoung had done something like this, she would have been relentlessly bullied for it, which is true. But this only supports how stupid the hate towards both Wonyoung and Bahiyyih is, rather than actually supporting the point that Bahiyyih did something bad. I mean, we all know how misused the term pick-me is in K-pop, or at least I hope everyone watching knows, or you do now. Anyway, moving on because that's a topic for another video. This one is just plain silly. It's a post of Kep1er's dresses for the red carpet at some event. They are all in shades of white and blue, which I love as a colour scheme. All of their dresses look lovely, although some of them are slightly questionable, like Dion's looking a little bit like a grandma styled her, and Eugen's odd black belt which doesn't emphasise her waist like it should. There are two breeds of comments under this post. The first ones are about how Bahiyyih obviously wants to stand out, which are, again, hilarious because it assumes she has control over this styling. The other variety are insulting both her looks and the looks of the dress. And yeah, of course some people think the colour of the dress is too bright or that the cut of it is bad, but these kinds of comments are so weird. They're uncharacteristically short and bland for this sub, which makes me come to the conclusion you may already have come to. It really seems to me like they are reaching for something, anything bad to say about this dress and Bahiyyih. She must have looked pretty in this picture, even for the members of the sub who hate her visuals, because none of them are even calling her a horse or anything. They're just dissatisfied with the dress. They also complain that Wake1 is pushing Bahiyyih, which I think is hilarious. She gets little lines, little center time, and her contents are almost entirely made up of selfies on Instagram and screen time and music videos. I don't think she's being pushed, certainly not as much as members like Youngyun, Dion, and Hikaru. I feel like this post is a great example of both the lengths that the sub will go to complain about Bahiyyih, and also their complete lack of understanding, intentional or not, of how the K-pop industry works. Now we get to move on to a similar section, the rampant idea in the sub that Bahiyyih is a clout chaser and everything she does is for clout. And, of course, that she is a super selfish person. So here we have two more posts accusing Bahiyyih of stealing or hogging the trophy, and, of course, the comments are also about how she has definitely been trained to do this. For the first one, I'd like to point out that not only does Chaehyun have the other trophy, but we have no clue whether Bahiyyih took the trophy off Eugen or if Eugen gave it to her. You'll notice that most K-pop leaders give trophies to the other group members, by the way. And if your justification for why Eugen should be holding it is that she's the leader, well, why does Chaehyun take the trophy from Mashiro, the co-leader? The comments for this post are all about how Bahiyyih is selfish and doesn't contribute anything to the group, by the way. This second post is similar, and the comments point out how odd it is that Bahiyyih supposedly has to hold the trophy, to which I ask for evidence that it is her grabbing it from people rather than literally any other explanation. Now, I do want to say that I am also curious how Bahiyyih ends up with the trophies so much. But that's just a thing that happened. I highly doubt it's a symbol of her selfishness and possessiveness of them. It's also an interesting thing to note about a group, but the Reddit are looking way too far into it. It's far more likely that Bahiyyih and Chaehyun often end up with trophies as they will rank 1 and 2 on the show. There's also this very interesting and irrelevant comment about Wadada on Music Bank. They complain that Bahiyyih put her mic up to do a speech like she's the leader. To which I say, the leader doesn't always start speeches for music show wins. In fact, 17, recently at the time of writing this, got a win with Super, for which S-Coups, the leader, said not a single word. Considering how choreographed a lot of these acceptance speeches are, I suspect the group and company organise in advance who will speak and who will say what. That's how different members get to speak each win, but basically say the exact same thing when a group gets multiple wins with a song. In this clip, you can see that many of the other members, including Xiaoting and Hikaru, raise their mics as well. They all do it to thank the MCs. Many of them also keep their mics up right near their faces later. Then we can see that Yujin has her hands full with the trophy and flowers, thus can't bring her mic up to speak. Side note, why didn't Mashiro help her by taking some of the things she was holding? Mashiro clearly doesn't care about her poor leader. Gosh, what a stupid thing to say. Bahiyyih this whole time is watching the MCs like she's on a mission. It's like when a staff member tells someone to do something in a game and they get a look on their face like they're waiting for the first possible moment to do so. I may be completely wrong, but it seems like Bahiyyih is so intently focused on what she was told to do, start the acceptance speech, that she unintentionally went a bit fast and appeared a bit rude. I also love how this clip was included in the comments of a post about how she snatches trophies, but here she doesn't reach for it at all. She doesn't so much as touch the trophy this whole clip. So maybe she isn't so addicted to them? The comment also claims that the members seem uncomfortable with Bahiyyih's actions, which I think is yet another example of confirmation bias, since you could read their body language and facial expressions in many ways in this situation. Also, why are we bringing up EXO here? What relevance do they have to this situation? A very bizarre comment and a leap in logic. Next, we have another trophy hogging accusation, but it's more of a rant and doesn't include pictures. From context, I gather that they are talking about Kep1er's win with UP on Music Bank, which means they are talking about this clip.
그렇다면 과연 1위의 주인공은?
네, Kep1er 축하드립니다. 소감 부탁드립니다. 네, 소감 부탁드립니다. 저희가 와닿았던 이유로.
As you can see from this clip and in the post, Yujin takes the first bouquet of flowers and Youngyeon takes the second. Youngyeon doesn't have enough hands to hold her mic, the flowers and the trophy, so Bahiyyih reaches forward to take it. Yes, Youngyeon is making space for the trophy, but so is Yujin. Both are too slow for the fast-paced nature of these encore stages, and the MC holding the trophy seems to be confused. Youngyeon takes it and hands it off to Bahiyyih. Sure, we can complain about Bahiyyih holding it, but she was third in line, so it makes far more sense for her to take it than someone else who is further down the line. Consider that if the trophy had been given out first and then the flowers, Yujin probably would have ended up with the trophy and Youngyeon and Bahiyyih would have ended up with the flowers. I think this is just such a non-complaint to have. Their next complaint though is that she held the trophy the whole encore stage, which is a correct statement, but to which I have 3 concerns. First, Youngyeon and Yujin held onto their flowers the whole time as well. Are they also selfish? Second, in the previous clip we watched, Yujin holds onto the trophy the entire encore stage too. Is she selfish? Third, no one so much as reaches for the trophy that Bahiyyih is holding. Thus, who was she supposed to give it to? If she had pushed it towards someone else, surely the subreddit would have accused her of pushing it onto someone and wanting to weigh them down with this large chunk of solid glass. Again, I feel that this is such a non-issue to be concerned about. and of course the comments are filled with both statements about her selfishness and massive jumps in logic and conspiracy theories. According to these comments, Bahiyyih also knows all of the hate her fans chuck to other members and doesn't do anything, is a rich brat, and throws tantrums to Kai. Very odd accusations to make, especially under such an innocent video. The next post got deleted in the course of me making this script, which was upsetting, but I can still point out the conspiracies here about Bahiyyih being a spoilt brat and clout seeking from the other members. And hey, look, it's our buddy, no bullshit, back at it again. I find it so funny that the members of this sub paint Bahiyyih as simultaneously stupid and an evil superhero Machiavellian villain. Guys, you know she can't be both, right? Either she's playing up her stupidity and fooling you, stupid and fooling you into thinking she's smart, or neither of those things and you're just biased against her. Either way, you look stupid for your assumptions and conspiracies. Next, we have a clip of Bahiyyih dancing to Hype Boy by New Jeans at the Mama 2022 Rookie Girl Group combined stage, which I think is hilarious because if Bahiyyih does this, she is a clout seeker and obsessed with hype groups, but if Wonyoung dances to Anti-Fragile, she's cute. Almost all of the group members in the background were dancing along, so I just don't understand how Bahiyyih is the only one clout chasing. One of our mods, Irene Promoter, actually points this out in the comments, but is then persuaded that Bahiyyih is doing it on purpose to pander to her rabid fans. I mean, she was definitely doing it on purpose and almost certainly to pander to fans, but almost certainly not to chase the clout of Hype Boy. And even if she was, this is yet another example of not understanding an industry that is built on the clout of covers of popular songs and other forms of clout. Another two comments also point out how absurd this is, and one of them is actually Keep On Going 999, who seems to have realised for once that maybe Bahiyyih isn't rotten to the core. I had a lot of fun moments laughing while writing this script when I realised that the echo chamber has gone so far that some people will criticise Bahiyyih for the tiniest things, only for the members who still have a shred of common sense to realise that even that has gone a bit too far. But speaking of hype clout seeking, we have this post about Bahiyyih asking about J-Hope, and which brings up Unche of La Seraphim, who is a friend of Bahiyyih's. I'm loving how there's a comment here that is also dissing J-Hope's visuals, and when I say I love, I mean it makes me want to tear my hair out for seeing something that J-Hope has said makes him insecure before. The conspiracy about Bahiyyih's dad teaching her to gain clout is back again, as is the one that she failed Hybe's auditions, to which there doesn't seem to be any evidence on the internet. The other comments are just about her leeching from BTS, TXT and La Seraphim, as if she is the only idol who has expressed an excitement to see BTS, as if she is the only idol who has ever volunteered information about their friends or family members in the industry, as if she is the only idol who has ever talked about their biases in other groups. I agree with the last image of the post that if Wonyoung had said it, she'd be called a pick-me, but again, this only reinforces that the hate against Wonyoung is stupid, and again, just because Wonyoung would be hated for something doesn't mean Bahiyyih should be. It's just a very odd stance to take in my opinion. The next post we have is a double whammy. Not only do we have comments complaining about how Bahiyyih was leeching off Subin when she congratulated him on his birthday, there are also comments about how creepy she is. I find some of these comments, as always, funny. There's this one saying they wouldn't congratulate their brother's friends for their birthdays, to which I say, why? I would and have congratulated my brother's friends for things, including birthdays. It's normal to congratulate people you know. There's also these ones which suggest that she is trying to get a dating scandal with Subin, which I think is ridiculous not only because female and male idols interact all the time without being given dating scandals, but also because if she wanted a dating scandal, she would not have picked Subin, whose only scandal has been with Songhwa of ATEEZ of all people. I don't think anyone can fathom Bahiyyih and Subin together. And of course, there's another comment about dick riding. OMG. I also find it bizarre that the original post calls Bahiyyih creepy for wishing Subin a happy birthday. Like, what else was she supposed to do? First, they act like it was sent at the millisecond of midnight, which was never specified, only that she sent it before Kai did. She could have sent it at 3 PM in the afternoon when she finally remembered, for all we know. Second, even if it was sent at midnight, it is a common time for idols to be up, so not very bizarre at all, especially if they are friends, which it seems they are. Third, I think we should keep in mind that none of this would be known if Subin hadn't talked about it. It would have been a private conversation if Subin hadn't brought it up with Kai on a live. How do you expect Bahiyyih to clout chase if she's not even going to talk about her interactions with TXT to draw attention to them? Well, that's the end of my analysis on this post, but I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the fact that I have now written 20,000 words of this script. Sure, a lot of it is repetition and rambling, but I'm concerned that if I don't address every single post in this video in extreme depth, the sub will accuse me of avoiding subjects, because I have no doubt that they search up Bahiyyih, TXT, Kep1er OT8, and all other related topics on the internet on a regular basis. They also hit 700 members around the time I was writing this part of the script, so congratulations to them, I guess. Alright, moving on. Next, we have this post complaining that Bahiyyih has been called an it girl. Their arguments as to why she shouldn't be called this are as follows. She is an average singer and weak dancer, untalented, lacks visuals, lacks star power, is clumsy and awkward, is entitled and makes the other members uncomfortable, uses others for clout, and isn't popular in Korea. We also have the returning conspiracies that she lets her fans do horrible things knowingly and is full of herself. We also have this new conspiracy that she was chasing clout on Girls Planet by copying Somi and Wonyoung. Apparently her PR video was inspired by Somi on Produce and in IOI. I don't know much about Somi, but I watched a few videos and all I got that was similar was saying thank you in the same way, aka drawn out and a bit nasally, and saying that they're a little weird, two things that the vast majority of idols do. I'm also not sure where they said her facial expressions were inspired by Wonyoung. Like, how do you even have facial expressions inspired by someone when performing something completely different? Also, please decide, Kep1er OT8 patrons, whether Bahiyyih is expressionless or copying Wonyoung, who is considered to have some of the best expressions in the industry, because you can't have it both ways. A lot of the comments on this one are pretty unoffensive in comparison, just agreeing with the post and adding other factors that make Wonyoung an it girl and Bahiyyih not, like brand deals and trending in Korea. But the main post itself is still really bizarre. All of the things in it are either things that Bahiyyih can't control, like her visuals, things we've been debunking, like her making the other members uncomfortable, or things that we will address later in the video, like her being a bad dancer and singer. I want to make it clear that I don't think Bahiyyih is an it girl, for some of the exact reasons that are listed here and for the only ones that are legitimate. She isn't super popular in Korea, she doesn't trend there, and she doesn't have brand deals. But this was only a tiny part of the original post. About 95% of it are pretty garbage reasons and unapplicable ones for her not being an it girl. Moving on again. The next post includes conspiracies that Bahiyyih is secretly hated by the other members, and, of course, that Bahiyyih carefully orchestrates her relationships with the members to seek clout. There are also comments about how the members have nothing good to say about her and need to teach her things like dance. There's also this interesting segment of a comment which says that she is annoying and awkward, but not actively malicious, which I think is interesting, but an opinion that a good chunk of the patrons of the Reddit, especially our friend No Bullshit, don't hold. Mind you, this user's name does include the words truth and facts, so we would hope that they would spit some truth and facts. Wow, look at us powering through this segment. On to the next one. Apparently, as seen in the last post's comments, everyone hates her. This post and the comments are fascinating. They show that Kai solo stans of TXT supposedly hate Bahiyyih, and it's just really fascinating because they are also obsessed with the idea of Leah being a flop and Bahiyyih having everything because of Kai. Which may or may not be correct. I'm not here to argue about that. I'm just here to argue that it is ridiculous that so many people are getting so worked up about these issues. Oh, but Casper, you're getting worked up about it too. Well, you could argue that, but I'd also say an easy mistake to make. But I'd like to specify that why I am worked up about this and why I wanted to make this episode and even the podcast to begin with is because of the lack of critical thinking on this sub. That's what I'm angry about, because a lack of critical thinking, I kid you not, ruins lives, and it's ruining mine and Bahiyyih's right now. I also love how one of the tweets in this post has to really exaggerate Kai's skills to justify him being in TXT. Like, singing and dancing? Sure, he's good at that. Rapping? Not so much, but he's still competent. Writing songs? I haven't been a huge fan of his lyrics, but that could well be preference. Producing? He has producing credits on one song in TXT's discography, Dear Sputnik, to which he provided a sample that inspired the rest of the song. At this point, I will point out that in songs, credits are listed from the most contributed to least contributed, and most, if not all of the songs that Kai has writing credits on, his credits haven't even been in the top 3 or even 5 lyric writers. This means that he didn't contribute much to the song and is a common position that rappers are in. They often write their own parts for raps and nothing else. This is how so many rappers like Mingy from ATEEZ and S-Coups from 17 have a large number of songwriting credits, even though they're low down on the list. As far as producing, like I said, Kai has only been involved in the production of one song so far. And out of the 2 producers on the song, he is listed last, which means he did less than half of the work. I don't want to downplay Kai's skills, dedication to his craft, or general talent, because he is super talented and skilled, and there's a reason so many people love Dear Sputnik. Hint, it's his sample that we all love. I just want to point out how this person has twisted the situation to make it seem like Kai is God on Earth, the next all-rounder like Sugar, Woozy and Han, while Bahiyyih and Leah look like worms on the ground under his feet. It's incredibly misleading and more than a little bit incorrect. Then we have this post about Bahiyyih's merch being sold out in Japan. But apparently that doesn't mean anything because they stock less merch for the less popular members. I am unable to verify whether they stocked less merch for Bahiyyih, but the comments here are pretty funny, all talking about how Japanese fans hate her and how it must be sold out because TXT recently had a Japanese comeback. Whatever you say. I mean, we know that a lot of Japanese Keplians dislike Bahiyyih, but that is in no way related to whether her merch sells out or not, rather to the unique fan culture there and their specific standards for idols. Then we have this video from Kep1er's fan meeting where a fan video was shown. Apparently, because Yujin went to comfort Xiaoting rather than Bahiyyih, she thinks that Bahiyyih did nothing to get into the group. There are 2 comments on this post, both saying that Bahiyyih never cared about being an idol and that she didn't have hardships, instead having Kai to promote her. I love how they feel the need to emphasize that Kai promoted her 3 whole times during the almost 3-month runtime of the show. One of which, the video call, was clearly orchestrated by the producers of the show and, by the way, see my earlier comments. And how he even promoted her 1 week before the show ended. Wow, 3 whole times. Insane, and as Irene Promoter says, nepotism at its finest. To which I would like to say 2 things. First, that Bahiyyih was already comforting Yujin in the video, and that Yujin went to comfort Xiaoting, who was clearly the most emotional of the members. This is a matter of comforting the person who cries the most, rather than of hating someone else. Why bring Bahiyyih into this, unless you're looking for a reason to suggest that the other members hate her? Second, I find it so bizarre to suggest that Bahiyyih woke up one day and decided to become an idol with no effort. We know that she applied to multiple agencies and has taken lessons. That doesn't seem like someone with no effort to put in. Similarly, there's no way she would have joined a survival show if no effort was her plan. We know from reports that survival shows are horrible. One of the Chinese trainees from Girls Planet, whose name I will not butcher, said that the filming of the demo stages lasted 40 hours, during which no sleep was allowed, thus why you can see some of the girls nodding off in the show. The filming for the signal song 000 reportedly lasted 3 days, during which the girls got only 1 hour of sleep per day. And the cell system left girls who didn't speak each other's languages forced together, reportedly with no translators or other help. This is a horrendous experience for all of the girls to have gone through, and to suggest that Bahiyyih didn't suffer on the show is just plain ignorant. What makes you think that she alone would have been able to sleep during these times, and that she alone would have had a personal translator? That she alone wouldn't have had to practice long hours with the stress of eliminations? Huh? While it's important to note, in this context, it doesn't matter if Xiaoting and the others suffered more than Bahiyyih. And by the way, Xiaoting 100% suffered more than Bahiyyih. It's not a suffering Olympics. They all had this experience which had good moments and horrific human rights violating moments. And that included Bahiyyih. Thus, I find the arguments under this post void. Moving on from that wonderful conversation, we have this video which accuses Bahiyyih of kicking and bullying Hikaru, and this post which says the same things. A lot of the comments are about how Bahiyyih didn't actually kick Hikaru, which is true, but neglect to point out that Bahiyyih also wasn't bullying Hikaru. These comments and the replies from OP point out how Bahiyyih didn't help Hikaru. Dang, way to move the bar, people. Why didn't the other members help her too? The only one who did was Yeso, and I think it's very fair that Bahiyyih left and Yeso stayed. Not only was Yeso needed for the next part of the choreography, and was holding hands with Hikaru, thus better able to help her, Bahiyyih is required by the choreography to leave. All of the comments say that Hikaru and Yeso are being professional by continuing the choreography despite the incident. But Bahiyyih is being slammed for also continuing the choreography? Why do we have different standards for different members? Ah, that's right. It's because you don't like Bahiyyih, but you do like Yeso and Hikaru. Alright, next section. Apparently Bahiyyih is also, as you may have guessed from earlier posts, an entitled narcissist who wants to ruin other people's dreams. Here we have a post about how Bahiyyih stole a spot from one of the other contestants on the show, which is when I point out that no positions were stolen by anyone on any survival show ever. There were only positions to be filled, and they were filled. I also find it interesting that there is an enduring narrative in this sub about how Bahiyyih apparently, of her own free will, joined the show and stole a position on purpose from other people to crush their dreams, despite not caring at all about being an idol, which we talked about a few sections ago. She clearly had at least some passion to be an idol and suffered the same way as everyone else in the show. Some of the comments here rightfully point out that she's in the group because people voted her in, thus they can't really complain. But the rest are dissing her and the person who posted the post in the picture. This includes calling the fan who posted psychotic, and Bahiyyih ugly and smelling like a fish. Lovely. They also, yet again, act like she had any choice in the matter of becoming a member of Kep1er, after she was on the show and voted into the group. Unless there are drastic circumstances, she's pretty stuck whether she likes it or not. That's literally how contracts work. This next post is about someone saying that Bahiyyih wouldn't have got into the group without Kai, which is pretty true. The comments are largely agreeing with it and talking about how the original post was deleted from the r/Kpop Thoughts subreddit. Maybe I should have put this post in the conspiracy theory section of the video, but basically the comments are perpetuating the conspiracy that everyone that isn't a member of the OT8 sub is a hidden Hiyyihlight, which is why users implying negative things about Bahiyyih are banned or have posts deleted. But again, we'll talk about that later. We then have this post. On Show to View, Kep1er said that Bahiyyih is the first one to go to bed. And this, according to the sub-members, including 3 of our heroes, Irene Promoter, No Bullshit, and Keep On Going 999, shows that she doesn't care about her career and is lazy, which may well be the case, but which also may well not be the case. We have seen other idols who go to sleep early are always tired or otherwise. The first example that jumps out to me is in Sanu, who was always tired on his survival show. This was because of his health issues and a recent surgery that he had had. It's obviously a different person in a slightly different situation, but as we will discuss later on, we have no clue what is going on in the girls' private lives and their private health histories. There could be many reasons Bahiyyih goes to bed earlier, including having less tasks to do, being obsessed with a rigid sleep schedule, having mental or physical health issues, and more. It's yet another situation that has been skewed by the confirmation bias this sub promotes and thrives off of. Then there's this post, for which the original tweet has been sadly deleted while writing this script. The video shows Bahiyyih in a video call with a fan who had apparently seen Bahiyyih in fan calls 9 times, only for Bahiyyih to not remember her. I can't find the original video to investigate the context, but it's basically exactly what it sounds like. A fan call where Bahiyyih forgets the fan's name. To which she is bashed by the sub-members for being ungrateful and self-centered, a leech, intellectually limited, and worthless in the group compared to someone like Shion from Billy. Well, at least this person recognises that Shion is the one who would be in Kep1er, not Urena, if Bahiyyih hadn't made it. I feel like I don't even need to point out why this post is more than a bit silly. Not only do idols have a lot of fans they need to remember, and several have said they struggle to remember large quantities of fans, like Joshua from 17 and Songhwa from ATEEZ, but also if they hadn't remembered a fan's name, it would be considered a cute mistake, not this sin that it is if Bahiyyih forgets. I also find it pretty disgusting that several of these comments speculate that she is intellectually limited. Obviously, being intellectually limited, as Irene Promoter puts it, isn't an inherently bad thing, and I need to stress that. But in our society, it, and any type of neurodivergence, are viewed as some of the worst things that a person could be. It seems like this is the worst possible insult that the people who commented this could think of, and that the only way they held back at all was by not calling Bahiyyih the arsler. Some of the comments, though, do thankfully have a shred of common sense. Like this one who points out that they meet a lot of people, and this one who implies that she did remember the fan's name but not how to spell it. However, the second person also makes the intellectually limited argument. I swear, I'm trying to find the shreds of common sense in this sub, but they are tiny and few and far between. Finally, there is this post about Bahiyyih and her companies, suggesting that she has made a bad decision to not train and instead to just go straight for Girls Planet. They speculate that she was overly confident, pulled the brother card, and debuted. The comments are divided between people who think that she passed the first round of auditions at big companies and those who don't believe she did. Of course, with the typical BS about her being entitled and spoilt. I will say there is evidence that she passed the first round of auditions at YG, but there doesn't seem to be evidence of her passing other company auditions other than this person who swears that they saw something about companies like Cube and Play M. As some people point out, it's important to note that there are multiple rounds of auditions for lots of these companies, so her passing the first one only has a little bit of meaning. Most of these comments are clearly biased against her, but nothing too exciting. The only one that I really want to point out is this one from KittenBBBoy, who says that she wouldn't have got onto Girls Planet if she had passed big company auditions, which is the stupidest thing I've ever heard, especially since she has literal group mates like Chaehyun and Yoojin who passed auditions for and were even in big or decently sized companies and yet still went on to the show. Yoojin had even already debuted. It just shows that everyone is desperate in this industry, and that even getting into a big company doesn't guarantee you success and debut. Finally, we have some of the miscellaneous posts that I wanted to look at. This post claims that Bahiyyih is touted as the English-speaking member of the group, and yet doesn't remember a greeting. To which I say that I have rarely seen her touted as an English-speaking member, It's clear that neither she nor her siblings are fluent and are only pushed into that role because of their American ancestry.
I'm so happy to meet you guys closer and communicate. I'm so excited. I forgot. Thank you so much. Love you guys.
This clip to me looks like she said her greeting, pretty well I might add, and then had something else to add that she forgot, but which she covered up pretty well by just thanking the fans. The go-to strategy of idols who forget phrases in English. As expected, the comments are talking about how she's useless at everything and about how her fans are horrid. As we will come to learn later, a lot of the hate in this Reddit comes from the members hating the small portion of Bahiyyih's fan base who are diehard and rabid. But a lot of this hate gets transferred onto her, as we saw in the interview post we discussed way earlier in this episode. So much earlier in this episode that I almost forgot I even wrote it. My bookmarks are out of order even after so much effort. I'm so confused. I'm forgetting things and going through the pain of rediscovering them again, and I just generally have no idea how we got to this point. But before we move on, I'd like to point out that the only real comment about Bahiyyih herself on this post is from KittenBBBoy, who says that her voice is bad and annoying. Then we have this post about Bahiyyih and her white privilege, which supposedly makes her more popular in Europe. Yes, as KittenBBBoy says, this post does point out some of the hypocrisies of Hiyyihlights, and how many of them fetishize Bahiyyih and other idols. They also point out how she doesn't fit the European beauty standards, and thus we have the usual comments talking about how ugly she is. This is another interesting topic that I may or may not discuss in a later video. Because, yes, there is a huge amount of fetishization in K-pop, especially white people fetishizing Asian people, which is not okay. But I think this sub has gone so far in the opposite direction out of pure spite that they are acting like her having European heritage makes her ugly and mannish. And then they try to pass it off by saying that they think Somi looks amazing and she is also half white. It's one of those, oh, I like some people of X group, so I can't possibly discriminate against others in that group things. This post is speculating that Bahiyyih is always rude to the other members, and that, since she shows humour through physical contact, she must be violent and annoys the members. The person does not include any evidence of the moments they bring up, so I can't look at context and confirm or deny them, but they do specify that they don't think she's an abuser. We accused her of being violent, but we didn't cross the line of accusing her of abusing the members, people. We aren't haters, I swear. A lot of the comments are about moments she supposedly pushed the members, and for once we have a larger percentage of common sense than no common sense here, since a lot of them say that they think she is rude and inconsiderate rather than violent. We've already talked about her rudeness though. There is of course other speculations about how she makes the other members uncomfortable, especially Yujin and Youngyun. However, this comment is from over 10 months ago, and as we've seen the disappearance of Farinaaaaaa and the growth of the sub over time, it seems that the sub has been getting progressively more radical in opinion. And don't worry, we'll talk about the psychology of that later too. So, I suspect that this post being more moderate in opinion is partially because of that. It being so old. Here we have another post saying that Bahiyyih is a clout chaser, and even going as far as to say that her vocal coach is a clout chaser too. The post shows a post from Bahiyyih's vocal coach wishing for her skills and hard work to be recognised. The comments speculate that Bahiyyih is complaining to him and manipulating him behind the scenes, or that her family are the ones doing the manipulating. There's also No Bullshit, who posted this, who says that Bahiyyih snuck herself into Lee Mujin's service. Another demonstration of the conspiracies that show a lack of understanding of the lack of power that Bahiyyih most likely has in the industry. Of course, the rest of the comments are about how the coach clearly wants clout and likes from her fans, and how bad her vocals are. I find it interesting that the comments have managed to insult the vocal coach and Bahiyyih at the same time. Their hatred clearly extends to anything associated with her, not just her and her fans themselves. There's also, yet again, posts about how she looks like a boy. A lot of these people clearly haven't done their research since they say that he's a bad vocal coach. But one commenter further down points out that he is Youngyeon's vocal coach too. And they all love her voice, so is he bad or do you just hate him because he said something good about Bahiyyih? Next we have a relatively recent post, or at least it was only 6 days old at time of writing this part of the video, which means it will probably be about 3 months old when this video gets posted. Kep1er recently performed at Seoul Festa 2023. The stage was outdoors and it rained, making it, obviously, hard to dance. During the performance there were several slips and Yeso and Youngyeon fell over several times. This person posted a bunch of screenshots about how Bahiyyih apparently didn't help Youngyeon or show any concern when she fell over, thus making her, yet again, a horrible person. Now, I did save the video that these screenshots were taken from on YouTube, but the video has since been made private, so we'll have to watch this from a different perspective. The accusations here are, obviously, that Bahiyyih didn't help Youngyeon or show concern for her. Most of the comments, somewhat surprisingly, are about Wakwon being trash for making the group perform here, for leaving Chaehyun to sit on the side while the other members fall, for giving Youngyeon regular heels while the others have rubber soles, and so on. Even though Bullshit doesn't comment on Bahiyyih and instead on the stage. Obvious Assistant, the OP, who I did become familiar with in the course of this video, was the only one who commented on Bahiyyih, saying that the only reason she didn't fall is because she, quote, always underdances. Okay. I also wanted to bring up this post as an example of how, if Bahiyyih makes a mistake, she will be roasted for it, but if another member makes a mistake, she'll never even be slightly criticised. I'm not saying the other members should be roasted, far from it, but the hypocrisy is massive. And we'll be looking at both that and the dancing mistakes later. Now let's look at the actual clip. As you can see, Youngyeon slipped and grabbed both Dayeon and Bahiyyih to keep herself upright. Both Dayeon and Bahiyyih looked at her, I imagine concerned, and since the part of the choreography Youngyeon fell in had one arm up and one arm down, and Dayeon's arm closest was the one down, Dayeon was able to quickly and easily put a hand out to help Youngyeon, possibly even instinctually. I think it's important to note here that Dayeon looked at the floor, possibly to see what made Youngyeon slip or to see how her ankle was, while Bahiyyih looked at her face, possibly to check if she was in pain or not. Both did what they could in the short amount of time that they had. While continuing the choreography, both were an immense help to Youngyeon simply by being there and letting her grab them. If she hadn't been able to grab onto both of them, she may well have fallen on her face. So I think this clip pretty solidly absolves Bahiyyih of the doesn't care about Youngyeon falling accusations. I also love how the screenshot showing Youngyeon grimacing and the contrast of Dayeon looking at her foot and Bahiyyih supposedly happily dancing is, first, an amazing screenshot and a piece of propaganda on par with wartime posters, and second, in the split second when Bahiyyih and Youngyeon have returned to the choreography while Dayeon is still looking at Youngyeon's foot. In other words, No Bullshit would be proud of the levels of frame searching needed here to paint Bahiyyih in a bad light. Moving on. Speaking of No Bullshit, they post about Bahiyyih being off-key when singing and generally a bad singer. The comments on this one are pretty standard, but I included it both to show the level of hate that people have for Bahiyyih's voice here. Wanting to ram a pencil into my ears? Ouch! And to show that Keep On Going has a bizarre dual personality of both consistently commenting that they don't want to shame Bahiyyih for her lack of skills, while also making posts about how bad she is and dissing her. An interesting character, that one. I also want to say, which I will repeat later, that I am completely tone deaf. I have no clue when things are auto-tuned unless it's incredibly obvious, like in 17's Do Re Mi, and I can't really tell when people are off pitch, and so on. Which is weird since I'm sensitive to noise. But my point is that although I don't think Bahiyyih is as off pitch as the rest of the members make her out to be, although I can't really tell whether she's on pitch or not, I can tell that her voice sounds much more comfortable with lower notes. I think she has a naturally deeper singing voice, and that whatever is forcing her to use a higher tone, whether it's Mnet, Wake One, or herself, is doing her a disservice. It's quite likely that her lower tone is 1. Why she gets less lines and only ad-libs, since it's okay for those to be lower pitched and Kep1er's songs lack lower pitched sections, and 2. Why she has had rap parts in recent songs, as rap parts can be easily made lower pitched than vocal segments. So the moral of the story is that I would love to see Bahiyyih sing with deeper tones in the future, because she sounds a bit like she's in pain when she has to sing very high pitched.
It's the way you walk, the way you talk, the way you make me feel inside. It's in your sighs, in your eyes, I don't wanna make for tonight. Boy, I just gotta know, was it all in my head? All in my head, every little glance my way. Every time you wanted to hang, yeah. 'Cause I'm so interested, oh, 'cause you tell me, was it real or was it all in my head? In my head, oh, was it real or was it all in my head? No, yeah. Was it real or was it all in my head?
And with that in mind, we've nearly finished my journey of non-dancing insult against Bahiyyih, and we've had a peek at the many, many disgusting insults levelled her way by the sub-members. Now we get to go down the fun rabbit hole of conspiracies the sub-members hold. The sub seems to have somehow created a variety of ideas about Bahiyyih, her life, her control over the members and the industry, and her rabid fans. Some of them are vaguely plausible, some of them are hilarious, and some of them are just plain stupid. A lot of them are to do with her character, her family, and of course, the age-old love of this sub, nepotism. Because of all of the things that the sub-members say about Bahiyyih, average skills and nepotism seems to be the only one that even have a shred of truth, and thus the ones that stick the most. I'd like to quickly define conspiracy theory. Oxford Dictionary defines a conspiracy theory as a belief that some secret but influential organisation is responsible for an event or phenomenon. And although these theories don't always believe in an organisation, instead a person, and this person or organisation often isn't secret, I think that the vast majority of them certainly fit the definition of conspiracy theory. So let's dive into them. This first one is about Bahiyyih possibly checking this sub, which in our category falls into both hilarious and stupid. First, I don't think she can read much English. Second, as the OP said, why would she check this sub if it makes her upset? It is most likely, as the comments point out, that Twitter trends will reach her. I'm almost certain that she's aware of the sub, but she's aware of it because her fans have told her about it. I doubt she actively searches it up. And speaking of her fans, the OP points out how a lot of Hiyyihlights say that the OT8 Reddit hurts Bahiyyih. And I have no doubt that it does, but I also have no doubt that 1. She receives this information and thus was hurt by it from her own fans, who are not very good fans, I might add, and that 2. The fans who say she is hurt by it tend to be the rabid ones, and thus, again, not very good fans. Tangent, I just looked at the Reddit again and someone left it today. But don't worry, I'm sure we'll come across Bahiyyih actively checks this sub again. That's foreshadowing, by the way. The second post is a conspiracy that is reoccurring. It's that the mods of the r/Kep1er Reddit, the r/Kpop Reddit, the r/Kpop Thoughts Reddit, the r/Unpopular K-pop Opinions Reddit, and other subs are all secretly Hiyyihlights who will ban anyone who expresses even neutral feelings about Bahiyyih in seconds. This one falls into the vaguely plausible category, but not for the reasons you'd probably expect. The mods of these subs are almost certainly not Bahiyyih solo stans. It is far more likely that they have 1. Been told to instantly ban anything that looks like it could be OT8 Kep1er, and 2. Told that as soon as they see something that could create fan wars, they should delete it if they can. Bahiyyih is one of the most divisive figures in K-pop right now, and thus any post about her that may cause this toxicity, if not in a special place for it like unpopular K-pop opinions, should be deleted for the sanity of everyone on both sides of the argument. This is also a funny post because it was one of the ones that I managed to salvage from the Wayback Machine, and thus is over a year old, which means that it is still from the era where the sub was overrun with Bahiyyih fans, as you can see from this comment and some of the replies. This may also make this one of the longest lasting conspiracies on the sub. OMG, I love this one. So, there was this video about Bahiyyih, Mashiro and Chaehyun singing the same part in OOO, and the Kep1er OT8 Reddit decided that Bahiyyih had been massively auto-tuned, to which, of course, I can't tell with my trash knowledge of auto-tune. But I can argue that she isn't, and it's for one very clear and obvious reason, that this was the clip shown on the show, and why the hell would Mnet auto-tune her? In Girls Planet, Bahiyyih was one girl of almost 100, who was used to gain views for the show via her brother, and who Mnet clearly didn't want in the final group since they made her invisible in the show. We know Mnet isn't above editing trainees to make their vocals look worse and to take support away from them, so why would they positively edit a trainee they clearly didn't want in the group? Exactly. The other reason I suggest this isn't auto-tuned is because Bahiyyih's voice always sounds like that, even in the last singing clip I showed, and even when she's speaking. I think it has something to do with the slight nasally quality that it has. This nasally quality is something that comes through in heavily auto-tuned singing, and is also something that a few idols have naturally. An example is Yeonjun from TXT. That's why Bombyu disses him by making his own voice sound nasally, because Yeonjun's voice kind of does, even in real life. Because of this, both Yeonjun and Bahiyyih have a naturally auto-tuned quality to their voice, which doesn't necessarily make them better or worse singers, but which does make it harder to tell if they were auto-tuned or not. My verdict is, she probably wasn't auto-tuned for the reason that Mnet couldn't care less about her other than her brother. This next post is from the Girls Planet Reddit, and is also about the Kep1er Reddit being full of Bahiyyih fans, but this one has the added grossness of including rabid Hiyyihlights being sinophobic towards Xiaoting, a topic which does not belong in this segment, but which is definitely important and which is one that we will discuss later. It's debatable whether some of the things said about Xiaoting here, such as that she should be in the back of the group, were xenophobic or not, but the important part here is that 1. Hiyyihlights can be rabid and attack other members, and 2. The Kep1er OT8 members still believe that the Kep1er Reddit is full of Bahiyyih bootlickers. See my previous comments about why I think it is unlikely that being secret OT1s is the reason OT8 members and opinions get banned from the Kep1er Reddit. This one is similar to the first one about Bahiyyih checking the subreddit, and is also an opinion that seems to have been reoccurring about 4 months ago when this post came out. This post, by the monarch of conspiracy theories, Oblivious Assistant, proposes that many comments supporting Bahiyyih could be from family members pretending to be fans. They put forward the following evidence for this. That many of these fan accounts only post once or twice in support of Bahiyyih and then never again. That Leah has dissed Kep1er in the past for not giving Bahiyyih lines. That a few idols have previously said that they left comments on posts about themselves pretending to be friends. Thus, it is common in the industry apparently. And that Bahiyyih is so useless that the only people who could be so rabid about her must be her family members or people who are mentally insane. Many of the comments are agreeing with this theory and provide extra evidence that companies pay people to increase YouTube views, album sales, etc., so it's entirely possible that this wealthy family have paid people to support her, that there's a lot of suspicious Hiyyihlight content and accounts, that the family may even have been involved in the SIM card controversy that Bahiyyih experienced on Girls Planet, that a lot of Bahiyyih's fans seem to be mowers and only a few of them actually support her for her, thus they are token standing and she doesn't actually have a large fan base, and that the family are shameless and greedy and will ruin the image of other family members if it means they will gain popularity. So, with these arguments in mind, let's evaluate this theory. I know nothing about Bahiyyih fan accounts that only post once and never again. The only ones I have seen post daily or weekly. I have no doubt that these kinds of accounts exist, but I can't speak to their prevalence without evidence, which Obvious Assistant did not provide. Their evidence for Leah dissing Kep1er is this video where she included her favourite parts from the We Fresh music video. Apparently this video is her dissing Kep1er because she showed only Bahiyyih's parts of the video, and to the members of the Reddit this reads as her isolating Bahiyyih from the other members and putting the other members down so that she can lift Bahiyyih up. I have no clue where they came to this conclusion. They mention that it's weird that Leah included the section towards the end of the music video, but I don't understand why they think it's weird. Sure, it's not a vocal part of Bahiyyih's, but she's on the screen. It's obvious that Leah included all of Bahiyyih's clips from the music video in support of her, which I guess is the point they were trying to make, but it only shows that she is supportive, not that she is supportive to the rabid extent, not that she dislikes the other members, and not that she is clout chasing. Next we have the idols who have admitted to doing things like this themselves. I have never heard of this before, but Obvious Assistant provides examples. Sejong of IOI and another unnamed idol who apparently told a similar story. This is another instance of poor evidence to me, since we have two examples from which they make the assumption that this behaviour is common in the industry. It may well be, but that is a poor judgment to make from such a lack of information. Two idols in no way reflect the whole industry, otherwise we'd assume the whole industry was like Sungri. Then we have the comment that people who support someone as useless as Bahiyyih must have something wrong with them or be family members. This is another comment that just seems bizarre to me. After seeing all of the fans supporting Bahiyyih on Girls Planet, who brought her to rank 2 with the highest number of votes on the show, you believe she doesn't have this popularity? Even if we assume that all of the people who voted for her on Girls Planet were mowers, and that all of the people who have contributed to her high view counts were paid to do so by her family, it doesn't account for the sheer quantity of views, comments, and other measures of popularity. Sure, these methods can contribute many views, but only to some extent. It's a very weird allegation to make, and while, yes, there have been instances of bribery in the past, they are very rarely for such trivial things as fancam views and Twitter comments. They're to do with album sales, title track streams, and major career-ruining controversies. I find it interesting that Obvious Assistant uses Bahiyyih's supposed uselessness as a reason for her to not have fans, when it seems to me that her average skills as such make her a much easier self-insert for fans. Even putting self-inserts aside, Bahiyyih has the kind of underdog story that makes people want to follow her, especially in countries centered around underdog stories like Australia. She was always in her brother's shadow and desperate to prove herself, full of passion only to be edited out of the show, only to have massive success and rank high, only to have very few lines. It's a story that, regardless of her skill, will make people want to follow her and protect her. It's actually a common human instinct to want to protect the vulnerable, so in the most polite way possible, this suggests to me that those who like Bahiyyih have normal psychology, and that those who hate her are the ones who perhaps need a, quote, psychological evaluation. Next, we have the evidence from the comments. As I've already said, there isn't any evidence of suspicious Hiyyihlight account activity to debunk, since they didn't provide any, and the fact that companies and individuals have bribed people to increase album sales and post malicious rumours doesn't necessarily apply to this situation. The other pieces of evidence I mentioned are more likely speculations. We have no clue if the family is actually greedy, selfish, and clout chasing, or just openly supportive. This is a narrative that the sub-members have created and which clouds all further interactions with the family. Remember our friend confirmation bias? There's also the speculation that her family may have been involved in her SIM card controversy, which is, again, possible, but no evidence is presented to say that the small number of individuals involved were in any way related to Bahiyyih. Then there's the claim that a lot of her fans are mowers who are just token standing her and who don't actually support her. This is the most likely point to be true. It's a well-known fact that a lot of Bahiyyih's fans are mowers, but it's also well known, seen from the number of joint fan accounts and the huge number of votes she received on Girls Planet, that the majority of mowers also genuinely love and support Bahiyyih. So, in conclusion for this post, the sub-members have gone a little bit crazy taking things out of context and amplifying them based on their own preconceived biases, and have created one of the wackiest conspiracies I've ever seen. I have no doubt that the family posts to support Bahiyyih, because we know they do, but I'm astounded that the OT8 members would make this claim assuming that they would go so far as to pay people to make these comments, and that many of the comments would even believe this conspiracy and agree with it. Next we have a post that isn't necessarily a conspiracy theory, but past me put it here anyway. A few months ago, Kai and Bahiyyih's paternal grandfather in America posted on his Instagram to share that the Huening family have lived in Chicago for over 100 years, and even have a park in the area named after them, having built a building literally called the Huening in the 1890s. It's another instance of a patriotic grandfather supporting his grandchildren and doing what grandparents do best, looking into family history. But the rabid Hiyyihlights ate it up, and the OT8 members dedicated themselves to expressing how gross this is. They expressed their disgust over how happy Hiyyihlights were to see Bahiyyih's family history, and how the grandfather's account is still public. Of course, we have the usual conclusions, that the rest of the family are also leeches, that Kai must be so exhausted by them and carrying them all on his back, and that it's just generally weird to dig up things from your fave's family history. To which I say that family history is important. I know that I personally have gone very deep into my family tree. Additionally, it wasn't the Hiyyihlights who dug this up, instead the grandfather who did research on his own family. Thus, I don't see how he violated his own privacy. A bit of an odd argument. They spout that Kai has asked for privacy and that his family members are the ones who disrespect Kai's wishes first, but it's another example of skewing what an idol said to say that they meant one thing, family history, when they most likely meant something else, probably his daily activities and being stalked by sasangs. And in saying that the grandfather's account being public shows that he's a clout chaser, they ignore the many siblings and relatives of idols whose accounts are public and who I bet they'd never accuse of clout chasing. Stray Kids Bungchan's sister and mother, 17 Vernon's sister, CB1 Matthew's sister, and more. Basically, they're obsessed with Bahiyyih's family for no reason. Next we have this post about Leah's solo debut in 2022, as an addition to the conspiracy theory that this family have massive control over the industry and are clearly all clout-seeking Kai Leech nepotism promoters. Talking about Leah's debut itself, there's a few things that show she was not seeking attention as a sibling of Kai and Bahiyyih. Most notably that she named herself after her first and middle names, not her surname. Her debut was also promoted as a former Viva member, not as a member of the Huening family. Of course, the OT8 members weren't to notice this, being as blinded as they are by the conspiracy of nepotism, but they failed to recognise that Leah debuting as a solo artist and not as a member of a group, being the least popular of the three siblings, and debuting with a ballad and not even promoting on music shows was unlikely to gain any level of popularity. And it was true, her debut barely made a splash even in her own fandom, and to this day is relatively forgettable and unknown. But this didn't stop the OT8 members from acting like this was the end of the world, and like in a few years, half of the industry would be taken over by Huenings. You can see this in Irene Promoter's prediction that there could even be a cousin of the family on Boys Planet. There wasn't, and that Leah waited for Bahiyyih to test the waters before debuting. She most likely didn't, considering the factors we discussed before. Comments continue to talk about how the family are obviously all clout seekers, and using their nepotism connections, ignoring, may I add, that Leah debuted solo without a company and with her own budget. They also predict that this behaviour will continue, and will be the end of K-pop. They are baffled at how Big Hit allows Kai to be used for clout, ignoring how any clout he brings to his sisters would also bring clout to him, and by extension, money to Hybe. They say that Leah's success is a way to predict how well Bahiyyih's career will go if she goes solo, ignoring how Bahiyyih is part of a group, and often solo artists who used to be part of a group have more success than those who never were. They talk about token mowers and whether the grandfather will post about Leah and ruining the process of auditions by using connections and other things, coming to conclusions and comparing groups and people without considering the unique factors of each situation which can make or break a K-pop debut. And continuing the conspiracy of Bahiyyih secretly knowing everything her fans do and encouraging them, we have this post about how Bahiyyih must be amused by everything her fans do, and even suggesting that Kai is in on it. I love how this one also calls her and Kai half and half, remembering of course that the OT8 members say they don't use racist insults against Bahiyyih. Using the phrase half and half undermines this idea, undermines the Reddit, and is unforgivable, since it makes me think of how much I love Todoroki from My Hero Academia in the depths of this hell that is the Kep1er OT8 Reddit. It's also weird since the Reddit seems to generally like Kai, so why would they insult him like this? Their evidence for this is that Bahiyyih must know of her fandom name from stalking Twitter, thus acknowledging her fans and, by extension, clearly accepting their terrible behaviour. They proceed to say that they strongly believe that she is laughing at all of the hate sent to the members, calling her demonic. Wow, I'm loving these outlandish claims with next to no evidence to back them up. I imagine Bahiyyih heard her fandom name from her fans, the same way most idols on survival shows hear about them, and by thanking her fans for supporting her, the same thing that literally every idol does and is required to do, she is in no way acknowledging or saying she supports the bad things they do. Do BTS and Blackpink support the toxic members of their fandom whenever they thank their fans for support? Well, the toxic fans will see it that way, but the members of the groups in no way are. Irene Promoter gets to be our first comment again, saying that Bahiyyih must like her own fans, since she hasn't called them out, saying that Youngyan has to do her work for her, how Leah is just as despicable as Bahiyyih, and wondering if the members of Kep1er are on bad terms with Bahiyyih behind the scenes. Their hate has even leaked over to Kai, saying that they hold a grudge against him for promoting Bahiyyih when she was on Girls Planet, and that he should apologise for making the competition unfair. Other comments say that Leah is also thinking in the same way, that rabbithole behaviour feeds Bahiyyih's ego, that Bahiyyih will bring up Kai for clout, that Kai was forced to promote her by Hybe and his family, that this will ruin Kai's career, that the whole family are seeking clout, and everything else under the sun. Most of these we have already talked about and or debunked earlier, but I will mention how in no way have we seen Bahiyyih's ego grow as part of this group. That we have no evidence that Hybe or Kai's family would make him promote her, that his career has been going fine or even better than before Bahiyyih debuted, and that, of course, we lack evidence that the family are clout chasing any more than any other family with relatives in K-pop. Confirmation bias yet again. As far as Young calling out Bahiyyih's fans instead of Bahiyyih herself, we'll get to that later, but I'll let you know that the situation may not be as cut and dry as the sub-members make it seem, although that would be to be expected. There's only a singular comment pointing out how the half and half description could be taken in a racist way. They point out that it could be read as a biracial slur, considering how it was used as a dig against Bahiyyih and Kai, and how, despite it being true that the family are biracial, this is violating the rules of the sub which say no racial slurs. I also find it interesting that someone here literally calls all white people racists. They've clearly gone so far away from fetishizing Bahiyyih's half-whiteness, as some of her fans have done, that they are now acting like that part of her isn't even human. Alright, moving on. The next post is one that actually gets to go into the probably correct category. The user talks about how they have noticed that a lot of half-white or foreign K-pop idols, or idols who speak English, tend to be more popular in the West than their Korean and Korean-speaking group members. They theorise that this may be due to pride in your country and in influential people from your country. They then ask others whether they think this applies to Bahiyyih and her popularity in Western countries. This theory is one I agree with and would say is most likely true. People look for those who look like them, and a half-white idol will most likely look more like a white person than a fully Korean person does. We also like people we can easily communicate with, so those who speak English become more popular in English-speaking countries by default. And we like to like our country, so we like people who have succeeded and still acknowledge their roots. I can 100% say that their Australian identity has made me much more likely to like Bang Chen, Felix, Lily and Jake, and by extension, to follow their groups. The comments agree and speculate that this could be a self-insert issue, where a lot of Bahiyyih's fans are young and mowers and want to get closer to their oppas, so insert themselves into Bahiyyih's life. One person even tries to distance themselves from this theory, as if you can really distance yourself from something so unconscious. Nice, so we have one conspiracy that isn't even a conspiracy, and which doesn't even apply to Bahiyyih alone, instead the psychological manipulation that the entire industry is involved with, and our instincts to be around people who look like us. A great start for this Reddit. A great start halfway through that will go almost nowhere. Here is more of the conspiracy that the Kep1er Reddit mods are OT1s in disguise. Our friend Kep1er was banned from the Kep1er subreddit. They were unimpressed with this, so asked why, and were told that since they participate in OT8, they will not be allowed to post on the main Reddit. Kep1er said that this wasn't in the sub rules when they joined the sub. Now, I don't know much about Reddit, but if the rules of a group on the internet change, and everyone is informed, I'm pretty sure you have to comply with the new rules, not with whatever the rules were when you joined. Kep1er also said that they didn't get a heads up before they were banned, and that if they had been told that this was because of their OT8 participation, they would not have participated. A likely story considering how adamantly anti-Bahiyyih they are and how active they are on the OT8 subreddit. Anyway, they asked for the ban to be reconsidered, and the mod replied that, despite being told that they were banned for participating in the OT8 Reddit, they continued to post there, and even posted about this exact issue. Thus, they rejected Kep1er's request and muted them from talking to the mods of the Reddit. This is like the guy in the Optus store I went to the other day, who was arguing with an employee about his contract. He said that they didn't provide the contract he wanted, thus it was void, but the employee pointed out that he signed the contract nonetheless. Oh, but that wasn't the contract I wanted. But you still signed the contract, you are bound to what you read and signed. But it's not what I wanted. But you signed it. But it wasn't what I wanted. You can't get anywhere with arguments like this. And thus, Kep1er has deemed that the mods of the Kep1er Reddit are incompetent and scared of both Kep1er and their opinions. The comments are to be expected, all talking about how OT1s should be banned from the sub and how the mods are clearly OT1 fans. And here is the post that the Kep1er moderator referenced in the previous post. the one where Keep On Going complains about their ban and shows the comment that they posted. As we can see here, the comment posted was the same variety as I earlier said the mods of the Reddit likely have been told to delete. The type that talks about Bahiyyih in a way that may lead to fan wars between the OT1s and OT8s. While Keep On Going has a point that the mods of the Kep1er sub banning people will only lead to more hate against them, I find it fascinating that the members of this sub, Keep On Going included, seem to both hate the main Kep1er sub and desperately want to participate in it. They want to be a part of it until they are banned, at which point the sub is stupid, they don't need to be a part of it, and the mods of the sub are a bunch of sensitive 10-year-old OT1 babies. The only meaningful point to come out of this ongoing conspiracy is that there are many OT1s who say horrible things about the other members and who don't get justly punished for it, because Bahiyyih is so victimized that they are seen as just defending a poor girl, instead of actively and often racistly attacking the other members. At which point I remind everyone of what I said at the beginning of this massive video. I despise both sides of this argument. The OT8 members who act like Bahiyyih is the most trash person to ever exist are horrid, and the OT1s who sling racist remarks against the other members and put them down are also trash. Everyone here should be ashamed of themselves and take a good, long, hard look in the mirror, considering their past trauma and what would make them act this way towards a group of young women who are just doing their best to achieve their dreams. But we'll get onto more of that later. This post is another one by Soiled Milkstain, the one who posted the theory about foreign members being more liked in groups out of patriotism. In line with their previous posts, they have more moderate and well-informed opinions than many of the sub-members. They may be an OT8 participant, but at least they do the bare minimum of research and avoid calling Bahiyyih dehumanizing names. Which, I mean, is the bare minimum. But this Reddit is so far below the bare minimum that I need to grasp onto even the smallest of happy points. This particular post is about Hybe's upcoming girl group survival show Island 2, and discusses rumours that Leah would be participating, asking the Redditors their opinions and asking whether they would want to watch it. Soiled Milk says that they think Leah has shown her skills and would be interested to see her on the show, implying that they would watch it. The first comments talk about how they are interested in the show, but would hate it if Leah was involved. They also, of course, call her a product of nepotism, and Athera Live even suggests that they might need to make a new Reddit to support the final group of Island minus Leah. A few comments further down talk about how they want to give her a chance on the show, but with a lack of optimism and with mandatory insults to Bahiyyih and Leah's visuals. It's almost like Soiled Milk is the cure to the Kep1er OT8 Reddit. All of their posts seem to have decent comments, almost like they're not promoting Bahiyyih hate and instead getting people to discuss things that they like. Maybe they're like me, a media and psychology fan, and have infiltrated the Reddits in hopes of making it less like an echo chamber. But that's just my probably not true conspiracy theory, especially not true since they have expressed anti-Bahiyyih opinions in the past. This one is another one that, believe it or not, is actually plausible. This post includes a screenshot of a Hiyyihlight on Twitter expressing their disgust at an OT8 post which will eventually come up later in this video, which includes comments about how Bahiyyih is leeching off the other members, strategically choosing her friends, and generally being rude and disrespectful. The OP jokes that the sub will have to disband soon, and the comments are generally laughing about the shown post, including a comment that says that the sub is being stalked by Hiyyihlights, which was probably true at the time, that time being the beginning of 2022, but which probably isn't true now. At that time, the sub was overrun by Bahiyyih fans who were obsessed with expressing their disgust with it. But now they have all been weeded out. The only evidence that I have that people still stalk this sub is that 1. the fact that I stalk the sub, and 2. the fact that when making this video I got a notification on Reddit saying that the sub had had over 4,000 views in the last week. Considering it has less than 1,000 members, that suggests that several people were keeping an eye on it. I mean, I was probably like 500 of those views, but there must be others for the count to be so high. And with that, we've reached 30,000 words of the script. I hope you like long videos. This next post is by our friend Kep1er and has some screenshots from Kep1er Zone 2, where the members discuss part-time jobs they've had. They and the comments express that since Bahiyyih has no part-time experience and all of the other members do, she must be lazy, privileged and entitled. Kep1er specifically mentions that Bahiyyih hasn't put in the effort to improve her skills as an idol. Other comments, such as the one from KittenBBBoy, say that she has not improved and didn't attempt to improve her skills, which is where the conspiracy part comes in, because although it is a conspiracy on this sub that Bahiyyih is privileged, entitled and lazy, this post is a great example of a related conspiracy, that she can't be bothered to improve and doesn't put any effort into practicing. Which is a conspiracy because it has no evidence, and there's no way to find evidence anyway. The only evidence that has ever been cited for these claims is that 1. She hasn't improved, and that 2. In that previous interview, the members mentioned that Bahiyyih is the first to go to bed, which clearly means she is lazy and sleeps all day instead of practicing, apparently. In regards to the first piece of evidence, well, for people who examine Bahiyyih's every move, the OT8s seem to have no eyes. It's clear that she has improved over the course of Kep1er's career. One of the most obvious improvements has been her facial expressions. In Wadada, she looked very blank a lot of the time and seemed to be solely focusing on executing the choreography. But in We Fresh and Giddy, she has improved a lot. Not only is her body more expressive, but she is using her face to communicate the theme of the song. Sure, she's far from having outstanding charisma or anything, but she has clearly made some improvements. And although it's far harder to see in these videos, she has become much less stiff when dancing. So I'm not sure how they've come to the conclusion that she hasn't improved. I'd also like to point out that no one in her family tree has ever had super great facial expressions, as I said earlier, so it's entirely possible that there's a genetic component as well. In regards to the second piece of evidence, here is the interview they said it in, again, just for context.
맞아, 둘이 진짜. 그래서 진짜 희의 잠버릇은 뭐야? 항상 먼저 자요. 그리고 이제 난 나중에 자는데 갑자기 희애가.
Note that the members say she goes to bed first. They never said when she goes to bed or how early it is compared to them. It could be a several-hour gap, or it could be a 5-minute gap. Or it could just be a poor translation and Bahiyyih goes to sleep quickly once she goes to bed, as opposed to the other members who lie awake. But putting aside the time itself is the assumption that the OT8 members make from it, that she must go to bed super early and laze around all the time, never practicing. Which brings me back to my point about Mnet auto-tuning her. We know they didn't want her in the group. We know that she is pushed to the back either because they didn't want her or because of a lack of skill. So why would the staff and company just let her lie around? Because she may well be privileged, something we haven't really confirmed by the way, but I highly doubt that privilege from her father and or brother would allow her to not practice, or to have any power to not do as the staff tell her. Now let's assume, for the sake of playing the devil's advocate, that she does go to bed super early and she doesn't spend as much time practicing, and that all of the staff are okay with this, because if they weren't, she wouldn't be able to do it. We still can't assume she's lazy, entitled and arrogant because, as I said earlier, she could have a health issue. Many idols have health issues which have prevented them from taking part in schedules or otherwise practicing to their full potential. Some that instantly come to mind are Mingi from ATEEZ, Suga from BTS, Jennie from Blackpink, and especially Sunwoo from ENHYPEN, who, as we mentioned earlier, had issues on Island and concerns that he wouldn't be able to practice as much. These people are all mentally strong, shown by the simple fact that they are idols and have gone through the idol trainee system, yet their bodies may not reflect this mental strength. They may want to practice or perform, but their bodies let them down. This is something that I, as a person with chronic fatigue and other health issues, understand well. I can't do nearly as much as I would like to on a daily basis because my body just won't let me. It's entirely possible that Bahiyyih is in a similar condition, which is funny since the Kep1er OT8 members themselves recognise that she may have health conditions, seen, as we will discuss later, when bruises were spotted on her body. If she has bruises, they decided she may well have a health condition which causes her to be easily bruised. But if she goes to bed early, she must just be lazy. Another instance of confusing logic from the sub. Putting aside Bahiyyih-related claims, let's talk about how the OT8 members demonize Bahiyyih but put everything the other members do on a pedestal. Dion said she once worked 13 hours cleaning dishes, but never said that she had an actual part-time job. Similarly, Yeso and Yujin never said they had part-time jobs, but simply that they helped out at their parents' stores. We have no clue how often that was. Hikaru didn't even join the conversation, thus suggesting that she didn't have a part-time job and thus nothing to add to the situation. And yet the OT8 members are only talking about how great the other members are and how lazy Bahiyyih is. Like, laziness and part-time work isn't a spectrum and something that not every teenager does for a variety of reasons. I am in no way saying that Yeso, Dion, Yujin, and Hikaru didn't put in effort or work, or that they are lazy, or that the work experience they have is useless. I only want to point out the double standards that the sub-members have between members. I have a friend who looks over parts of these scripts, and when we got to this part, she said that many idols have gone on shows like Workmen and said that they never had a job before becoming an idol. Two examples she gave were Hoshi from 17 and Bibi. I haven't been able to find evidence that either of them said this, but it's worth considering that a lot of idols debut young or start training young, and thus don't have time to have part-time jobs. Some people who would almost certainly have not had a chance to get a part-time job pre-debut are Jungkook, Taemin, and Wonyoung, for obvious reasons. So Bahiyyih may well be lazy, although I doubt it, but not having a part-time job is certainly not a piece of evidence to back up that claim. When I mentioned this issue to my mother, she also suggested that Bahiyyih could well be studying, which is the exact reason that I myself didn't have a part-time job until I reached uni. This post is just a relatively simple one where the OP expresses their anger at how Hiyyihlights treat the other members, which is perfectly reasonable and which is something that I hate too. But the conspiracy comes in when they say that Bahiyyih knows what her fans do, and since she doesn't speak out and ask them to stop, she must like seeing them harass her fellow members, which is definitely in the stupid category. I imagine that Bahiyyih knows about the things her fans do. It would be hard not to, with the internet being the way it is. Similarly, I'm pretty sure she knows about the things that are said against her on websites like this one. I highly doubt that she likes seeing the members being torn down, especially since she herself has been the target of so much hate, so she should know how bad it can be and how it can affect a person. But putting that aside, why doesn't she address the fans? Well, for the same reason that no group ever really addresses their toxic fans. Blackpink, BTS, ATEEZ, and so on. It's because, as idols, they have an image to maintain, and part of that image is undying gratitude towards fans. You can see how important this is when things like dating scandals happen, or like when EXO's Chen was expecting a baby. The fans riot because they say that the idols are showing a lack of appreciation for fans by having their own lives. This comes from how idols are often sold as ideal partners for their audience, hence sexy concepts and love songs. If an idol has a partner, they are no longer available to date the fans, as tiny as that chance is. Thus, by doing something the fans don't like, they have shown that they are ungrateful. The fans are what gives them the money and platform they need, so they need to bow down to their fans' wishes at all times, which we will discuss more in a future episode about Jungkook. Bahiyyih can't speak out and ask the fans to calm down, because both the company and the unspoken rules of idolhood forbid her from doing so. If the company is getting money, they see no reason to tell the fans to shut up, or to make Bahiyyih put out a statement. The mental health of their idols and the state of their fandom means nothing to them if they are getting views, money, and engagement. And we know from experience that fandom controversies create a huge amount of engagement. The next post is in a similar vein, as No Bullshit complains about how Luna called out their fans for bad tour behaviour, while Bahiyyih only praises her fans. As far as Bahiyyih praising her fans, see above, As far as No Bullshit's argument that idols will call out their fans if they truly care, and thus Bahiyyih must not care, is not only the important detail that each company deals with controversies and issues in a different way, but also the comment from another user. That's right, it's our hero. The love of my life, and also the hate of my life because I don't like the OT8 Reddit, Soiled Milk Stain. They point out that this difference in communication may well be due to using different platforms to communicate with fans. Apparently, Luna were using Fab, which makes me think of Thunderbirds, but which also apparently makes it easier for the members to quickly respond to fans, as opposed to apps like Bubble and Universe. Gosh, Soiled Milk is doing my work for me. They seem to be the only one, or at least one of the only ones, who considers the many different factors that can influence a situation, other than just a person's disposition, which is where I take a tiny tangent to talk about the fundamental attribution error. Attributions in psychology are judgments we make about a situation and its causes. Usually, these attributions as to a person's actions can come in two forms, external or internal. External factors are things like a natural disaster or someone's bus running late. But internal factors are people's dispositions or personalities, and a good chunk of the claims that the OT8 Reddit makes, including many of the conspiracies, probably come from the fundamental attribution error. They assume that Bahiyyih's actions aren't caused by external factors and the situation she is in. Instead, they assume that her actions stem from her personality, thus one that they assume is nasty and generally bad. This isn't wrong in and of itself. Many of Bahiyyih's actions likely come from her personality, but the fundamental attribution error isn't just that we think her actions are caused by her personality, it's also that we underestimate the impact and importance of situational factors. And that is definitely what has happened here, and why Soiled Milk seems more logical than the others, because they have bypassed this error and have considered situational factors. Continuing on the same issue is a post by No Bullshit again, with a long rant attached. Someone found a post in the sub of the members saying that Bahiyyih should address her toxic fandom, and expressed that, if Bahiyyih is expected to address her toxic fandom, so should other idols with toxic fandoms, like BTS and Blackpink. Their rant in the comments is about how these groups are expected to have toxic sub-fandoms since they're so popular, and that these toxic groups are the minority, which clearly doesn't affect the ability of these fandoms to be united and help their faves succeed. They also say that, since these groups are more established, hate against them does less to damage their reputations than hate against the Kep1er members, who are part of a smaller and newer group. They say that BTS and Blackpink fans don't need to be addressed since they apparently don't have a big impact in the scheme of things. They also say that Bahiyyih's rabid fans have a much bigger impact on the group, fandom, and their reputation than the OT8s ever would, and that the OT8 toxicity is only in response to and a reflection of Bahiyyih's fans' toxicity. There's also the mandatory mention of how Bahiyyih fans put down the other members to lift her up, and how she must be sitting there watching them with glee. They also say that the toxicity of other members' fandoms, especially Yujin and Zhaoting's, can't be compared to the levels of toxicity of Bahiyyih fans. Alright then, let's speedrun this one. BTS and Blackpink should be expected to acknowledge their fans if Bahiyyih is also expected to. So should Zhaoting and Yujin. BTS and Blackpink will obviously have toxic subsets of their fandom since they are so big, but just because they are expected doesn't mean they should be tolerated. And no, they don't have no impact on the groups and their reputations because those groups are so big. So many people avoid K-pop or unstan BTS and Blackpink solely because of how toxic their fandoms can be. The organisation of these fandoms is despite these toxic fans, not because they're just a small minority. So, yes, they do have an impact in the scheme of things, and it's just as big as the impact that Bahiyyih's fans have on the reputation of Kep1er and Keplians, possibly even bigger since people literally avoid K-pop because of them. Bahiyyih's fans put down other members to lift her up, but so do OT8 fans in reverse. So do BTS fans who like the Hyung line but not the Maknae line. Blackpink's fandom is literally known for its solo stans. The toxicity of Yujin and Xiaoting's fandoms may be hard to compare with Bahiyyih's, and I can't make a judgment on the entirety of these fandoms, but I can say that since many of the OT8 members are Xiaoting or Yujin stans and say racist or otherwise things about Bahiyyih, they're just as bad as Bahiyyih fans. So this whole rant has no point, since everything bad that they say about Bahiyyih fans reflects back on themselves. As far as their toxicity being a reflection of Bahiyyih fans, that's no excuse. Mature people will try to fix the situation, not escalate it like the OT8 fans are. And of course, no matter how horrid Bahiyyih's fans are, it's no excuse to call them dogs and dehumanize them like that. This next post is about Bahiyyih posting pictures of herself with a Barbie phone case. This likely originated from how her fans have referred to her as a Barbie when she dyed her hair blonde, as she is tall and supposedly looks like a Barbie. Here are some Barbie-looking images of Bahiyyih. The comments mostly just insult her body proportions and looks, saying that she has a generic appearance and should be one of the thousands of Instagram influencers. But there's also this interesting comment from Kep1er OT8, who suggests that she is obsessed with Somi. I know from previous posts that it's a common narrative in this Reddit that Bahiyyih is trying to be like Somi. From performing her song as an audition, to how she acts on Girls Planet, and her supposed wish to become a soloist afterwards. They use the blonde hair, Barbie comparisons, and the fact that both artists are mixed race as evidence. I don't think Bahiyyih has ever said that she wants to be like Somi or even a soloist. In fact, she named Ariana Grande as her inspiration, not Somi. The Barbie thing is something that her fans put onto her, which she embraced, just like her lion emoticon. And just like how all idols adopt nicknames and emoticons the fans assign to them. As far as the Somi comparison, I'm not entirely sure if they originated in this subreddit or if Hiyyihlights made the comparison first. I imagine it was the latter, as many of her fans want her to be a soloist like Somi after Kep1er disbands. So the argument that she is obsessed with Somi is one that should be put either onto her fans or her haters, not onto her herself. And the Barbie thing is the same as literally every comparison put onto an idol. I don't know why the OT8 members are so offended by the comparison. The next post is a screenshot of a TikTok comparing Bahiyyih and Hikaru and calling them main dancers. Of course, the comments are disgusted that Bahiyyih would even be considered a good dancer, and that members like Daeon and Xiaoting aren't included. But there's a very interesting exchange here. One commenter writes that they're not OT8 and still think Bahiyyih is the worst dancer in Kep1er. They then make a fatal error. They say that she has improved since debut, to which they get torn up by Obvious Assistant, who we will get to know a lot better in the future. Obvious Assistant refers to her many mistakes, and another group of members who say that she was clearly nervous about making mistakes, so was super careful in Giddy, and that not making mistakes is the bare minimum. The non-OT8 fan never came back. Goodness knows if they got scared off by all of this. But Obvious Assistant's anger is shifted to Psychology, a very nice name, who made the mistake of saying that Bahiyyih was more energetic and giddy and didn't make mistakes. And in the end, they timidly walked back on their statements, saying that they didn't mean to defend Bahiyyih. Poor guy. And this is where we get to the conspiracy section of the post, because Obvious Assistant says that we have no proof that Bahiyyih didn't make mistakes in Giddy, citing that the new music videos show less dance shots and few shots where Bahiyyih can be seen dancing, thus that she must have made mistakes and the company covered it up. I think this is hilarious. First, because dance shots are used more commonly at debut when groups have a lower budget and thus can't afford glamour shots. Kep1er has a bigger budget now, so they can afford snazzier music videos. Examples of groups whose music videos now include less dancing than they used to are IVE, BTS, 17 and ATEEZ. All of these groups had bigger budgets as they grew. Additionally, as we'll see later, Obvious Assistant is a big fan of collecting screenshots of Bahiyyih's dance mistakes, many of which, both on stage and in music videos, are pretty visible and pretty recent relative to this post, like I Do You, and their performance of the girls at the Hantio Music Awards. So where's the cover-up of all of her mistakes if you can supposedly find them so easily? Another conspiracy that I have to slot into the most likely stupid or otherwise untrue category. Returning to Bahiyyih's family. This post is some screenshots of Leah promoting Bahiyyih, asking people to vote for her and explaining how to vote for her when Girls Planet was airing. They complained that this, and the V-Lives that Kai did in which he mentioned Bahiyyih and asked people to support her, gave Bahiyyih an unfair advantage. Well, putting aside that many other contestants on Girls Planet, including a good chunk of the final lineup, had advantages that may or may not have been unfair, let's talk about whether Leah was wrong to do this. Of course, the comments talk about how she is also the product of nepotism, and how the whole family are leeching off of Kai and parading in front of mowers, which we've talked about earlier. The comments also seem to think that 1. This is a situation unique to Bahiyyih, and that 2. She wouldn't have debuted if neither Kai nor Leah discussed her. With the first point, we find many idols or other celebrities who mention family members who have started in the industry, or who otherwise ask support for friends or family members. For example, Moonbin and Moonswa, ATEEZ and OneUs, TXT and Just Be, and so on. Yeonjin and Wooyoung literally called each other on a live where they promoted each other's groups and birthdays. Second is whether Bahiyyih would have debuted without this attention. Let's say that Leah and Kai promoting her, and that the call she had with Kai on the show, 3 Things the OT8 members hate, never happened. In that case, Bahiyyih would still have had her promo videos from Girls Planet, and her name would still be on the voting lists. And it wouldn't take a genius, with or without her surname, to figure out that she's related to Kai and Leah. Anyone who supported her because she was their sibling would have found out about her anyway, and would have supported her anyway. And anyone who supported her because they found her and genuinely liked her, would still have found her in the same way and supported her for the same reasons. So she still would have made it in either way. Guys, it's been almost 2 years since the end of Girls Planet. Let's drop the narrative that she never would have debuted if she hadn't been promoted by Kai and, to a lesser extent, Leah. The rest of the comments are just complaining about the family and they're leeching off Kai, making excuses for why Leah's actions are even notable in comparison to Kai's, and just generally saying that he doesn't deserve for his family and fans to treat him this way. The Kai victimization is big in this subreddit, if you couldn't already tell. They act like he's going to be driven to an early grave from fan and family harassment, and that any fortune he makes will be stolen away by them. Here's one I can give 100% context on. This post includes screenshots of a YouTube short released by EverGlowUp, a channel who covers controversial topics, encourages critical thinking in K-pop, and is generally someone who made me want to create this podcast. Her short was about pity standing in K-pop. People who say that they like a specific idol because that idol has had something bad to them, and thus they want to seem like they support the underdogs. A lot of the comments mentioned Bahiyyih, which the OP, no bullshit, was delighted to see, saying that she is only stanned because people see her as the victim. Now, I think it's 100% true that Bahiyyih definitely has a lot of pity stans. But I highly doubt that it is all, or even a majority, of her fandom. It's just not something that a lot of people have the energy to sustain, pity standing someone for so long. Now, the members of the sub seem to almost idolize EverGlowUp, since she has said in the past that Bahiyyih only got into the group because of Kai. Which is funny because a lot of them also hate that she said that Dion shouldn't be in the group. Anyway, the impression that I got from this post is that they were delighted that a YouTuber they like so much called out Bahiyyih and her fandom. And that's where we get to the conspiracy, because I highly doubt this was about Bahiyyih. Sure, it was relevant to her, but this video was released just after IVE's pre-release track Kitsch was released. In this track, their main vocal Liz got next to no lines, and a lot of people speculated that it was because she had gained weight and thus was considered ugly by the company, who wanted to hide her. This led to a lot of people pity-standing Liz, something that EverGlowUp had mentioned in other videos. So, although this video does apply to Bahiyyih, the evidence points in the direction of it not actually being about her. Thus, no bullshit, please take your gleeful gloating down many, many notches. This one is definitely true, and I'm not sure why I put it in conspiracies, but it's a funny post anyway. This person complains that even the tiniest of tweets about Bahiyyih use her hashtag, supposedly to artificially create the impression that she is trending. I don't know much about Twitter, but I'm pretty sure you're supposed to use the hashtag of someone you're talking about. And that, in the K-pop community, half of the point of that is to make them trend? So, yeah, they're definitely trying to get her trending for even the smallest of things, but that's also the point of tweeting about idols, so what else are the Bahiyyih fans supposed to do? I love how the OT8 members call them desperate when they're just doing what every fandom does. I also love this comment from someone who is apparently not OT8 and has infiltrated the sub. Let me read it for you in the tone I imagine, because it's hard to convey tone over text, but I think this one is dripping with enough sarcasm that it's obvious. OMG. People tweet about Bahiyyih and use her hashtag? What the actual fuck? I am so mad. This is too crazy. They are so obsessed. Thank God no one stoops so low to create a subreddit where even when she's excluded, she's the center of attention, because that would be really obsessed and bizarre. Top tier infiltration right there, and great use of sarcasm to point out the hypocrisy of the sub. Here is another hilarious one that falls into the category of pretty stupid. This post is yet again by No Bullshit. They seem to be a big contributor to poorly evidenced conspiracy theories and slander on Bahiyyih's character. Their post is about a KittenBBBoy article which discusses the reveal that actress Mina is the sister of NCT's Jungwoo. I find it ironic that they are holding on to what this KittenBBBoy article says, since the sub-members have in the past expressed their belief that it is run by Bahiyyih fans. But let's put that aside. The article states that Mina has, I quote, avoided mentioning her familial relationship with Jungwoo, as she has wanted to pave her own path without using her brother's name. This was said to the glee of No Bullshit and the other OT8 members who think it's the exact opposite of Bahiyyih's behaviour. And this is where the conspiracy comes in, because when this article came out, a lot of people, especially in the sub, used it to diss Bahiyyih, saying that she is clearly bringing up her brother at every opportunity and thus using him for clout. The comments say as much, that Mina is actually caring, actually talented, and well-intentioned. And our conspiracy comes specifically with these two comments, from Keep On Going and another user, who say that Bahiyyih could easily have not done the video call for Mnet which was shown in the first few episodes of Girls Planet. The call, which can be seen online, is a bit of banter between Bahiyyih and Kai where they do the typical sibling activity of each saying that they are better than the other. I find it hilarious that the OT8 members act like Bahiyyih could easily have not done this, or that Kai shouldn't have done it because it acts like Bahiyyih had any control over the situation, and like Kai is controlled by Mnet or himself, not by his company Hype. In Bahiyyih's case, as with the claims of laziness or having an easy time on the survival show, and Mnet auto-tuning her, there is literally no reason for Mnet to give Bahiyyih any privileges, and there is no reason for her to have any power over them. The call didn't happen because Bahiyyih demanded Mnet promotes her through her brother. She has literally no power to say that to a massive company. It happened because Mnet saw that they had the sister of a member of a popular group, and wanted to gain views from it. And it gained a lot of views. Bahiyyih likely had next to no say in the decision. The people who did have a say in it would have been Kai and to a far greater extent, Hybe and Mnet. Hybe likely was okay with this as it would be promotion for TXT and their company to an audience of largely girl group fans, and on one of the largest reality shows in Korea. They certainly signed off on it, and it's highly likely that Kai consented too. Now, whether Kai consented out of love for his sister or because she constantly nagged him is a different matter, and we all know which one the OT8 members would argue. But the fact of the matter is that this was not something orchestrated by an, at the time, 16-year-old girl. It was a concerted effort between massive companies to use the relationship between two people for views and money. Thus, this claim that Bahiyyih willingly did it, or even the implication that she orchestrated it, is showing a wild lack of understanding of how the industry works. In regards to the other claims Keep On Going makes, that she is constantly mentioning him in variety shows and on social media, and doing TikTok challenges with him, I don't understand how these things are 1. Orchestrated solely by Bahiyyih, and 2. things that she alone does. They mention a group of other idols, Crystal and Jessica, the Che sisters, Moonbin and Moonswa, saying that these idols never mentioned or otherwise promoted their siblings. I personally don't follow any of these idols, so I know next to nothing about them. But I did ask my friend from earlier who said that she knows for certain that Moonbin and Moonswa mentioned each other. I looked for a particular instance, but unfortunately the only thing related to the two on the internet is now about Moonbin's death. However, I do know that they did the special stage on Music Bank together, and that Jessica and Crystal literally did a reality show together. How is this not mentioning or using each other or your relationship for clout? Of course, I don't follow Kep1er closely enough to know everything that Bahiyyih says or does on the internet, but the only instances I have ever seen of her mentioning her brother in an interview are ones where either a question was asked to her about him, or another member brought him up, such as when Hikaru said that her first impression of Bahiyyih was her brother. These are 2 instances that Bahiyyih has no control over. I have seen OT8 members argue that the interview questions are shown in advance, as we did mention earlier, but again, Bahiyyih would not be the one who would approve these questions, it would be Wake1. As far as her mentioning him constantly online, the only instances I can think of is when she posts when she goes out to have dinner or do something else with him, goes to a TXT concert, had a specific event like her graduation, or the April Fool's joke earlier this year where she pretended to be him and vice versa. The first 2 examples I'm not sure have ever even happened, and if they did, they are the exact same breed as different idols posting when they go out with each other, or posting support for each other's concerts. With her graduation, both siblings came. Her father was mysteriously absent. But many idols and siblings are known to attend graduation. For instance, all of BTS went to Jungkook's graduation. In my opinion, it's far weirder for co-workers to go than for family members to go. And Bahiyyih's posts weren't about Kai, they were about her graduation and thanking Leah and Kai for coming. And the April Fool's prank is one that definitely happened, but that I can't understand why people would be upset about. It's literally April Fool's. In my opinion, it was a cute and funny prank that the 2 siblings pretended to switch places for the day. So yes, Bahiyyih has mentioned Kai on the internet, but so have many other idols who have siblings or friends inside and outside of the industry. And I think that the TikTok challenges is a very poor argument to make, since everyone under the sun has done a TikTok challenge with everyone else. Are idols doing challenges with members of popular groups like BTS, 17, Twice, and Big Bang clout chasing? If yes, then there's no reason to diss Bahiyyih for doing it with Kai, who, might I add, has done the reverse by doing TXT challenges with Leah and Bahiyyih. If you don't think other idols are clout chasing, then why is Bahiyyih any different? It can't be because she's related, because I know that the Che sisters have done challenges together and everyone's been happy, and Bangchan's family and 17's family members have done some of their challenges too. Very few of the arguments the sub-members make are bad in and of themselves. It's more so the double standards and hypocrisy that's the issue. And last in this segment, we have an interesting one. I say interesting because it showed a decent side of some of the sub-members, and because the conspiracy itself was only a very tiny part of why I saved this post. So let's start with the post, which is by Irene Promoter and is about the announcement that Wake1 made earlier in the year, that Bahiyyih would go on a short hiatus as one of her family members had died. Irene Promoter is surprisingly mature about this, saying that although they are happy to finally have OT8, we should not gloat or be otherwise disrespectful. The comments mostly remain respectful as requested, expressing their condolences while still expressing their wish for a permanent OT8, or as No Bullshit says, that Bahiyyih remains on hiatus for a very long time. Then we get to the part where the sub-members show both how horrible and how decent they actually are. Someone posts that they think it was a distant family member, and since Bahiyyih is lazy, she used this as an excuse to go on hiatus. Another user and Irene promoter reply, expressing their disappointment with this person and generally politely chewing them out for being rude. I find it interesting that Irene promoter defends Bahiyyih, correctly saying that it's never lazy to take time out to mourn the loss of a family member. But this person doubles down on their statement, saying that they still think she was looking for an excuse to go on hiatus, and that they wouldn't have needed to go on hiatus for a distant family member, which is most likely who passed away. They even say that it could be someone she doesn't even know in the family, and this doubling down was a big mistake because they got absolutely chewed out by the other members, Keep On Going and Irene promoter, who called them disrespectful and pointed out the many reasons that Wake One might not want to make the identity of the family member public. Eventually this person apologised, but to me it seems very insincere and abrupt. So that was an interesting period in the OT8 Reddit. I think this is a perfect example of how the Reddit is such an echo chamber that it really makes people forget their humanity in their attempts to put Bahiyyih down. And it's really funny because it's happened a few times, where someone has got so caught up in the hate that they've gone too far and have had to be reined in by the other members. But this is something we'll go into more depth on later. For now, just know that the only reason people are okay expressing these horrible beliefs is because they are part of a community that has made them feel powerful and good for expressing slightly less drastic beliefs. So this next step up doesn't seem so weird and they take it without hesitation. Now, let's go on to another thing that the OT8 subreddit love, talking about every little mistake Bahiyyih makes in her dancing. The first of these chronologically come from around the start of 2022 and continue to this day, but when I sorted through my bookmarks and put them in rough chronological order, I realised that the vast majority of them were from Up era. Clearly something happened that made Bahiyyih make a lot of mistakes in Up era because she hasn't made nearly as many either before or since. Now, when I say a lot of mistakes in Up era, as we'll see, I mean mistakes in Up era, because a good chunk of the stuff that is promoted as mistakes is actually just, well, looking for issues where there aren't any because you don't like the girl. A lot of these will be repetitive and a lot of my analysis will be see above, because a lot of them are debunked by the exact same 2 or 3 sentences. This one is such a non-complaint to have. Kep1er's auditions were revealed in a video released by Mnet to promote Boys Planet in 2022, and included both the serious auditions and the funny things that the girls were asked to do. And the OT8 members found it hilarious that Bahiyyih was clapping her knees awkwardly. Not only did they make sarcastic comments about how talented she was, they were also delighted that she was, quote, literally making horse noises. And while I know that they purposefully ignored her actual audition, which was, at the very least, competent, to focus on the one thing they could hate her for, it's still anger-inducing. In what world would you think or even act like this was her only audition? But this was only the beginning. Here we have a post from a possible no bullshit alt who posts some photos from Wadada era supposedly showing off how bad of a dancer Bahiyyih is. 2 things that the OT8 members love, as we'll see, is Bahiyyih stuffing up the helicopter hands move from Wadada and her being out of sync with the other members. I'll well and truly disprove their obsession with being out of sync during this segment, and I'll give you a hint of how. These are screenshots. As we'll see, they filter through the screenshots for the single frame Bahiyyih is out of sync. I don't even need to show you, I can use these screenshots to prove their hypocrisy in a different way. In the first one, we can see that Bahiyyih's foot, still near the ground, is highlighted, but Xiaoting, Chaehyun and Yoojun have their bodies angled incorrectly, and Mashiro's foot is way too high, yet of course, they aren't highlighted. Similarly, in the second screenshot, Dion is late raising her foot, and Yujin has her foot and knee angled in the completely wrong direction. Looking at the actual clips in slow motion, we can see that Bahiyyih isn't even out of sync here. She just doesn't raise her knee as high. You have to slow the footage down and focus on her to even notice it most of the time. I'm not saying it's good that she didn't lift her knee as high, but it's such a tiny detail to be focused on, especially considering she is 1, completely in sync, and 2, executes every other movement in that sequence perfectly. As far as the second thing they love, the helicopter hands. It seems that their issue with this in regards to Bahiyyih is that she doesn't have her wrists fully together in the middle of the movement, thus it can look less snappy and prepared. And if this is your issue, 1, why are you so pressed about such a small detail, yet again? But also, why aren't you upset that Dion literally does the same thing? In every performance of Wadada that I looked at, Dion also didn't put her wrists together, including all 5 performances in this post. In fact, in one of them, Chaehyun also didn't put her wrists together. All 3 girls have their wrists together at the start and end of the movement, the important parts, but lose the connection in the middle. The only reason we can accuse Bahiyyih of doing it wrong is because she finishes the movement a literal fraction of a second later. Thus, we can find our snazzy 1-frame screenshot. Yet again, and please keep this in mind for the rest of the section, I am not saying that doing the move wrong should be dismissed. I'm saying that everyone makes mistakes, including Bahiyyih's group mates, and that, thus, she doesn't deserve the hate and criticism she gets for it. About 99% of the mistakes highlighted in this sub are either negligible or taking the single screenshot Bahiyyih is out of sync, and the other 1% are, as we will discuss later, from Up Era. And speaking of Up Era, I want to preface the next about 11 posts by saying that something clearly happened to Bahiyyih in Up Era. I have no clue what it was, but it must have been pretty drastic, because she made many more and much bigger mistakes in this era, and then never really made them again except with one exception. Most of these mistakes can't even really be called that, because they're just being scrutinized to the ends of the world. But some of the mistakes in Up Era were noticeable and drastic, which, contrary to the belief of the OT8s, doesn't necessarily make her a bad dancer, rather makes me ask questions about her well-being, just like with other noticeable dancing mistakes made by people like Jongho of ATEEZ and Jin and V of BTS. Both of these groups had periods where they performed worse, and both were the result of external forces or injuries. So, with that in mind, let's look at Up Era performances. First, there's this one from what I assume is a reality show. This is one that isn't really obvious, and isn't really concerning either. The OT8 complaint here is that Bahiyyih didn't lift her arms to do the up, up, up at the end of the song. To which there are 3 main things to say. First, she was rushing to get to her position. Admittedly, so was Mashiro, who still did the movement, but different people do things in different ways. Second, she wasn't in the actual shot until the end, thus doesn't have much reason to do the movement for a silly version of the performance rather than a serious one. Finally, she is pretty much shoved against the wall. If she raised her arms, there would be a decent chance that she would hit someone, and let me tell you that if that had happened, she'd be accused of bullying the other members and being violent. You can also see that Hikaru and Yujin are being careful not to hit anyone here, and so have less exaggerated movements. Here is the wave from Up. The post compares the wave to the helicopter hands we looked at earlier, and the comments generally say that Bahiyyih is lazy and lacking skills, and of course, making satire of her fans. I'll show the actual clips of the wave, but I don't think I even need to, because each and every one of these screenshots shows literally every member in a different position. The only thing Bahiyyih does differently is raise her wrist for the wave. However, she isn't unique. Some of the other members, like Yujin and Xiaoting, have well-formed and uniform waves. Some, like Chaehyun, don't wave their arms so much as shake them back and forwards, and some, like Mashiro, drop their arm all the way down rather than just doing a little dip. Hikaru also waves her elbow higher than she should if she were to have a uniform wave. This is a move that is almost impossible for everyone to do at the same time in the exact same way, and is also incredibly hard to get right as such. Bahiyyih's being slightly less elegant than others is far from a sin. Here we have a series of screenshots criticising Bahiyyih in Le Voyage performances. First, I think it's important to note that Le Voyage is one of Kep1er's least performed songs, and is one that Bahiyyih seems to struggle with a bit, probably because of her lack of professional training. But out of these 6 mistakes, as such, only 2 are real mistakes, and only 1 is noticeable to anyone who isn't staring at Bahiyyih every single second of the day. The first is our actual mistake. Bahiyyih dances in the wrong direction. I think that the most important thing to note here is that this was their debut showcase, and thus their first real performance of the song. Bahiyyih hasn't made this mistake since, and that's all I have to say about it. Slide 2 is a case of picking the exact wrong screenshot. By playing the whole clip, you can see that Bahiyyih does the move the same as everyone else. She's just a little late from doing her part, so, again, a fraction of a second out of time. Here's a screenshot from a fraction of a second after the OT8 screenshot. OMG, what in the name of good dancing are Yeso, Hikaru and Youngyun doing? They're completely out of sync with the rest of the members. Hikaru's even pointing in the complete opposite direction. Do you see how easy it is to pick a screenshot that shows a group of people out of sync? I didn't even try to find this one, it was just where I paused by complete coincidence. That said though, I bet I could find at least 1 screenshot of any group being out of sync. It's not at all hard. For the last 4 screenshots, we move on to the show champion performance of the song. Screenshot number 3 is another stupid one, especially since Yujin, Daeyeon and especially Yeso are also out of sync here. The next one is our second mistake, which I don't have anything to say about, I mean it was definitely a mistake, other than that it should actually be at the end of this compilation because it came chronologically after the last screenshot. I wonder what the motivation was for putting it first? To make my life harder? To try and make it seem like Bahiyyih made more mistakes than she actually did? Because you went back and looked through the video a second time to try and find even more mistakes? The last 2 actually make me want to kill someone. This was literally Bahiyyih's part. She is literally in a different position because she is singing. She does a different move while singing like a good chunk of idols do in a good chunk of idol choreographies. What is your problem with this? I am so confused why you would want to even screenshot this other than to make it seem like the performance was riddled with mistakes when, in fact, she made 1 mistake in the first stage and 1 mistake in the second one that they ever performed of that song. 2 full performances, probably over 100 dance moves, and she stuffs up 2. And you have the audacity to act like she's the worst dancer to ever exist, not just an undertrained, underexperienced, and yet still more than passable dancer. Anyway, let's speed round the next few. The next post is 2 translated screenshots from Japanese fans. One covers a mistake we talked about in the previous post, and the other is expressing their disappointment that 2 out of their 3 photo cards were Bahiyyih. That's it. And the comments talk about how her fans justify her mistakes and want to report anyone who says anything against her. Which is definitely true of some of her more rabid fans, but we'll get to the rabid fans later. The next one is from a show that I can't source since the screenshot cut off the logo. But the editors of the show quip that Bahiyyih is an expressionless dancer. And of course, the OT8s ate this up, taking it seriously as a subtle insult by the Wake One staff against Bahiyyih, not a funny moment of a reality show and the quips that editors usually put in on every show ever. I included this one because it includes some of the less than wondrous insults about her appearance, and because, as sad as it is, I see how they could find this funny. I have clearly spent way too much time on this Reddit. You know, they really should make me a mod with how much I monitor this Reddit. The next one is, arguably, an actual mistake, and one that they actually slowed down and gave evidence for. Has no bullshit come over to the side of logic? Unfortunately not. This one is complaining that Bahiyyih is offbeat. Here is the clip. As you can see, Bahiyyih is perfectly on the beat, just dancing in the wrong direction, which, yes, is a mistake, but which I think is arguably excusable, since this was her part, so it's acceptable for her to move differently to the others. This one complains about a behind-the-scenes video of Studio Choom's Up, saying that the members need to teach Bahiyyih how to do the arm wave. We've already talked about how she's doing it fine and how everyone does it differently, so let's talk about Choom. Choom behind the scenes videos tend to have segments, kind of like asides, where the members banter, interact and/or practice. This is yet another one of those segments. The members aren't teaching Bahiyyih. They're all, as the subs say, practicing the point move of their dance. I love how the comments say that Xiaoting is giving Chaehyun a look. Like, where? The only thing I could see that would even suggest that the members are annoyed at Bahiyyih is Yeso maybe rolling her eyes, and even then it just looks like she was thinking for a bit. Take a chill pill, people. You're taking what are supposed to be amusing and quirky moments out of context and thus taking all of the fun out of them and out of behind the scenes videos. This also isn't even a mistake, just the members interacting. Ah, I like this one. They accuse Bahiyyih of forgetting her own choreography for Up because she fumbled this move when doing the Up challenge with Kai. The comments are all about how trash she is and how she should be replaced by Kai. And, of course, how stiff and awkward she looks. Which is funny since he looks even more awkward than her in this clip. I don't necessarily think that he does the arm wave any better, but that's subjective. But putting aside the comments, I can say that Bahiyyih likely did not forget the choreography, but instead got the choruses mixed up. As you can see in performances and the dance practice, during the first chorus of Up, Bahiyyih and other members at the back, after doing the wave, don't make the little window with their hands, instead they make a circle or rainbow shape above their heads. Bahiyyih does the circle in the first chorus and the window in the second. Additionally, dance challenges usually use the first chorus of the song, thus it is highly likely that what happened here was Bahiyyih getting confused about the choruses. Her practice for the first chorus clearly overrode what she was trying to do at that time and resulted in this little brain glitch. Making another mountain out of a molehill, people. This one isn't even a mistake, just pedantic again. Bahiyyih did the Alive challenge with a member of Lightsum and the OT8s thought that she did it horribly. The only two things I have to say to this is that Bahiyyih was slightly less energetic than the Lightsum member, and that, as the guest idol on the challenge, she not only has practiced the dance less, but is generally accepted by the public to not need to do an amazing job of it, just passable. The goal of the dance challenges isn't to actually be a great dancer, but to show interactions between idols and groups and thus bring publicity to both parties. There's even a comment that points out that this is a reach, which the OT8s push back on by saying that Dion did the same challenge and did better. Which, yeah. Dion is a main dancer in Kep1er and has trained longer than Bahiyyih and in a more structured setting. She's also generally more energetic and expressive on stage. Of course Dion would do better, but the fact that the statement Dion is a better dancer than Bahiyyih is true doesn't make the statement Bahiyyih is a bad dancer true. Gosh. The next one is similar but in reverse. Bahiyyih doing the Up challenge with a member of Wu'er, to which the OT8 said that the Wu'er member was way better when dancing. As an aside, never mind that Bahiyyih didn't make the same mistake from the Kai video. This is another example of Bahiyyih lacking energy dancing. Something which seems to be a struggle for her and which may well be related to possible health issues as we discussed earlier and will discuss later. But, even putting energy aside, she did nothing wrong here, just could have put a bit more energy in. Considering that she dances actual performances of the song with more energy, there are a few possibilities. That she was tired that day, that she wanted the other girl, Nana apparently, to stand out more, especially considering Nana was at the front, or that she views dance challenges as not worth her effort. Any of which could be true, but I obviously imagine the first is the most likely, and then probably the second, since they are the simplest explanations. And even if she does view the challenge as a waste of time, what's the issue? Maybe she doesn't like doing them. Maybe she finds them tiring and not worth the effort. Maybe she was forced into doing one with Nana by their companies. There could be 100 explanations that don't involve Bahiyyih being lazy and or entitled, because I know that's the path the OT8s would take. Last one for Up era. This one complains not about Bahiyyih's dancing, but her singing. This was an MR removed video of a performance of Up. First, I'd like to note that K-pop fans treat MR removed videos as way more reliable than they actually are. But, that aside, the OT8 members complain about her pronunciation of her English lyrics, her going off tune, and generally not delivering her lines well, so let's listen to the lines in question. I've already said that I'm pretty tone deaf, but from this recording I think that if Bahiyyih is off tune, so are the other members, especially at the beginning and especially Chaehyun in the first chorus. Or at least, I think that was Chaehyun. Bahiyyih did go a bit funny at the end of her second line. But, right after, someone, I think Xiaoting, does the exact same thing at the start of a line. I understand that music is subjective, but I genuinely don't see the issue with Bahiyyih's "Wherever You Go" line. It's not perfect, but it's also live in an energetic song. The other members aren't perfect either. Why is Bahiyyih the only one we're criticising? I also don't think she butchered the pronunciation, and I haven't heard anyone promote Bahiyyih as the English-speaking member of Kep1er except for OT8s, for the sole purpose of putting her down. Moving on. I think this post was the start of Keep On Going and Obvious Assistant posting screenshots to say that Bahiyyih was making mistakes. The accusation here is from Kep1er's pool party performance on Queendom, and includes a few other posts. Basically, a compilation of Bahiyyih mistakes up to that point, which is funny because there's like 3 of them, and for every single mistake, Keep On Going includes an example of her doing it correctly. Going against the idea the OT8 seem to have that Bahiyyih never does anything right. The first one shows Bahiyyih not rolling her torso enough during the pool party performance. Here is the clip it was taken from. This one most likely either comes down to nerves, considering of course that they were still quite new in their careers at this point, or that, in a Wonyoung situation, she didn't want to ruin her hair. Keep in mind that when she did it perfectly, she was in a practice situation and had a ponytail, which is harder to ruin than having her hair out in the actual performance. This screenshot also manages to be the singular time her hands are out of sync. I also love how this is an example of a Bahiyyih mistake, while the exact same screenshot shows Dion literally in the process of falling off the stage. A much larger, more impactful, noticeable, and painful mistake. The members made several mistakes in this performance, and, if we're to consider Bahiyyih's a mistake, it is the least of them all. They then include the Bahiyyih dancing the wrong way mistake from Le Voyage that we already discussed, and the helicopter hands we've already discussed. The only new one is this screenshot from Le Voyage, a song we've established Bahiyyih likely struggles with. Here is the clip of the screenshot. The one good thing about this post is that it included the names of the videos, and thus they were easy to find. That didn't make the actual clip any easier to find in the video though. This is so stupid. First, we have the accusation that Bahiyyih is way out. Actually, it doesn't seem that she is. You'd think she'd put her arms the other way like Yeso does in this screenshot and like Mashiro does, because she is moving in the other direction. But Xiaoting is also moving in the same direction and does the exact same movement in the same direction as Bahiyyih. There's also the accusation that Bahiyyih being out of place makes Mashiro confused, to which I say, no. Mashiro made herself confused. What this screenshot doesn't show is the moments before, where Mashiro accidentally does the opposite movement for the first diving motion, thus confusing herself and needing to adjust. She was likely flustered and, seeing that Bahiyyih did something different from what she was about to do, got confused again. Bahiyyih wasn't at fault here, despite what the screenshot and accusatory words would tell you. You can see from the other stages that Bahiyyih always does the last diving motion facing that way, mirroring Xiaoting, and that Mashiro and Yeso mirror each other. There is literally no mistake here. Imagine being angry at the group's choreography. Here is another set of screenshots. My favourite thing. I love that this post is titled "Her stage presence is non-existent" and proceeds to talk about mistakes, rather than explicitly discussing her stage presence. To be fair, the two things are linked, but they are also different. These screenshots are from Wing Wing, the Japanese single which was released around the time of this post. There's also the accusation that Bahiyyih is soullessly staring into the camera, to which I say that we discussed her lack of facial expressions earlier. The first screenshot is one of the members' legs. Apparently it's a sin that Bahiyyih's leg is more bent than the others. Putting aside the fact that if she didn't bend her leg she'd be taller than the others and the OT8s would accuse her of not putting in any effort, let's talk about angles. The camera is head-on to Hikaru, whose leg we can see is slightly bent. Mashiro and Dion's legs look more straight, not because they are, as we can see from the shadow on Mashiro's legs. We can see that hers as well is well and truly bent, but because the camera is more straight onto their legs. The camera angle actually gives us a nice gradient, from Mashiro's seemingly straight leg to Dion's with her knee in a little bit, Hikaru nicely in the middle, Yujin bent a little more, and Bahiyyih bent a lot. It's all the angles, and even if it wasn't, here's the clip the screenshot was taken from. That's right. It's another single screenshot that could be used to incriminate Bahiyyih for no reason. The arrows in this picture are also incredibly exaggerated. The second screenshot is similar. Bahiyyih's leg isn't raised as far as the other members. First, let me give you a screenshot of a split second later, where Mashiro is in the same position and Dion doesn't even seem to have her leg raised much. Not to mention Yang Yan, whose leg is so high it's almost on the moon. Not only is this a single screenshot that can be used to incriminate Bahiyyih, as earlier she is in sync with the other members and later we can see the mistakes that other members make. It's also another trick of angles. Bahiyyih, Dion and Mashiro are on the left, so we see the inside of their legs more and it looks like they didn't put their leg across the other, as they should. In fact, they mostly did. The camera angle got them. Yujin has the same problem, also being on the left, and you can see how much her body is distorted to make her leg look the same as Yeso. That looks painful. Conversely, Xiaoting and Hikaru, who are on the right, look like their legs are both raised higher and crossed over their bodies, because the camera is on that side. They physically don't need to move their legs as much to achieve the same effect at this angle. Sure, it's a small effect at this distance, but it's one that nonetheless exists and shouldn't be ignored. And of course, the comments are all talking about how expressionless Bahiyyih is, how trash she is, how she's out of sync, and so on. Okay then. In a similar vein, we have more wing-wing mistakes, this time from obvious assistant. The first one alleges that Bahiyyih had her face/head pointed in the wrong direction in the second chorus. First, I will point out that in this screenshot, Mashiro also has her face pointing in the wrong direction. Second, take a look at this clip. Watch Bahiyyih closely and tell me if you notice this so-called mistake. It's literally too fast and tiny to notice unless you've slowed down the whole video and are watching it multiple times to keep an eye on Bahiyyih. Third, I will talk about the choreography itself, which Bahiyyih actually did correctly. Here is a screenshot from a split second before obvious assistance. You can see that everyone has their faces pointed to the right, except for, arguably, Xiaoting. This screenshot is also very unflattering for Yujin and for the whole group as a whole, who look incredibly out of sync. Then, here is a screenshot from a split second after obvious assistance. As you can see, Bahiyyih is now looking to the left with the rest of the group. Although, as we previously discussed, the angles make her face look slightly less tilted than someone like Mashiro, who is on the left side of the camera. And if we cut to the next shot, we can see that she is doing the exact same thing as the other members. Actually, here you could argue that Dion made a mistake, as her arm isn't straight like the other members. Do you see how easy it is to accuse someone of making a mistake when you slow the footage down and take random screenshots? The second screenshot accuses Bahiyyih of extending her leg when the choreography calls for their legs to make a 4 shape. Let's do the same process with this one. Here's a screenshot from a split second before OAs. We can see that not only is Bahiyyih making an, admittedly looser than the other members, 4 shape with her legs that is not so obvious because of the angle of her body in relation to the camera, but we can also see that Xiaoting is completely out of time with the other members. Hikaru and Mashiro are also way off with their arms. The next screenshot is from slightly later in the chorus and accuses Bahiyyih of putting her weight on the wrong foot. This is a funny accusation to make to begin with, since it's hard to tell who has their weight on which leg. Most of them, including Bahiyyih, look like they have a decent amount of weight on both legs, especially Xiaoting. Ignoring the weight thing for now, because that's one of the stupidest excuses for a mistake I've ever heard, let's mention how Mashiro, Xiaoting, yes Bahiyyih, and Yujin don't have their arms correctly straightened like the other members. Here is a screenshot from a moment before OAs, which shows that the members all seem to have weight on their left legs, including Bahiyyih. To maintain evenness of height, Bahiyyih has her legs bent more and Xiaoting has her legs further apart than Mashiro and Chaehyun, who are straighter up. This is a team effort and everyone is doing their part. Here is the actual clip, and you can see that not only is the so-called mistake super hard to even see, it's also only because of the quick shift of weight in the choreography, and because Bahiyyih was doing the move a bit faster than Hikaru, who was the center of attention. Bahiyyih actually does the move in sync with Xiaoting, and Hikaru is later than the other members, as this screenshot right after the move shows. The fourth accusation is that Bahiyyih puts her legs to the back, not the front, when the members do another version of the 4 move, which, yes, is pretty noticeable and is an extremely valid concern. But it's also another double standard, because, and you can even see it in this screenshot, Youngyan does the exact same thing. That's right, she also puts her foot to the back. So if it's a mistake, it's one they make together. Please have the same energy for the other members' mistakes that you have for Bahiyyih's. Here's the clip slowed down just to prove to you that Youngyan also put her leg to the back. The next one is, OMG, get a life. The OT8 sub has this weird obsession with the idea that Bahiyyih is being inappropriate or trying to be sexy when it isn't appropriate, which is a completely unfounded accusation and which also makes me very concerned, since they seem obsessed with sexualizing her and with the idea of her fans sexualizing her. It also seems to have an underlying note of slut-shaming to me, which is definitely an issue. This screenshot comes from a bit later in the Wing Wing music video, and here is the clip. The members pull their hands up from their hips a bit. It's easiest to see with Yujin. I guess Bahiyyih got too excited or her hand got caught on her pants or something because she raised her hand a bit too high. The screenshot that Obvious Assistant provided is literally the only screenshot that shows Bahiyyih's hand anywhere near her boob. And why are you thinking about her boob anyway? Speaking of inappropriate things to focus on, and sticking on our theme of pointing out the other members' supposed mistakes too, OA's screenshot shows Yujin with one of her hands almost on her crotch. And, from the clip, Yujin looks much more like she's trying to be sexy than Bahiyyih. Both of them didn't execute the move as it was likely intended, or anywhere near as well as Yeso did. The last 2 screenshots are ones that we already discussed in the last post, and which do nothing but prove that OA is obsessed with Bahiyyih. For the sake of making a point, I will show the first chorus, which shows that Bahiyyih did not point her face to the wrong side, and which also shows that both she and Youngyan put their foot backwards in the first chorus as well. These kinds of mistake takedowns are needlessly pedantic and often incorrect. And, as I have shown and will continue to show, both obviously biased against Bahiyyih and towards the other members, and make extensive use of the ability to scroll through a video by a single frame at a time to incriminate Bahiyyih for the things she often didn't do. And of course, remember that she does these things very consistently, which is not the case for mistakes which were only made once and never again. This suggests to me that the movements could have been altered because of the aforementioned possible health issues she could have. Look at the evidence we've had so far. Bahiyyih has only made any of the actual mistakes she's made once and then never again. So the fact that she does this consistently suggests that it was intended, especially since the high standards for K-pop performances would mean that she would be called out for consistent mistakes by staff, fans, and possibly even her own group members. Health issues could also be what made Youngyeon also put her leg backwards in the previous example. Moving on. The next one has two similar screenshots from the Wing Wing challenge that Hikaru, Bahiyyih, and Yujin did. Here is the challenge video. And here are the screenshots that the OP complained about. We discussed the first one in the previous post, but what about the second one? Well, for starters, it's Bahiyyih's center time, so generally considered okay for her to do something a bit different from the other members. But also, notice how Hikaru is cut off here? It's because the three of them are moving backwards out of the frame. As Bahiyyih moves, she has to adjust her weight and looks like she's lost balance a bit, thus needs to put her leg forward. It doesn't mess up the shot at all and isn't something that she does in the actual choreography, and it's only done here as a result of the unusual movements they're making. Each of the members does this move slightly differently, and when they change positions, they move in different ways throughout the whole challenge. It's just that this one is more noticeable. It's yet another non-issue and not even a mistake, but of course the comments agree on how bad she is. I also love how the OP included a mini rant about Hikaru's fall in a performance of Up, again blaming it on Bahiyyih and saying that she made it worse, which, no, she didn't, and we've already discussed that fall a long time ago. If you skipped to this section of the video, which I don't blame you, you should be able to find that particular issue discussed in part 10, section 3.6. Because this video has become so complicated that I have 3 layers of sections. The next video attaches a fan cam of Bahiyyih dancing to Good Boy Gone Bad at KCON 2022, and complains that she is awkward, can't dance, and uses her brother's popularity. To which I say that we can't judge her awkwardness or dance skills from this clip. Not only is it side-on, it is also an informal performance, thus wouldn't be high quality and involved many of the members messing around. Also, of course she's going to be awkward. It's an awkward situation. She cringes away from being associated purely with Kai, then goes to KCON and is given one of his songs to perform. It's an awkward and embarrassing situation for her, and in the official clip here, I think it's pretty clear to see that she is fed up with being asked to talk about Kai or perform his songs. I found this comment about people projecting themselves onto her vaguely amusing, but I don't understand this last bit about Bahiyyih being a career boo herself. I don't think it's possible for her to be a career boo since she's literally Korean. Then there's this disgusting conversation some of them have about Bahiyyih being a horse. Other comments talk about her fans praising her anyway, her trash dancing, her awkwardness, and so on. Basically, everyone is taking what is supposed to be a fun and chill moment, but an awkward one for Bahiyyih, way too seriously. The next post comes from Prism Crew's dance with Kep1er at KCON 2022. This was a relay dance between the cover group and the actual group, and thus, as a relay dance is, say it with me, a fun and chill moment, not a serious performance. But this girl danced with Bahiyyih and the OT8s said that she did a much better job than Bahiyyih, and should replace her in the group, with the comments saying the obvious stuff about Bahiyyih's bad dancing, her fans gaslighting people into thinking that she's good and was kind to have let the fan have the spotlight, that she should be replaced, that she doesn't deserve to be an idol, and so on and so forth. The only reasonable comment is this one, which says that the members of Kep1er were going light to let the fans shine, and point to Hikaru and Daeon as the only ones who weren't going light. They also point out that Xiaoting toned her dance down a lot. However, they then go on to say that Bahiyyih doesn't dance as smoothly as the highlighted fans and needs to improve her skills. This comment was actually great. because it's basically exactly what I wanted to say. It's a relay dance. Not only are Kep1er not used to dancing with Prism crew, it is also a fun and unserious occasion. Most of Kep1er's members didn't put in nearly as much energy and effort in this performance than in other ones. Hikaru and Dion were the only ones who went all out, and Xiaoting looked so uncomfortable and awkward at times that she just stood there and smiled. The members of Kep1er were likely 1. Trying to let the fans shine, as this is usually what happens in these kinds of collab performances, and 2. Not used to dancing with others in this setting, thus using lower energy. Bahiyyih is one of these cases. She danced with far lower effort and energy here than in serious performances of the song. I also want to note that it seems the girl Bahiyyih was dancing with was one of the better dancers in Prism crew. At least, she seemed way more expressive and energetic compared to most of the other members. So comparing her, the best dancer in the group, with Bahiyyih, who is generally considered an average dancer, is unfair. I also wonder how this girl feels that her dancing to a favourite group's song is being used to hate on one of the group's members. I also love/hate this comment about Bahiyyih looking at this girl to figure out the next move. Like, why would you even assume that? We've already discussed that she doesn't seem to forget moves. So what makes you think she did this time? It's another weird obsession of the sub that she supposedly forgets moves. Next we have a series of screenshots accusing Bahiyyih of stuffing up the La Vie en Rose performance at KCON. Luckily, the OP linked the fan cam, so I didn't need to go looking for it. The first screenshot is from during the final pre-chorus at about 2 minutes 30 seconds into the video, and the critique is that Bahiyyih didn't put effort into bending down like the other members. At first, I thought this must just be another the one frame she does something different moment, but then I watched the video and she doesn't go as low and doesn't seem to put as much effort into the next few moves. I was really confused. I thought maybe she wants to keep her hair nice? And I wanted to see if it showed up on the official KCON video, and it does. And then I watched the rest of the video and saw that this was the only time it happened in the performance. Look at the clip. She doesn't bend fully, but a few seconds later she does. So it's clearly not something to do with effort or hair or even health issues because she did it the second time, and was likely an external force. So I looked closer and noticed. Look here. It looks like Bahiyyih slipped a bit coming forward and thus wouldn't have been on balance enough to throw herself into this move. She takes a few seconds to regain balance, still performing the choreography but with less energy, and then regains balance and does the rest of the choreography with full effort, including the second time they all bend down. From this angle slightly behind her, it even looks like she might have twisted her ankle a bit. Here are a few more angles at this moment. She literally slipped and handled it well. OT8 people, what are you so mad about? The second screenshot is from the same moment, thus we have already discussed it. The third through fifth screenshots cover this moment when some of the other members are still dancing, but Bahiyyih has stood to go to her next spot. While yes, I think that Bahiyyih should have stayed and finished that move, it makes sense why she didn't. She had one of the furthest distances to move in the group and also had to go backwards, making it dangerous for her to just walk without looking. Hikaru was the only one who had to go further, but since she was already standing, she got to skip the step of standing up and thus could stay where she was longer. The other members mostly came forwards, so could also move more safely. I think Bahiyyih did rush it a bit, but that could be it being an unfamiliar song and nerves just as much as it could be bad dancing. She still made an effort to turn at the right time and thus didn't disrupt the choreography much. Keep in mind that if she'd stood later and made it to her spot later, or fallen over, or been later in the next movement because she'd made it to her spot later, the OT8s would have accused her of being out of time and, of course, generally trash. The fourth and fifth screenshots are funny to me, because I don't know what point they're trying to prove. In the second one, Mashiro has moved her hands to go and stand up, and in the fifth one, everyone is already moving other than Zhaoting, who is singing, and Yujin for goodness knows what reason. So Bahiyyih doesn't even look out of place here, unless you want to argue that it's because she's looking backwards, which we've already discussed by her having to move significantly further backwards, and with a member, Hikaru, behind her. Of course, also keeping in mind that she had previously slipped, so was probably being more careful for the rest of the performance. The last screenshot is from this moment towards the end of the song. This is another pretty stupid one. I see two possibilities here, or more like two things that kind of become one. When Bahiyyih puts her foot down after the second blooming motion, sorry, I don't really know how to describe that kind of movement, it looks like she might have put her foot down wrong. Her knee and foot kind of twist a bit. Again, this looks like it put her out of balance and that she raised her leg again to keep balance. It also looks like she then, having not moved forward and needing to catch up with Youngyan, thus uses this movement as a cute little bounce forward. The moment her foot hangs in the air is far from intentional. It almost looks like she got caught on something. I could be completely wrong, but this is what it looks like to me. And the only reason I suspect this as being due to external circumstances is for the exact same reason as the first screenshot from this post. That it's out of character for both Bahiyyih and her dance in the rest of this performance. As expected, the comments are both disgusted and disgusting, saying the obvious things about her dance skills, lack of effort, and bad personality. There is, however, this discussion about how she messed up in Chaehyun's part by bumping into her. Here is the part they were talking about. As you can see here, Chaehyun and Bahiyyih did bump into each other, and Chaehyun subsequently almost bumped into Zhaoting. But it's not Bahiyyih's fault. What happened here is that everyone takes a step out. Chaehyun seems to be either adjusting her shirt or psyching herself up for her high notes and steps to the side instead of diagonally backwards, meaning that she is on the outside of the circle as such, as opposed to being in the middle of it as she is supposed to be. Bahiyyih moves to her spot next to Yeso and thus runs into Chaehyun. Chaehyun seems to realise her mistake, that she went to the wrong spot, and moves toward Zhaoting, but goes too far and too fast and almost runs into her. Thus, the complaint. It's pretty clear to me that this wasn't Bahiyyih's fault, just that Chaehyun misjudged the distance and the direction. And if our complaint is that Bahiyyih hit Chaehyun, looking from this angle and even from the given video, it doesn't look like they actually hit each other, just that it was a close call. One of the comments also links this picture to supposedly show that, as they say, Bahiyyih can't even get the shape right. This is another case of angles. Bahiyyih's hands are closer to the camera, and the shape she is making isn't directed towards this camera, but to the main one. Since her hands are close to us and angled with the backs of her hands towards us, it looks like she makes a more blunt shape. When we take a screenshot a moment later, her hands don't look as blunt as in this picture, and Hikaru, Yujin, and Daeyeon's hands look more blunt as they are now front on. In contrast, Yeso and Mashiro's hands look more pointed as they are now side on to our camera. And so, why are you angry about this? Putting aside the fact that rose petals can be many different shapes and that they tend to be more blunt and rounded than pointed, why is this your complaint about the performance? How is this your evidence of Bahiyyih being a bad dancer? I know for a fact that if it was literally any other idol in the industry, you wouldn't notice, or if you did, you wouldn't even care. The next one isn't a screenshot, but a video of Kep1er's dance practice of Wadada for Queendom. The OP complains that Bahiyyih is permanently offbeat in this video, which I can't verify without showing you the whole thing. I personally don't think she is, but you'll just have to watch the whole thing to be sure. The comments all talk about her being at the edge. One says that the performance is littered with mistakes, which I think is funny because they only provide 2 examples, and I don't think that 2 counts as littered. Anyway, let's look at these. The first one is here, where they argue that she doesn't spin her head. This is a fair concern, she doesn't. However, the other members have various levels of head spinning, from Zhaoting, who goes crazy and gets hair in her eyes, to Chaehyun, who barely moves her head at all and does it out of time anyway. It's also worth considering that this, as a practice, would have been earlier on in learning the dance. So, like Le Voyage, let's have a look at the actual performance. It's a bit hard to see as Bahiyyih's fan cam is jerky and the main cam has her behind someone else, but Bahiyyih does flip her head in the actual performance, to the same degree as members like Chaehyun did in the practice. This is the actual performance, so it is much more important to focus on the details, and she clearly focused on that in later practice. She had hair that would go everywhere, so can't flick her hair or head much. This really does seem to be a matter of hair. Most of the members seem fine going for it in practice since, well, it's a practice. But in the performance it seems to change based on hair. Bahiyyih does a small flip since she's at the back and has hair that is out. Chaehyun has a ponytail now, so does a bigger flip. Yujin is at the front and Hikaru is at the back, so Yujin does a bigger flip than Hikaru. Xiaoting and Mashiro are at the front and have their hair tied up so they can go for it. Interestingly, Xiaoting still does a smaller flip than in practice. Yeso at the back doesn't move her head at all, and Yangyan next to her does almost nothing. So basically it seems like a part of the choreography that wasn't given much attention by anyone, and which certainly isn't a Bahiyyih issue. The second complaint is from 46 seconds into the video, and the complaint is that, quote, her arm is still up. I took a screenshot with this timestamp and here's what it looks like. Yes, her arm is still up, but this is her part. Say it with me, this is literally her line. This is literally her part of the performance. She is literally getting ready for her part, and in the process of doing it, and thus her right arm coming up, her left one isn't forced back down like the other members can do. I don't know how you expect to justify this as a mistake when, again, it is her part. OMG. Next, we get to We Fresh era. Here is a segment of Bahiyyih performing as part of the We Fresh stage at the MBC Music Festival. As you can see, it looks more than a little weird. Here is the full clip including all of the members. So, before I say everything else, can I say congratulations to the OT8 Reddit for finally finding an actual mistake? It's been like 16 posts full of alleged mistakes and we've finally found another one. And I've not so finally reached 50,000 words. At least this sub is an interesting psychological case study. So I do actually have a few things to say about this one. First, we can see that in Bahiyyih's fancam for this stage, and in the main performance uploaded by MBC, that this wasn't the version of the performance that was actually used. The group clearly performed this several times, as you would expect, and the final video was spliced from the performances. I think they performed it at least 3 times. I know this because there are different clips of Bahiyyih. In the dodgy performance, she struggles, obviously, and kicks her leg twice, so that's one version. In her fan cam, she doesn't make a mistake on this part and kicks her leg only once, which, by the way, mirrors Xiaoting on the other side. So that's the second performance. But in the main video, when she comes forward for her part, she brushes her hair back, and she doesn't do that in either her fan cam or the full cam, thus, at least 3 performances. Just as a matter of interest. One thing that this does prove is that this isn't a consistent issue. Something clearly happened that made Bahiyyih stuff up this part for the full cam version of the performance. Which makes me ask, what? This was a pretty big mistake and she didn't really cover for it well. It was very obvious. Which is when I come back to my concerns for her health. She didn't slip here, it just looked like she completely zoned out and went on autopilot. She did touch her head and hair as she moved back, in a way that made me think perhaps she has a headache, which could definitely be disorienting enough to make her stuff up, and which could definitely be considered a small enough issue by the staff that they would still make her perform. It's also possible that this was the last version that they filmed, and thus something could have happened in another take that made her feel unwell. This isn't her not knowing the song. We know from the other takes that she knows her part well. One other thing I can point out is that her facial expression does seem pained as she puts a hand on her head. But, to be fair, that could be me reading into it. I suppose my point here is that yes, Bahiyyih did make a mistake, and a pretty big one at that. But we know that this is a rarity, and thus, as in previous examples, it suggests to me that there was an external factor, especially since she seems a lot more alive and energetic in the main video and fan cam. But of course, the OT8 patrons don't consider external forces, as we should know by now, because they have both confirmation bias and the fundamental attribution error on their side, and thus will always assume that Bahiyyih does things, or doesn't, because she is lazy. The comments are wondering how she manages to be so bad, talk about her fans and their delusions, and talk about the facial expressions she made during this moment, like she was in pain, and so on and so forth. I like this person who says that this is what she always looks like on stage, aka in pain, but the OT8 Reddit likes to say that she doesn't, instead she looks expressionless. Pick one, is she in pain or expressionless as her default mode? You can't have both. Everyone else is pretty much calling this hilarious. And what I find hilarious is where this person makes a statement about how Bahiyyih should have been placed 99 on Girls Planet and gets told off by a bot, only to say, I don't care. Great comedy in the middle of this tragedy. Finally, there's this comment by Irene Promoter saying that usually you'd think an idol acting like this is sick, but this is how she usually performs. To which I say, no it isn't. She doesn't usually perform like this, and that's exactly why it's concerning. Which is exactly why I think she could be sick or something else could have happened. But moving on to more WeFresh shenanigans. Alright, Obvious Assistant is back at it again with some screenshots that may or may not be accurate, this time from the WeFresh music video. First, let's mention the comments. It seems that Obvious Assistant has accrued a lot of mistake fans in the sub, and of course a lot of people who say that Bahiyyih will have a whole video of mistakes at the end of Kep1er's career. Now let's take a look at the actual screenshots. The first one has Bahiyyih's arm at the wrong angle. I'm pretty sure it's from about the 1 minute 10 seconds mark of the music video. Here's the clip. And I genuinely have no idea how Obvious Assistant managed to get a frame of Bahiyyih this out of sync. Here are the screenshots I managed to get with this scene slowed down as far as it could go. And she's in sync the whole time and generally has the right angles. Her arm does seem to be slightly further inwards than the other members, but not nearly as much so as in the screenshot, and possibly because Xiaoting is right next to her and Yeso is behind her. Thus, there's the need to not cover someone's face up or potentially elbow someone. Either way, I can't find the issue. The next screenshot is from the literal next shot of the video and shows her hands in the wrong position. Here is the clip. Here's also a funny screenshot from the moment before, which shows all of the members in different positions except for Bahiyyih and Hikaru, who are almost exactly in sync. Then comes Obvious Assistant screenshot, and then another screenshot of a moment later which shows Bahiyyih in sync again and doing the right movement. You've seen the full clip, but let me give you some context. My first screenshot of the members all out of sync was taken partway through the timestamp 1 minute 12 seconds of the video. Obvious Assistant screenshot was also at 1 minute 12 seconds. The moment Bahiyyih comes fully back into sync is just as it ticks over to 1 minute 13 seconds. This is where everyone is doing the hand on the elbow move, and this is a position that each of the members get to at a different time. For instance, Dion gets there super early, then Youngyun, and Hikaru and Bahiyyih are later. There's something like 2 frames where Bahiyyih is out of sync, and that's why it's so hard to notice, because it doesn't really happen. It's not a mistake and she's not even out of sync, unless you want to talk to me about the other members in that screenshot. The third screenshot is from this section of the chorus. It argues that Bahiyyih is, I guess, out of sync, that she has her foot back not forwards. Let's see if we can find this one. It seems to be at about 3 minutes 20 seconds of the video. I think I know what's going on here. both Bahiyyih and Xiaoting only kick their foot once. This is their choreography. It seems to me that she started her kick a tiny bit later than the other members, perhaps allowing her to get her balance properly. But, as you can see from this screenshot, she hits the kick perfectly in time with the other members. And it seems a consensus in K-pop that the impact being in sync is way more important than the movement itself. Just look at literally any video of BTS jumping for Boy With Love. They're so out of sync when they get off the ground and in the air, but they hit the ground at the same time, and it's so satisfying. Bahiyyih does look out of sync afterwards again, but this is because both she and Xiaoting, since they only do one kick, have to keep their foot in the air longer while the other members do another kick. Why is the choreography like this? I have no clue, but you can see that both Xiaoting and Bahiyyih look out of sync here, but are in sync with each other, and that Yujin looks like she's doing an Irish dance for some reason. Obvious Assistant has mixed up the screenshots again, making my life harder. The next one is annoyed that Bahiyyih has her arm raised when the others don't in the first chorus. This is another matter of finding a single screenshot when Bahiyyih is out of sync for like 3 frames. Here's the clip and here's a screenshot of just before the moment, Obvious Assistant screenshot, and a screenshot of just after the moment. And when I say after, I mean like 4 frames after. It's yet another non-issue and non-mistake, and is also likely influenced by the fact that Bahiyyih is in the process of moving to her spot for her part. I actually couldn't find the 4th screenshot. I know it's from about 1 minute 32 seconds into the video, but I couldn't find it. Here's the first time you can see the girls' legs, and none of them have their legs raised then. Then there's this one where Bahiyyih's leg is in sync with Xiaoting and Daeyeon, and that's about it. I'm sure that OA got their screenshot from here, but it would take much finer scrubbing of the frames than I have energy for to find it. Thus, I deem this, yet again, overly pedantic, not a mistake as it was labelled, and showing an extreme obsession with Bahiyyih. Number 6 isn't even one I'm going to look for in the video because Bahiyyih is literally doing the same thing as Hikaru, just at a different angle. Speaking of which, Hikaru is way out of angle here. I don't even see the issue. Number 7 is also from the chorus at the end of the song, at about 3 minutes 5 seconds. Here's the clip. And here's a screenshot that is adjacent to Obvious Assistants. The only complaints I can see that they have here is Bahiyyih puts her head back, which the other members do to a lesser extent, and which her arms hide, thus I don't see an issue, or that her arms are further apart and maybe higher up. But as the screenshots just before and after show, other members have their arms up high, like Yeso and Mashiro, and others have their arms quite far apart, like Daeyeon and Yeso. The only reason Bahiyyih's arms look further apart is because of her angle in relation to the camera, yet again. A lot of her movements look different because she is placed on the outside of the choreography and thus has a different camera angle compared to the members in the centre, who are the centre of attention. Number 8 is similarly one that I don't see an issue for. Is it that her arms are forward? If so, so are Xiaoting's. Is it her knee being up? If so, so are Hikaru's and I think Chaehyun's? If it's her hair, Yeso's is like that too. And they're all at different angles. I can't find something Bahiyyih is doing here that the others aren't. So if you can enlighten me, please do, Obvious Assistant. This one is a clip from a music show performance of We Fresh, and the OP instructs us to look at Bahiyyih at the end of the clip. Comments tell us that we should be looking at her timing and whether or not she flips her hair. I'd also like to complain that this video is so tiny it is hard to see, but luckily I could find the original. It's the full cam of their first M Countdown performance, literally the first We Fresh stage they did. Now, congrats, you found another issue where she was slightly off time with this one, may I say, only enough to be noticeable if you actually focus on her and she isn't the centre of attention. But I don't see a single hair flip here, and certainly not one she didn't do, so I'm not sure what this comment is about. She actually does flip her hair fine in the rest of the choreography, so if there was a hair flip here, she wouldn't have a reason not to. That was a nice short one, so let's try and do another speed round. This one is a comparison of Bahiyyih and Kyujin doing the anti-fragile challenge, and they complain about Bahiyyih's timing here. Again, she is slightly out of sync with the hip waves, but gets all of the emphasis on her moves right. And it's only noticeable to me if I slow the video down to a quarter speed and really stare. Speaking of staring, Kyujin and Unchae were also out of sync occasionally too, so I don't really get the point of the comparison. Someone in the comments also points out that the music is a bit out of sync for both. And there is also the consideration that may have been brought up in a deleted comment that Kyujin is a trained dancer from JYP who like good dancers, whereas Bahiyyih isn't. Just something to keep in mind. This one's nice. The performance is for the Youth Day festival, and thus the video was quite hard to find. This stage was apparently very small and covered in water. Thus, all of the members had difficulties. Chaehyun even falls over here. It was during Up era where Bahiyyih seems to have a lot of issues. We know that it's not just her being bad in this era because she did better both before and after it. Thus, my previous concerns about health issues or something else. That said, this is a legitimate mistake, and a pretty obvious one too. So congrats to the OT8 Reddit for finding another one. This is a series of 2 posts by our friend Obvious Assistant from the previously mentioned Youth Day performance. They contain a total of 38 screenshots / accused mistakes, so let's try to speed round them. Apart from the previously mentioned issues with this stage, the performance itself gets off to a bad start with the staff playing the wrong song and having technical issues, which is interesting for sure. This thing was a mess all around. The first one made me laugh. Your concern seems to be that her hand is still up, but so are other members like Hikaru, Mashiro, and Yeso. The second one happens because both Bahiyyih and Chaehyun, and to a lesser extent Hikaru, do the first movement early, and thus are early in this screenshot. Here is a screenshot of them and other members doing the 5 move early. Not only does this show that, as several commenters on this video said, Kep1er here were far from their best, it also shows that it is easy to make the others look out of sync. Youngyan, Mashiro, and Yeso are way off here. The third one isn't even worth my effort. Not only are others out of sync too, but in a screenshot from a moment before, we can see that Youngyan also pushes her leg out earlier. Since I'm guessing the leg position is OA's issue here, it could be Bahiyyih leaning forward, but so are Mashiro and Hikaru. The fourth screenshot is another one of Bahiyyih's arms raised, and another one that shows that the other members also have their arms raised. Here is the clip of this moment from the video. As you can see, it isn't even noticeable. What is far more noticeable is Hikaru here, who doesn't raise her hand at all. I managed to get this screenshot of her looking very out of sync with the other members. But why is she doing this? Well, it's because she had mic issues and was fixing her mic. See how stupid these kinds of posts are? Also, I found this screenshot of Dion looking like a grandma with a hurt back. The fifth screenshot is another one that doesn't deserve attention. Everything Bahiyyih is doing is something someone else is doing. Hands forward, so are Chaehyun and Mashiro. Hip to the right, Chaehyun, Dion, and Youngyan also have their hips to the right. Dion and Hikaru are actually the ones who look super out of sync here. 6. I don't know what the complaint here is. The leg? If so, Mashiro, Hikaru, and Chaehyun are in similar positions. The arms not extended? Chaehyun, Hikaru, and Mashiro also have different arm shapes. Also, here's the clip, and I doubt you can see anything wrong from any of them. 7. This one's hilarious because I like to imagine that Bahiyyih is face-palming her haters. But here is the clip of the moment. Again, completely not noticeable. Other members who have different positions in this screenshot are Yujin, who is getting to her spot, Xiaoting, who seems concerned about the wet floor, and Yeso, who looks like she is jumping for some reason. 8. Here is the clip. Anything wrong? Apparently, Bahiyyih's arm is wrong. Not only does this make me tell obvious assistant to get a life, it is also silly because Mashiro is out of sync with Dion, goodness knows what Xiaoting is doing, and Yeso is out of sync with Yujin. 9. A similarly silly one. Not only are the members all out of sync here, but I can show a screenshot from right after that shows Yeso turning at the exact same time as Bahiyyih, and another one that shows Yeso and Yangyan completely out of sync with the rest of the group. Same energy for all of the members, please. 10. I'm not even going to show the clip because not only did we already see that Yangyan and Yeso were out of sync here, in this very screenshot, the 3 girls at the front are out of sync with each other and with the rest of the group. 11. This one's easy. She slipped. Here's the clip. Screenshot 12 is from the exact same moment. 13. Another screenshot that shows other members, in this case Hikaru and Dion, also out of sync. I even found a screenshot where Dion is the only one out of sync. However, this is easily explainable as she has to look at the wet floor to avoid slipping while moving to her position. I'd also like to mention that while these 3 members started the movement late, they were all spot on with the emphasis of it, thus not very noticeable in the clip which you can see here. A brief interlude for this screenshot that I unintentionally paused at on the start of Up, showing Mashiro, Dion and Yangyan way out. 14. Here's a screenshot of a moment just before OA's one, showing Bahiyyih in sync and Dion out of sync. And here's one from right after, showing Yangyan out of sync. Here's the moment itself. It's pretty noticeable that they're out of sync, but they all are, not just Bahiyyih. Even in obvious assistance shot, they're in slightly different positions. Notice anything? Well, here's a frame with Hikaru, Mashiro and Yeso completely out of sync. And here's OA's frame which shows Bahiyyih and Mashiro out of sync. 16. I'm not sure what the complaint here is. Bahiyyih is in sync with Yujin, who is supposed to be doing the same move as her. Xiaoting and Mashiro are out of sync, and Yangyan is making a "what?" gesture like she's confused why you'd even take a screenshot here. 17. This is another easy one. She is in sync, but her left hand is raised because her hair got in her eye and she is in the process of brushing it back. Here's the moment. Screenshots 18 and 19 are from the same moment, and I don't know why OA included them, since they just show how 17 wasn't a mistake. 20. What's the issue here? That her arm is raised? So is Hikaru's. Here's another screenshot of the same moment showing their hands in the same position. It can't be her hand angle because Yeso is the same, but Mashiro is way off here. So that's post 1. 20 screenshots touted as individual mistakes, and we found a grand total of 1 actual mistake among them. Although when I looked back at what I wrote, I don't think any of them were mistakes, so perhaps I was remembering the previous post from the same performance, which was actually a mistake. I'd also like to point out that these tiny moments of all of the members being out of sync aren't actually mistakes. They're just human bodies being unique and individual, and thus everyone being slightly different. The reason the previous post counts as a mistake is because not only is it very large and obvious, it also showed that Bahiyyih was completely out of time with the other members and at points facing the opposite direction, like in La Voyage. The comments on post 1 point out frames that they think are funny, and of course uncritically accept that all of those were real and noticeable mistakes. Post 2, let's go. 1. Not only is Dion also in a different position here, but here's a screenshot showing Yeso, Hikaru, Bahiyyih and Yujin out of sync. 2 is one about the arm wave which we've already discussed. In this screenshot, Chaehyun, Hikaru and Xiaoting are out of sync, but OA doesn't expect us to look at or care about anyone other than Bahiyyih. The third screenshot is the same moment and the same members are out of sync. 4. What's the issue here? All of the members who have their hands up are out of sync with each other. If the issue is her leg not being raised, neither is Yeso's. 5. This is another stupidly pedantic one, and I even found a screenshot of this same moment showing that Mashiro was totally out of sync, while Diane and Bahiyyih were in sync. Also, Yujin looks really weird in OA's screenshot. 6. We've already talked about the wave, and Hikaru and Yeso are off in this segment too. Here's the moment. Notice anything? I mean, I'm not a dancer or a dance critic, but I definitely didn't. 7 is the same wave showing other members like Xiaoting and Dion way off. 8 is pretty much the same, but since Bahiyyih is moving towards her position this time, she is in the air a bit and thus looks higher, and also is obviously focusing on not tripping on the wet stage, not having her arms at the perfect angle. Again, lots of other members are out here, like Diane and Yang who have their hands pointed down, and Hikaru whose arm is upwards. 9. What's the issue here? Her left hand being raised? So is Hikaru's and Yang to a lesser extent. Mashiro, Diane and Yujin have their hands way too low here. 10. You're killing me. She is looking this way and only the slightest bit out of time because, as you can see in OA's literal screenshot, she is looking at and focusing on Chaehyun who just fell. You can see in this screenshot that Mashiro is looking too. Let's have the same energy as the OT8s and say that Diane and Xiaoting are horrible people for not looking at Chaehyun to see if they could help her. She's literally reaching for Dion in this screenshot. Of course, she isn't, but this is what they'd say if Bahiyyih was where Xiaoting or Dion were, as we saw from a previous post where Yang slipped. Yeso is also way out with her footwork here, but we won't be attacking her. 11. This one actually made me have a mini breakdown. I had to take a moment away and breathe some fresh air. The complaint here is that Bahiyyih enters late for her part and that Xiaoting is apparently eyeing her. First, I find it weird how obsessed the OT8 seem to be with the idea that the members, and especially Xiaoting, hate Bahiyyih and think she's a bad dancer. But secondly, and way more importantly, I need to stress that this is the choreography of the song. This is literally how this part is supposed to go. You can see it here in the dance practice for Up. Bahiyyih is supposed to enter at the right time to smoothly slide into her position for her part. The reason Yujin enters earlier than her is because she has to be in position already. Bahiyyih is completely in time here, and Xiaoting likely looks at her because 1. The members tend to look to the left here, and 2. Bahiyyih is a moving object and movement attracts the eye. Mashiro and Yeso are also looking to the left in this screenshot, and I highly doubt that Xiaoting is giving Bahiyyih a side eye or anything else. You know the OT8s have nothing real to actually complain about when they're upset about the actual choreography of the song. Screenshots 12 and 13 are of the same moment and prove nothing. 14. I had to watch this part 5 times to even understand how obvious Assistant got this screenshot. Here's the moment. Can you see it? It's so fast that it's impossible to notice and capture without an obsession with Bahiyyih and scrubbing frame by frame. Also, in this screenshot, Mashiro, Yujin and Xiaoting are off with their arm angles. 15 and 16 are the wave again. In 15, Xiaoting looks way off, and in 16, Dion, Chaehyun and Yeso do. 17, another pedantic one. Bahiyyih is in almost exactly the same position as Xiaoting, but I guess the OT8s are annoyed because her left arm is extended a bit more? Okay. I don't think it's a mistake or even an actual issue, but I'll give you this one just so you can have actual mistakes tallied up in the end instead of a counter of 0. And the last screenshot. I believe the complaint here is that Bahiyyih raises her hand higher than Yang, but although we can't see Yujin in this screenshot, we can see from an earlier one that she was raising her hands just as high as Bahiyyih. I don't see the issue. So with that done, Obvious Assistant proudly proclaims 38 mistakes total, of which we've had a look and there are 3 total, 2 of which I don't think actually count as mistakes, but I decided to be generous, and one of which came from a Hiyyihlight and thus wasn't even a mistake that OA found. I love the claims in the comments saying that she did everything wrong and is completely off, because we've proven that false. I also love this comment about Xiaoting's clean lines, because in a lot of these screenshots, Xiaoting was off too. I don't know why OA bothers spending so much time on someone they hate, and I don't understand why they're so obsessed with screenshots. The only thing I can really suggest is that it is super fun to find screenshots of members out of sync. I actually had a lot of fun doing that in this segment, because it shows that idols are human too, and is something that most people don't notice. Screenshots also tend to look very funny because of smear frames. But this obsession has gone way too far for OA, as we will continue to see. We have some more screenshots, but this time not from OA. They are from my first Mama Kep1er episode. This first one is confusing to me because I don't see what Bahiyyih is doing differently from the other members. Maybe I'm blind. The second one is an actual mistake that Hikaru corrects Bahiyyih on and that she instantly works on correcting. But in this screenshot, Chaehyun has her head pointed the wrong way too. I don't understand their assertion in the comments that Chae is tilting the right way because she clearly isn't. The third and fourth screenshots are the same moment. At this point, I point out that this is a video of the members learning changed choreography for a show, and thus, as they are learning, is the point where a lot of mistakes happen. The OP asserts that there is a 98% chance Bahiyyih makes this mistake in the actual performance, so I looked up the actual performance. Which is hilarious because not only does Bahiyyih not make the mistake, Chaehyun still does. This is a comparison of Liz's part in 11 and Bahiyyih's. I think the complaint is that Bahiyyih didn't stand up? Okay, I'll give you this one because you're lacking actual mistakes to chalk up against her, but I will say this is another one that isn't obvious and is overly pedantic for no reason other than confirmation bias. I also love this comment comparing Hiyyihlights to Hitler and Putin. The next one is a compilation made by an OT8 user on Twitter, who has put together a compilation of all of Bahiyyih's mistakes. Here it is. We've already talked about the helicopters, and I love how you can see Dion literally being off in the clips shown. We've also talked about Youth Day, Pool Party, and Le'Veon Rose. I love how their complaint for Wadada on Queendom is that she's sloppy. Like, okay, let me give you that one since I'm pitying you, but it's not even a mistake. We've already talked about Le Voyage's issues. I'm not sure about their Wadada concerns. We've talked about the arm wave in Up and the whole We Fresh issue, so this video adds nothing new to the discussion, except that this person says that a part 2 is coming soon. And it never did. So where are the mistakes? I thought you said there were tons more to work with. I also love how the comments act like this is a massive takedown of Bahiyyih when the video is less than 2 minutes long and mostly padded out by slowed down clips and repeated clips. OA returns, bringing us screenshots from Kep1er's performance of The Girls at the 2022 HMAs. First, here are screenshots from before and after this moment. As you can see, Bahiyyih did have the right foot. The only reason OA could argue otherwise is because she changed her feet slightly slower than the other members. But Xiaoting also moved her hands faster, so being out of sync isn't an argument we can use against Bahiyyih and solely Bahiyyih here. The second is another case of the single frame. Here is just before, and as you can see they're all in sync. And here is just after, again in sync. Bahiyyih starts moving her leg back to the open position slightly faster than the other members. Thus, OA can get this screenshot which otherwise isn't noticeable, especially because the members are so small on the screen. The third is another single screenshot. Here is the moment. Do you notice Bahiyyih being a frame late? I think not. But this is also because, as you can see in the clip, she needs to take another step towards Xiaoting, since her initial position was further away. The fourth is weird to me. Bahiyyih is doing the same movements as the other girls with similar areas of emphasis. I don't think any of them look sexy or like they're trying to be sexy, but again, the OT8s seem to have an obsession with the idea that Bahiyyih is trying to be sexy. If what Bahiyyih is doing is sexy, so is what the other members are doing. This is just the single screenshot that makes her look like she's perhaps trying harder than the other members. Here is the moment for the fifth screenshot. I don't think it's noticeable unless you're looking for it, which OA definitely is, but I'll give you one anyway just to be nice. Same for the sixth. The seventh is funny because they seem to think that the song being older makes it less justified for her to be late, which it isn't. Sure, they'll have performed a year-old song more than a newer one, but they will also have learned more choreographies and probably had a longer time since they last performed it, thus making it harder to remember and easier to forget. I also love how they say she's late when the only thing you could argue she does wrong in this segment is keep her hands in the air too long. Here's the clip. In the given screenshot, Xiaoting and Dion are also off. In fact, Xiaoting makes a mistake here. She holds her hand to the side instead of clapping, looking very confused. How will you excuse this one, OT8s? I thought Xiaoting was your main dancer. I'll answer for you. It doesn't need to be excused because it's tiny and we know Xiaoting can dance. But the same applies for Bahiyyih. The eighth screenshot is the same moment, but I love this comment about the TikToks made with Oppa, because the OT8s say that she does a trash job on those anyway. So pick, does she do better in them or not? It's also a completely unrelated situation and irrelevant, of course. The comments of course talk about her clout chasing, feeling sorry for the other members, and generally disliking her. There's also this comment by OA about them no longer showing the helicopter hand shot, which, give me proof that they've shown it less and I'll accept it. Otherwise, I have no reason to believe your conspiracies. The next one is another obvious assistant special, this time about the teaser for the Japanese release I Do Do You. I wondered why they cut off half of the group for these screenshots, but I shouldn't have, it's obvious. Let me show you screenshot number 1 with the whole group. As you can see here, and even a bit in the clipped version, other members like Xiaoting, Mashiro and Dion also have their hands up. Sure, Bahiyyih's is higher, but the OT8s seem to act like Bahiyyih's dancing is horrible because she's out of sync. And if that's the issue, the other members are too, so you have no right to complain about one and not the others. Also, here's the moment. Did you notice this? The second screenshot comes from this full screenshot which shows that all of the members are out of sync with their feet. It was also ridiculously hard to get this screenshot. The literal next frame switches to the close-up where Bahiyyih is in perfect sync. So not only is she in sync, but this confirms my theory that OA cycles through the frames one by one to find the single frame Bahiyyih is off, because otherwise they would never have been able to get this screenshot. The third one is a matter of angles. Here it is with all of the members, and we can see that lots of them are in different positions. Xiaoting is side on, Yeso is doing goodness knows what with her arms, Mashiro has her arms way up in the air, and Yujin is covering her face. I couldn't really understand the complaint here, but I think they're upset that Bahiyyih's arms aren't crossing, in which case they are. The angle is just different compared to the camera and her body. If she had her arms touching each other, it would look fine, but because she has them apart like Xiaoting, we can see a gap. I also love how OA says that Bahiyyih is ruining this, not only because they ruined it for themselves by rummaging through the frames, but also because of how long the teaser is. The teaser has about 23 seconds of content with the girls, and the standard frame rate in Korea is 30 per second. Thus, there are about 690 frames here. And you only found 3 that could possibly be suggested as Bahiyyih doing anything wrong. She isn't ruining it. 3 frames out of 690? Last one for this segment, and this one is hilarious because everyone is missing something. There's this original post on Twitter being upset. I assume that Bahiyyih is offbeat. Then there's this reply saying that Chaehyun is worse than Bahiyyih, and another one pointing out that Chaehyun's foot is raised behind Mashiro. And thus the OT8s descend, saying that the OT1s are childish and stupid, desperate, blind, and so on. And this is all true. Chaehyun is on beat and her foot is raised in sync with the other members. But you know who isn't in sync that no one talked about? It's not Bahiyyih. It's Mashiro, whose arms are in the wrong position and whose leg is way too low. So I just don't get what people are going on about here. So, to sum up, in this segment we've gone over roughly 93 accused mistakes, of which 17 were mistakes that Bahiyyih and only Bahiyyih made, and of which 10 were ones that I only added to the tally because I felt pity for the OT8s never being able to find real mistakes, not because I actually thought they qualified as mistakes. Which leaves us with 7 real mistakes, of which 5 were from Up era where Bahiyyih seems to have struggled for some reason. So the OT8 sub has a success rate of roughly 7.5 to 18%, which is far from a good score. I understand that they think she's a trash dancer. I understand that she has made mistakes. But, as this segment has shown, the other members have all made mistakes too. I have no problem with the OT8s pointing out Bahiyyih's mistakes as long as 1. They are real mistakes, and 2. They keep the same energy for pointing out the other members' mistakes. Especially if they think the other members are better dancers. Their mistakes should be considered even more egregious in comparison. I hope that this segment has been a thorough demonstration of how obsessed the OT8 sub are with Bahiyyih, and of how hypocritical they are by attacking her and not the other members. Now we get to a unique segment of this video, because at the beginning of the episode I said that I hated both sides of the argument, both sides of the argument being the Kep1er OT8 members and the rabid Bahiyyih fans. But so far I haven't really talked about or dismantled the rabid Bahiyyih fans, and many people, especially the OT8 members, would thus suggest that I am on their side, which this section is here to disprove. Because if there's one thing that the Kep1er OT8 Reddit is legitimately good for, it's collecting evidence of how rabid some Bahiyyih fans can be. I'm not on Twitter, where a lot of these fan wars take place, and the Kep1er OT1 Reddit isn't a place to hate on the other members anymore, rather just a feed of everything Bahiyyih does. So it was pretty hard for me to find evidence of anything that rabid Hiyyihlights do, or, as the OT8 members like to call them, Shittylights. And as much as I think the name Shittylights is bad because it implies something bad about Bahiyyih, not just her fans, the fact of the matter is that some of her fans are certainly shitty. So let's have a look at just how shitty they can be, ranging from being chronically online to actively racist against the other members. And let's have a look at the wondrous wealth of evidence the OT8 members have compiled against them, and against the Bahiyyih akagaes mindset. Keeping in mind, of course, that this is only a small portion of Bahiyyih's fandom, and thus an even smaller portion of people who call themselves Keplians, or who don't but follow the group. I will say that this section is kind of funny because it shows how bad Hiyyihlights can be, and by looking at OT8 reactions to Hiyyihlights, we see how bad the OT8s are as well. That said, some of these posts show how bad Hiyyihlights can be, and some of them show the OT8 members taking things out of context. A lot of these accusations have little evidence supporting them, but they nonetheless go into the category of what OT8s see as Shittylights, for one reason or another. But before we get into that, let's take a tiny tangent. We talked about all of the insults the OT8 members throw against Bahiyyih, so it's only fair we talk about the insults Shittylights throw against the other members of Kep1er. The OT8 Reddit has documented the following insults. That Yujin and Xiaoting are old hags, that Dion is a bobblehead and Chaehyun is jealous of Bahiyyih, that Dion is ugly and boyish, and Chaehyun has a plastic face and distorted head, that the members scare people away with their ugliness, and that the rest of the group, apart from Bahiyyih, are flops. Here is also an example of an anti-Dion OT8 who says that Dion doesn't deserve love, that she is talentless and tries too hard to fit into the group, and that she steals lines from the other members. Rabid Hiyyihlights have also said that Yujin is cringe, Yeso is fatphobic and has no skills, Hikaru overdances, and that Yeso has huge teeth and looks constipated. As we'll see, they wish for the downfall of the group and the sole success of Bahiyyih. They've called Chaehyun an SM reject, Dion a sushi girl, said that Hikaru and the other members don't care about Bahiyyih, and that Urina is only pretending to like Bahiyyih and is a fake friend. But the vast majority of their hate is directed towards Xiaoting and her fans. I'm not sure where all this hate originated from. Perhaps that a good chunk of anti-Bahiyyih OT8s think that Xiaoting should have been placed 2 instead of Bahiyyih, and are Xiaoting biased and thus have attacked Bahiyyih? But either way, Hiyyihlights have said things about Xiaoting that are just as bad, if not worse, than the things that OT8s have said about Bahiyyih. They've said that Xiaoting is popular, except they clarified only on Pornhub. They've said she is racist, narcissistic, that she was pregnant on Girls Planet and aborted the baby, that she can't sing, that she is talentless and has shark eyes. They've also called her a Chinese bitch, said she is crazy about TXT's Yeonjun, and said that, despite all of the above, she doesn't receive any hate and that her fans shouldn't complain. Which is just a beautifully disgusting combination of statements that no one deserves, let alone someone who seems as sweet and hardworking as Xiaoting, and which have just as little evidence, read none, to support them as the insults OT8s make against Bahiyyih. So, with that disgusting context, let's look at some general posts the sub have collected on the topic of Shittylights. This one is about a Bahiyyih fan on Twitter who said that they don't like, quote, set up accounts by Ting Fens, aka Xiao Ting's fandom. I'm not sure what setup accounts are, but I gather from the context that they are accounts that are used to show the popularity of a member or to organise hashtag trends, birthday events, or something else. Either way, they are accounts that apparently hate on Bahiyyih and are followed by many Ting Fens. This is where the bad part of this comes in, because this Hiyyihlight says that if they see one more of these accounts and are told to ignore them, they will kill the Ting Fens. And I don't think I need to tell you why this is bad. I actually laughed at this comment from Irene Promoter saying that if a Ting Fen and Hiyyihlight met in the street, the Hiyyihlight would apologise in tears, which made me imagine an incredibly buff Xiao Ting and a tiny little Bahiyyih who only has confidence over the anonymity of the internet. Next we have a post which rightly points out the hypocrisy of Hiyyihlights, who have previously expressed their disgust that the OT8 members were hating on a minor. However, then some of them say things like this, wishing that Bahiyyih would do a more mature concept. Of course, there are more mature concepts like Misc, which the poster mentions, but often mature concepts correspond with sexy concepts, which is where the issue comes in. Anyone who has seen my Hyphen blog knows that I hate when there are sexy concepts for groups with minor members in K-pop. So of course I hate the idea that Bahiyyih and other participants on Girls Planet have done either sexy concepts or songs with sexy lyrics while still being minors. I want to clarify that it's not okay to sexualize an idol just because they hit the ripe old age of 18, especially considering that the age of majority in Korea is 19, not 18. In my very ace opinion, it's not okay to sexualize anyone ever, but at least if they're an adult, they're an adult. So yes, this post does, as the OT8 members point out, show that Bahiyyih is only a minor when it's useful to Hiyyihlights. When this post was made, Bahiyyih was 17, and when this part of the script was written, she was 18. So let's just say that it was more than a little weird. However, as Keep On Going points out, the biggest problem with this post is the way it's worded, not the intent itself. The wording is what makes it sound a bit creepy. However, they do proceed to call the members of the sub, I'm not sure which sub since it got cut off in the picture, but I'm willing to bet the OT8 sub, mentally stupid, childish, and problematic. A lot of the comments accuse Hiyyihlights, and especially specific members of the fandom, of being pedophiles and groomers. They mention a user, Arma here, who they accuse of giving Bahiyyih expensive gifts to groom her and pressure her into sexual favours. They also apparently manipulate other Hiyyihlights. At which point I will point out that both Hiyyihlights and OT8s use Hiyyih's minor status, or lack thereof, when it benefits them, but will say she's an adult when it benefits them too. The Hiyyihlights say she's an adult when they want her to do mature concepts, and a minor when she's being attacked by OT8s. And the OT8s say she's a minor when they talk about how horrible her fandom is, and thus victimise her, one thing they criticise Hiyyihlights of doing anyway, but they talk about how she's an adult when they want to insult her personally. So everyone's hypocritical here, and for pretty horrible self-serving reasons. But putting that aside, I looked up Arma here on Twitter, and scrolled through their entire post history. All I found were a lot of posts of their many biases, some Bahiyyih fan art, and them organising gifts and fan events for Bahiyyih. Although, yes, they got a lot of expensive gifts for her, I found no evidence that they were in any way grooming her or had any malicious intentions. They seemed like a super fan with a decent amount of disposable income who organises other fans to donate and help get gifts. And without seeing any personal interactions between Arma here and Bahiyyih, there's no evidence that anything unusual is going on. Now, the posts that made the OT8 members concerned could have been deleted, or they could all have been conducted in DMs with Hiyyihlights and non-Hiyyihlights, but I found no evidence of suspicious behaviour on this profile. The worst things I found were some older posts of them being upset that OT9 Bahiyyih biased fans came up with their own fan name, as Hiyyihlight has been tarnished by drama. And that's it. So unless someone can give me some concrete reasons for these accusations, I will consider them void and based on confirmation bias only. This made me then want to look up the user who made the original post about mature concepts, called Lesbian Leah. I managed to find the original post, which, as I suspected, was in the OT1 Reddit. Lesbian Leah made about 5 posts and/or comments on Reddit, the last one being this one, which was a year ago. None of their other posts imply a wish for a mature concept for Bahiyyih, and are instead annoyed at how she is treated in the group. They do overreact to some situations, such as when they say that the other members called her a horse, an accusation which was instantly disproven in the comments, but I can find no evidence that they are malicious or have groomer or pedophilic feelings towards Bahiyyih. They seem to just be a young and trigger-happy fan. Soiled Milk Stain betrays us here by being not very logical. They say that Hiyyihlights are okay with Bahiyyih doing mature concepts, but will attack Le Seraphim's Unche for doing the controversial floor-humping move from Fearless, calling them hypocritical. To which I say that there is a massive difference between a 16-year-old doing songs like Misc and a 15-year-old basically humping the floor for a choreography. This made me look through Soiled Milk's post history, and unfortunately, yes, they do show a lack of critical thinking in other posts. Remember, people, that they seem to be the most common sense of the OT8 members, but that doesn't mean they have a wealth of common sense and a lack of Bahiyyih hate, unfortunately. Then there's this post by a Hiyyihlight who says that Leah Kai and Bahiyyih's mother must not be too panicked when she hears news about one of her children having an injury, since she has 3 idol children. First, I think this is a really weird comment to make. Just because she has 3 children doesn't mean they're replaceable and thus she doesn't have to worry about them? What a weird thing to say. It makes me think that this person has a subconscious belief that their mother is a bad mother. All of the comments are to be expected, saying that Bahiyyih and Leah are flops, and that Kai is the only real idol out of the 3 of them. This was around the time that Bahiyyih's episode of Lee Mugen's Service came out. Hiyyihlights were determined to break records with the view count of the episode, a goal which never really came to fruition. The comments of this post diss this fact, but I love this one that laughs in the face of her solo views, saying, quote, "Can't even pass 20 million views." As if 20 million views is in any way a small number. I understand that now we have groups like BTS who hit 1 billion views like it's nothing, but I think it's made people forget that in the scheme of things, 20 million views, or even a little less than that, is still a lot. Most videos on the platform struggle to get anywhere close to 1 million. These days, it's easy to forget how big of a number 1 million actually is. Unless you're trying to buy a home in Australia. The next post is about a character I heard about a surprising amount when researching for this video. User Mr. Grapefruit Jelly, who I got the impression from the OT8 members is a mod of some K-pop related Reddit, and who claims to be Kep1er OT8, but who seemingly hates, consciously or not, Dion. I was able to find this post, which is one in r/Kpop Thoughts, about the most and least competitive members of various groups. However, I was unable to find anything about Mr. Grapefruit Jelly's account since it has been suspended. At this point, I want to take a moment to mention, for those of you who don't know, that there are some OT8 Keplians who aren't OT8 anti-Bahiyyih. In fact, the next largest population of OT8s, behind the Bahiyyih haters, are actually Dion haters. Most of them believe she shouldn't be in the group because of how she was angel edited on the show at the expense of Chinese trainees. And some hate her because of how many lines and how much center time she gets in Kep1er songs when there are members who get next to nothing. This post is a collection of comments from Mr. Grapefruit Jelly which are designed to show how they are fake OT9 and actually hate Dion, mostly in the realm of passive-aggressive insults of her character and just weirdly wording arguments. The funny thing about these posts is that, yes, reading them, a lot of them can be seen as weirdly apathetic toward Dion. But I in no way think that this proves that Grapefruit Jelly dislikes Dion or isn't OT9. These examples are all ones where the OT8 members complain that Grapefruit is supposedly passively aggressively dissing Dion, saying that she isn't a main dancer, that she isn't improving vocally, etc. The first one is stupid in my opinion, since nothing bad in any sense was said about Dion. The second also says nothing bad about Dion, it actually says that she is improving with every comeback, just that Hikaru is improving more. The next one is odd. I'm not sure where they get the idea that Dion isn't popular, other than perhaps that she gets a lot of hate, but that is the only weird thing about it. They are, in my opinion, in no way insinuating that Dion's future group will flop because of her. They instead make a reference to her company and their past failures. The next one also in no way disregards Dion's skills in any way. Dion literally isn't mentioned in this post. The post is only praising Bahiyyih and also Chaehyun, Yangyun, and Hikaru. Why are we saying it disregards Dion and not the other members who aren't named? They never said they don't think Dion is a good dancer or that she doesn't belong in the dance line. They simply said that they think Hikaru and Bahiyyih are the best dancers of the group. And the same for Chaehyun, Yangyun, and Bahiyyih for vocals. The next one has no relevance to Dion at all, and the only valid issue with it is that, yes, Kep1er doesn't have an established vocal line, so it's silly to act like they do. These posts make up 5 out of the 8 examples provided, and they prove nothing about Grapefruit's thoughts about Dion except that she isn't their bias. The only bad thing they've said about her is that she's not popular, which was a weird statement, but as their other posts show, may come from them having witnessed so much Dion hate and thus thinking she is unpopular. The next category we have is these 2 examples where Grapefruit talks about the good things some of the members do in videos, but doesn't mention Dion. I find it funny that the OT8 members are upset Grapefruit didn't mention Dion, because they also get upset when Hiyyihlights get upset when comments mention any member in a video that isn't Bahiyyih. So to make that a bit less hard to understand, Hiyyihlights will see a video of, say, Hikaru and Bahiyyih, and see a comment that says, "Oh, I love Hikaru so much," then get annoyed at that person for excluding Bahiyyih. OT8 members think this is stupid because obviously not only do they dislike Bahiyyih, but they also think that comments shouldn't be obligated to mention her. But now they get annoyed at someone for the same reason they hate Hiyyihlights for? It's a weird thing for anyone to be upset about, in my opinion, and also hypocritical of the OT8 members. Also, notice that Grapefruit clearly biases Bahiyyih, Hikaru, and Yangyun, and Hikaru and Yangyun are the people they mentioned in these posts. So yes, they could be excluding Dion, or they could just really love their 3 biases. 7 out of 8 examples down, and they've done nothing that proves they're an anti-Dion OT8 yet. So let's move on to the last one. This one is unique because it actually incriminates Grapefruit to a small degree. Grapefruit talks about how Dion is clearly centered in the group by the company, and thus it makes sense that some of the fans feel weird about her and even dislike her. They don't condone outwardly disliking her, but this could be seen as supporting inwardly disliking her, through a lack of calling it out. They say that the fan call rules must be updated to protect Dion from her haters, which doesn't sound like an anti-Dion thing if you ask me. They say that the company, by making Dion the face of the group, has made her the face of the group's mistakes, which I think is a very true and valid point. I also love how the parts of these posts that the OT8 members have underlined are bits that say negative things about Dion out of context, but which in context, the context which is actually provided, are hating on Wake 1, not Dion. The only incriminating things Grapefruit said in this whole post seem to be 1. That they think Dion is the least popular and most hated member of Kep1er, and that 2. She is pushed in the group at the detriment of other members, thus it's understandable that some fans dislike her. Which aren't the best things to say for sure, but they in no way suggest that Grapefruit dislikes Dion, more so that they need to work on how they phrase their arguments to avoid coming off that way. But nonetheless, the Kep1er OT8 comments are rife with hatred for Grapefruit, as expected. They mostly say that Grapefruit should admit their true anti-Dion OT8 status, and that they are clearly threatened by both Dion's immense skills and the lacking skills of their bias Bahiyyih. No Bullshit goes on a rampage saying that Grapefruit clearly hates Dion but is doing their best to hide it. They also get involved in their weird hate Olympics, where they say that Bahiyyih is clearly hated more than Dion, which doesn't suit their Dion victimization narrative. And of course, they complain about how Bahiyyih is a useless and soon-to-be unemployed Nepo baby. There's also this post from someone who apparently dances and insults Bahiyyih's dancing, but doesn't manage to insult her singing. They say that she's worse than Youngyan, Chaehyun and Mashiro, and possibly Yeso. So, you think she's the 4th or 5th best singer in the group, only behind main vocalists, and better than Yoojin, the experienced idol? So, is she a bad singer or not? And all of the other comments are more of the same. Bagging on Bahiyyih and her skills, talking about how crazy and deluded her fans are, and talking about how talented Dion is in comparison. The next one is a screenshot of a tweet made by a Bahiyyih fan, saying that yes, Bahiyyih could just leave the group, but they want Kep1er to disband so they can see the fans of the other members suffer. Which, although I can understand their need for revenge, definitely falls into the actual Shittylight behaviour category rather than the no evidence to support that this person's a Shittylight one. There is always a possibility that these things have been photoshopped, but if we assumed that for every post on the sub, we would go crazy. So I'll assume that this person actually said this. I had a look at the HeartHerePO2 Twitter account, and this person seems to be a fan of or involved in a bizarre variety of things. Pro sports, all 3 Huenings siblings, some random boy groups, social justice, and Thai BL. It also seems they're Filipino. They spend most of their time posting about things they like, organising events for Bahiyyih's birthday and other occasions, and getting mad at Bahiyyih aunties. They are far more aggressive than Bahiyyih, as their tweet in the OT8 sub shows. They post often about measures she beats the other members in, like having the most Instagram posts over 1 million likes. They also retweet a lot of posts by other Hiyyihlights talking about how her fans are only defensive because of how much she has been mistreated, and generally being annoyed at Bahiyyih aunties. The comments just call HeartHere miserable, which I'd be inclined to agree with, but this means we're all miserable. HeartHere is miserably obsessed with OT8s, the OT8s are miserably obsessed with Bahiyyih, and I am miserable because I have to look at all of this to write my now 60,000 word script. This one is both horrible and exaggerated. There's this screenshot of a Bahiyyih fan telling someone to, and I quote, do the Kang Yeso challenge, and then they include the abbreviation KYS, which stands, for those who don't know, for kill yourself. This is a horrible and inexcusable thing to tell someone to do, as I'm sure I don't need to tell you, and to use Yeso's name to do this is disgusting. But the problem is that the OT8s rage that this person was supposedly threatening violence and sending death threats, which is false. They never threatened anyone or said that they would kill anyone. They only asked someone to be violent to themselves. A distinction that doesn't take away from the horrible nature of the situation, but which is important to note nonetheless as an example of exaggeration on this sub and which takes away from the integrity of the OT8s even further than they already did. Aside from this exaggeration, the sub members comment about how horrible Hiyyihlights are. And about half of the comments talk about how Bahiyyih is aware of this and acknowledges this behaviour. A conspiracy theory which we have already discussed. And for the sake of drilling it in, we don't know whether Bahiyyih knows that her fans are telling people to kill themselves and just generally being horrible. But we do know that when she tells her fans she loves them, she most likely does not mean this kind of behaviour. Going back to other fandoms, when BTS, EXO, Blackpink or Stray Kids say they love their fans, do they mean the toxic ones? Most likely no. So why is Bahiyyih different? Only because we don't like her, do we? I'm not saying that the OT8s and anyone with a conscience shouldn't be outraged that this happened, just that the hypocrisy and double standards for Bahiyyih herself are real. Here is a screenshot of a tweet made by a Japanese Kep1er translation account. This account apparently translated what Hikaru said about Bahiyyih. Apparently after this translation was released, rabid Hiyyihlights used it to harass both Hikaru and the rest of the group. The account holder had previously been told to kill themselves for their translations, and they didn't want their translations to be used to harass the members, so decided to deactivate the account for a period and warned that they may not continue translating after Wing Wing promotions. See my above comments on how horrible it is to tell someone to kill themselves. This is obviously a super immature thing to do in general, using a translation to harass other members, because, as the translator pointed out, the members only said good things about Bahiyyih. The comments of course point out how Hiyyihlights can be horrible and include some observations such as how, when Bahiyyih is included, they will find hurtful things to say about the other members, but when she's excluded, she is the victim. We'll discuss these observations later. There's also comments about how Bahiyyih's fans make it harder for the rest of Kep1er's fandom, and some funny comments about how the OT8 fans are apparently the villains and then Hiyyihlights do things like this. Which is funny because, yes, you are the villains. Yes, you are in the wrong. Just because rabid Hiyyihlights are also in the wrong and also the villains of this fandom doesn't mean you're blameless. You know there can be multiple villains in a story, right? And now we get to have a look at the actual post in question from the previous discussion. The translator posted what Hikaru had said about Bahiyyih, Yeso and Yanyan. She wrote that Yeso was cute and had great skills on stage while being a baby off stage. She said that Yanyan works super hard and is charming, and that Bahiyyih is beautiful and funny. She recounts a story where Bahiyyih made the other members laugh. And Hiyyihlights weren't impressed that while she complimented the skills of the other members, she talked about Bahiyyih's funny side. Here are some of the comments they made in response. They said that Hikaru was being shallow and clearly isn't a real friend of Bahiyyih's, that the compliments for the other members were so different, and that the other members only see Bahiyyih as a comedian. Which are just overreactions to have to this. As the translator and the OT8 members point out, Hikaru literally complimented Bahiyyih. She said lovely things about her and complimented her looks and personality, and told a story that was clearly memorable to her, showing that Bahiyyih has had a part in her memories. If the complaint is that these things were shallow, which I don't really think they are, she said shallow things about the others, saying that she thinks Yanyan is cool and mentioning that Yeso has a lot of toys on her bed, and repeatedly talking about how cute she is. This was an example of Hiyyihlights making a mountain out of a molehill, and one of the things I agree with the OT8s on. And you should know by now that there are next to no things I agree with them about. But it's that Hiyyihlights often overreact for things that aren't even negative. They act like Bahiyyih was insulted when she wasn't, not even subtly. However, the OT8s do take it a bit far by saying the only reason Hikaru used the funny compliment is because she had nothing else good to say about Bahiyyih. Thus they insult Bahiyyih's dancing and other skills, and say that Bahiyyih and her fans should be thankful that Hikaru even bothered to give her a compliment. I love this comment which says that lying is bad so the girls don't do it, then proceeds to say that the girls spread white lies. Like, do they lie or not? Is lying okay or not? The next one is so bizarre. This Hiyyihlight posted about how they still support Garam even if she's been proven guilty, which is weird because Garam has been proven innocent. I don't know how they got the idea that she was guilty, but this means that the OT8s get to go on about how the OT1s support a bully. The OP suggests this may have been a troll account and provides evidence which unfortunately doesn't exist anymore, as the account has been suspended. However, someone else links to a post of the previous account saying, quote, "Just because Bahiyyih looks like a horse doesn't mean you get to bully her," which both I and the person who posted that photo think makes them a troll account. Some of the other comments talk about how Garam seems innocent, and others point out that this is a troll. So this is a relatively pointless post because this person isn't even a real Bahiyyih fan. It was an interesting accusation though on several levels. The next one is pretty funny because of the discrepancy between the Shittylights, the regular Bahiyyih fans, Bahiyyih herself, and the OT8s. A Bahiyyih fan account posted this tweet about how Xiaoting did an amazing dance. I assume this was the ballroom dance done at Isaac. And Hiyyihlights were not impressed, saying things like, "Well, you're clearly not thinking about Bahiyyih," and "No one asked," which is a wondrously immature response. This is funny because the Bahiyyih fan account literally did nothing wrong, and because Bahiyyih herself had talked about how she was proud of Xiaoting and how Xiaoting did an amazing job. The OT8s compare the OT1 behaviour to a cult and mental illness, saying that Hiyyihlights get offended whenever Bahiyyih isn't the centre of attention. The next 3 posts are related. During Up era, there was a creator on TikTok who cosplayed as Bahiyyih for a bit. The user was called European Bahiyyih, a fitting name, and their videos have since been made private. Understandably, the OT8s were pretty horrified, especially since I believe this person is fully white. One person points out that although doing styling to look like an idol is something that some people do, this is different since this person is pretending to be Bahiyyih. They do, however, also point out that this person is young, which, no bullshit of course, doesn't accept as an excuse. There's a bit of debate about how cosplaying a real person is cringy and whether or not this person is experimenting with their style or whether they actually want to become Bahiyyih, which is something that only that person can actually know and which we likely won't ever know, because the big thing that decides whether this is okay or not, in my opinion, is her intentions. Other comments of course talk about how creepy and gross she is, which was to be expected. The saga continues when European Bahiyyih makes a post saying she can't be called a Korea boo for having a Korean flag when other people have K-pop albums. A lot of people in the comments were unimpressed as far as I can tell, as were the OT8s who said that she looked like a man. I'm not here to discuss whether people are or aren't Korea boos because a lot of that comes down to intentions, which we don't know, and because that is a topic that would be better explored in a different video. Similarly, as above, I will not be discussing whether European Bahiyyih is in the right, or is creepy or not. That's not the point of this segment. The point is to showcase things that Bahiyyih fans do that the OT8s think are bad. There was also this comment on one of European Bahiyyih's videos which said they didn't want to be European anymore, and clarified that it was because she embarrassed them. But the OT8s took this very seriously and were disgusted by people supposedly wanting to change races. There's of course the whole transracial debate and the whole Ollie London debacle, but those are also not topics of this video, so we'll leave them here for today. Then there's this post from around the time of New Jeans' debut, where a lot of Hiyyihlights became fans of Danielle, who is half white. Thus, there were some weird comments like this person calling Bahiyyih and Danielle their, quote, 2 white girls, which I can agree with the OT8 fans is really weird. They do have a debate about whether these people were from Southeast Asia and thus possibly obsessed with white people, and they are of course disgusted by the seeming fetishization of Asian people. There's also this post about how a lot of white Hiyyihlights might be using her as a self-insert. This person rightfully points out that a lot of Bahiyyih's fans seem to want to portray her as more European, when she is in fact culturally Korean, speaks Korean not English, has lived almost her whole life in Korea, and embraces Korean culture. There are of course also the mandatory comments about how Danielle is way more talented than Bahiyyih. I know that it is only a tiny portion of Bahiyyih's fandom, and an even smaller portion of Kep1er's wider fandom, but I have no doubt that some of her fans treat her like a self-insert of themselves, and that some of them fetishize her and her Asianness. However, there are a few important questions to ask. Do these people have malicious intentions or not? It doesn't necessarily make it okay, but it may change our perspectives on their actions. Are these people doing it consciously or not? Because the unconscious mind can be very powerful. And how old are these people? I don't think it's really fair to critique a depressed 11-year-old who wants to be like her favourite idol and thus lives vicariously through Bahiyyih to some degree. Especially because half the point of idols is for people to live through them and want to date them, thus why they have dating bans and such. This one is kind of funny because of the hypocrisy. A group of Hiyyihlights made a message book project for Bahiyyih's birthday, and some aunties submitted messages telling Bahiyyih to die. So how do the Hiyyihlights react? Well, of course, they tell people to jump off a cliff. Which, I mean, both sides are wrong, but it's kind of funny that they didn't even consider how hypocritical they were being. The OT8s find this similarly hilarious. The next one is a real thing that happened. In mid-2022, Hiyyihlights tried to organise a project to fund customised in-ear monitors for Bahiyyih. I'm not sure how much money was raised, but there seemed to have been a lot of issues, where the people who gathered the money perhaps stole some or otherwise scammed people who donated. There was a whole bunch of lying, a whole bunch of delaying, and in the end, Bahiyyih got what most people considered some very ugly in-ears, and no one was happy, except for the OT8s who were joyous that Hiyyihlights basically started tearing each other apart over all of this. So we can add to our list of things that Hiyyihlights have done: stole money, generally sneaky and annoying, and going rabid at each other. It's important to note that all of these things only apply to a tiny portion of Hiyyihlights, but they have nonetheless had a big impact. The next post is one made in the OT1 subreddit, which I think is funny in and of itself because it shows that the OT8s are stalking the OT1 sub and the OT1s are stalking the OT8 sub. Very amusing. The post is about the name of the sub and, to paraphrase, says that since Kep1er are just tools in Bahiyyih's success and otherwise irrelevant, why should the sub be named around them? They then propose that the sub should be renamed to something more centered around Bahiyyih. To which No Bullshit says it's hilarious that Hiyyihlights think Bahiyyih has a future after Kep1er. They also, again, bring up the conspiracy of the Kep1er sub being okay with OT1s, and generally talk about how Bahiyyih has no hope after Kep1er. They also talk about hypocrisy, and Keep On Going interestingly talks about how, after the success of Ive and Le Seraphim, companies will likely grab the members of any Mnet group even if they're a bad choice for that group. This is another example of Hiyyihlights just generally having a lack of care for the other members of the group, which is really sad in my opinion, because Kep1er is a really great and talented group, even if they perhaps weren't the ideal result of Girls Planet. The next post is another screenshot, this time from the K-pop rants Reddit. People are discussing a mystery group and the idea of whether it's a repeat of Kep1er or not, since one member is hated versus one member is loved. I can't find out which group it is because I can't find this post, but there is this interesting exchange about which side of the coin people were on, whether they saw a lot of people hating Bahiyyih or praising her, basically. And then this other person posts a huge long comment about how there is no other side of the coin, and that Bahiyyih has only ever been hated by people, and how a lot of her fans liked the whole group but then saw how she was treated and became solo fans, and so on and so on. They especially complain about how Bahiyyih has been pushed to the side by the company in favour of their favourite members and the number of antis. And the OT8s find it funny that the Hiyyihlights will accuse members, the fandom and such of doing so many things while often being hypocritical. A possible No Bullshit alt points out the horrible things they've done, then says, quote, "But sure, Bahiyyih's the victim and has had it worse." Which, I won't comment on whether she's had it worse, but you do realise there could be multiple victims, right? Bahiyyih is a victim, but so are the other members. As there can be multiple villains, there can be multiple victims, and this is something that the OT8s seem to not be able to understand. There's also this person who says that if you unstand someone at the click of a button, you didn't stand them to begin with, which I don't necessarily agree with. There's often something that pushes someone over the edge, and there are various levels of issues, from people being annoying to being sent death threats, to the idol themselves being revealed as having done something horrible, i.e. Sungri. In which case, I think instantly unstanding someone can be justified, as long as you're not sending them hate. I'm not saying it's good to act too quickly, K-pop fans do this way too often, but there's always an exception to every rule. This one is a rare picture of a Japanese Hiyyihlight, which neither I nor the sub thought really existed. But this Hiyyihlight was clearly annoyed over something, because they said, and I quote, "I really want to break your finger and pluck out your eye. Oh, or do I need to dissect your stomach and pull out your intestines?" I have no clue what this was in response to, but I can almost guarantee that this was a very out of proportion and needlessly aggressive response. The comments are all laughing about how dramatic it is, talking about how death threats are illegal, and generally saying that they must be a young person with no common sense. Here is an interesting one. This is a Hiyyihlight that the OT8 members accuse of being a pedophile. This is because they made comments about Koki from the JYP P Nation survival show Loud, a show that aired in 2021 when Koki was 12. This user has been documented as saying that they will only stan the group if Koki is in it, and that, in response to the controversy surrounding his age, he won't be 12 forever. Which is true, but which is definitely phrased in a suspicious way, as the OT8s pointed out. This post also includes a screenshot of them very rightfully talking about how the OT8 members say they don't like Bahiyyih, but are obsessed with her and look at things she does every day. The comments on these images are split between disgust at this person liking Koki so much, and joy and mirth at the person complaining about OT8s. Let's just say it was a suspiciously weird stance to take on what was a very controversial issue at the time, protecting a minor from the hardships of the K-pop industry. The next posts demonstrate a very common occurrence on both the OT1 and OT8 circles of Kep1er's fandom, inserting themselves into comments about the other members. The first example of this is this comment which says that Bahiyyih is the prettiest. Someone else says that all of the members are pretty, which spirals into an argument where the second person accuses the first of writing the comment as if to put down the other members, instead of just saying Bahiyyih is pretty. I think this is a great example of how everything in Kep1er's fandom escalates so quickly. It's especially funny since the second person's concern is that the comment looked like it was putting down the other members, which might not even have been true. It could have been read as Bahiyyih is the prettiest, as in she is as pretty as anyone could ever be, or that she is the prettiest person in the world. Or it could have been read as Bahiyyih is the prettiest person here, thus the others are uglier, which is definitely how the second person interpreted them. This is the problem with text-based comments. We can't read the tone from them, so we can't know which meaning was intended, although of course I think it was the first. The second example is of someone who comments on a Kep1er video Xiaoting is the most beautiful girl, which could similarly be read in the same 2 or 3 ways as the previous example. But someone clearly took it negatively and comments, quote, and Bahiyyih, to which someone requests that that person lets other people praise Xiaoting for once. Which spirals into this argument about whether it's okay to mention only one member on a video about 2 members, and how Hiyyihlights get upset if you mention any member that isn't Bahiyyih, which I think is definitely true. It's just such a needless argument for people on either side to be annoyed about, and it makes no sense in general. In a similar vein, here is a second post made on a TikTok apparently about Youngyun, Yeso and Bahiyyih. This person comments about Yeso and Youngyun, but not Bahiyyih, which makes this other person annoyed. They say, rightly so in my opinion, that there is a difference between complimenting your bias, or one member of a group, and mentioning everyone except for one person in a video, thus leaving that person out. Which is true because one is malicious and one is not. But we can't tell which the original comment is because we can't tell tone over text. This becomes an argument about how all of the other comments are about Bahiyyih, and whether it's okay to make comments like this or not. Of course, with the mandatory mention of Hiyyihlights being offended when anyone doesn't mention Bahiyyih in a comment. There are also arguments about whether people are spamming comments for Bahiyyih and Yeso and Youngyun, and whether it's okay or not, and of course comments about how Bahiyyih would be upset if she saw people insulting her members. There's also comments about double standards Hiyyihlights have for Bahiyyih versus other members, and so on and so forth. Basically, the whole thing is a shit show and for literally no reason. This is probably the biggest problem with Kep1er's fandom in general, and is what has escalated the fight between OT1s and OT8s. It's that everyone is so defensive and competitive and needs their bias to beat everyone else. Which definitely is because the group originated from a survival show, but it's just so unusual that it has persisted for so long and to this extent, which isn't even seen with other groups like Enhypen and Zero Base One. The OT8 comments on these posts talk about how annoying Hiyyihlights are, how pathetic they are, how they need to spam posts, and so on. They talk about obsessions and the need to be both the victim and the villain, which is definitely something that they do and which is definitely something that the OT8s do as well, making this post hilariously ironic. Finally, we have this post which is about a similar occurrence, but this time in the r/K-pop sub, which posted a video of Bahiyyih and Hikaru, to which our hero Keep On Going commented this positive and safe post. Hikaru is so cute. Similarly to the above posts, this could be read in several ways, but, as I discussed before, possibly because of how divisive any comment made under something with Bahiyyih can be, this person got comments about how horrid it is that they are a part of the OT8 sub. This person then also possibly deleted their comment, which made Keep On Going laugh, and they thus commented, quote, "They are so scared of me." The comments find this hilarious, especially how obsessed Hiyyihlights are with related comments. I love how obvious Assistant accused Bahiyyih of being rude to Hikaru, and their evidence is the supposed video of Bahiyyih shoving Hikaru's head, one we debunked way earlier in the video. I love this comment saying that the OT1s witch hunt the OT8s for supporting only 8 members, when everyone is witch hunting everyone else in this fandom, including me, who is hunting everyone. So, with that over, shall we move on to the next segment, which may reveal some actual intelligence and observational skills on the part of the OT8 patrons. This section is one that I found very interesting and which I was surprised to find myself creating. The past 2 sections were just rabid Hiyyihlights acting on a scale from mildly annoying to absolutely disgusting, and the OT8s acting on a scale from justified to completely blown out of proportion. But this section is one that is dominated largely by surprisingly intelligent observations that the OT8 sub-members have made about rabid Hiyyihlights, things like their need to victimise Bahiyyih, projecting themselves onto her, and so on. A few of them are definitely out of proportion, but other than those theories by Soiled Milk, this is probably as intelligent as the OT8 sub will ever get. So let's jump in. These first 3 posts are a collection showing that Hiyyihlights always need Bahiyyih to be victimised to suit their narratives. Here we have a post showing Hiyyihlight reactions to Xiaoting and Yujin unintentionally pushing Bahiyyih over during the haunted house episode of one of their reality shows. All 3 of the girls seem terrified, but especially Bahiyyih. These comments from Hiyyihlights definitely victimised Bahiyyih, and the OT8s were far from impressed, saying that the OT1s shouldn't blame Xiaoting and Yujin, that they act like the other members should be at Bahiyyih's beck and call, like she is the main character, and so on. There's this comment saying that this contributes to her bad personality, which is a conspiracy that this sub is obsessed with. I do like this comment saying that Xiaoting and Yujin shouldn't be expected to help Bahiyyih up since she was on the ground for less than 5 seconds, but we saw earlier in this video that the OT8s act like Bahiyyih should have helped Hikaru and Yangyun when they also fell over for less than 5 seconds in 2 separate occasions. So, the hypocrisy is massive. The second post is about Hiyyihlights arguing. They argue whether it's okay that the other members tend to compliment Bahiyyih purely by calling her a happy virus and nothing else. I agree with the OT8s here that Hiyyihlights victimise Bahiyyih needlessly a lot, but of course the OT8s take it too far and attack Bahiyyih's skills and relationships with the other members instead of critiquing how her fandom acts. Then there's this post recording a fan sign that a Hiyyihlight had with Bahiyyih, where they said that, although there are many people who say bad things about Bahiyyih, there are many who like her, so they want her to be happy. The OT8s critique this, saying that her fans feel the need to let her know that she is hated, and thus they question whether they are good fans. I agree it's an odd conversation to have with an idol, and that it does seem like needless victimization, but it is also devoid of context, so it's hard to tell the real meaning of. Some comments do contribute to these observations though, saying that Hiyyihlights may do this so that they can continue the underdog narrative and feed their own saviour complex, which are things that I think are definitely true for a portion of her fans and which definitely explain the constant need for victimization, which is also certainly a characteristic of Hiyyihlights. Speaking of the saviour complex, the next post is about that exact topic. It describes that it thinks TXT fans developed a saviour complex when TXT were attacked by some toxic armies, and since Bahiyyih was criticised in a similar way, the complex kicked in there too. They don't actually define the savior complex, but they do describe how it manifests in fan wars and needing to be separate from the rest of the fandom. So I did the research for the OT8s yet again and found this peer-reviewed article by someone whose name I won't butcher, which defines the savior complex in terms of the white savior complex as the sense that one, in this case Westerners and in our case Hiyyihlights, many of whom are Westerners, has the unique power to uplift and strengthen someone, usually a poor or oppressed person, and thus that it is their role to do so. This manifests as a belief, consciously or not, that one has the power to help an oppressed group or person, and thus the responsibility to. Often we see this as people trying to help others but without asking for or considering the best way to help, asking consent, or even respecting the person they are trying to save, as a human being. And this definitely happens with some Hiyyihlights. The comments here mostly insult the fandom, making both correct assertions such as that they expect Bahiyyih to be treated like Huenings, and making incorrect accusations such as how they only speak about Bahiyyih being a victim and how they lie constantly. There's also this comment by No Bullshit talking about pity standing, which is fair. A lot of the fans who are likely to pity stan one member of a group are likely to pity stan another member of the group. However, these fans likely did not originate as Bahiyyih fans or even TXT fans. They likely originated as ARMYs or Blinks who feel that BTS and Blackpink have been mistreated in Western markets or in K-pop or by their own companies, and which have been around much longer than TXT and Bahiyyih. As good as the first part of their comment is, I'm disappointed by this bit which says that these idols are in the lap of luxury and are earning serious cash. Which may be the case, especially for groups like BTS, but which completely disregards all of the hardships that these idols likely go through as a daily part of the idol industry, even including the most popular idols like Blackpink and BTS. It's the same with their assertion that Bahiyyih is the definition of privilege and far from being mistreated. Yeah, she's probably not any more mistreated than the other members of Kep1er other than having a hate group against her, but the group as a whole are almost certainly mistreated because that's the nature of the industry they're in. So to argue she's privileged and far from being mistreated just shows a lack of understanding of the industry. The Hiyyihlight savior complex also manifests as streaming and an obsession with views, which is the next post's topic. This person rants about how Kep1ers in general have been streaming more around Up era and how they think this is because of the Hiyyihlight mindset. They mention that streaming in general is weird, and even more so when fans compare views between members. They also say that they don't see the point of streaming, and that Kep1er's members' fancam views are higher than most groups anyway. Providing no evidence, I might add. The comments talk about how they also think that Hiyyihlights are too obsessed with views, and argue that some other members' fandoms might want to beat Hiyyihlights so they don't have anything to brag about anymore. Other comments tend to agree with this, and so do I. I think that streaming is weird, especially for fancams, and I think it's a relatively useless measure of popularity. I think that fandoms that attack people for not streaming, like 18 in 2021, need to get a life, and I think that there shouldn't be fancam and view competitions between members and groups. I do think that Hiyyihlights are too obsessed with fancams, but I also think the rest of K-pop is too, so this is nothing unique to Hiyyihlights. The next post says that Hiyyihlights are delusional because they believe many things that aren't true. They list that Bahiyyih is an amazing dancer, an amazing vocalist, that Kep1er is Nugu without her, that she is the main stan attractor, that she can go solo, that she needs more lines, center time and a dance break, and that she didn't debut because of her brother. They generally complain about these things and the comments agree with them, adding that she also isn't pretty. These statements range from untrue to true, so let's categorize them. Statements from Hiyyihlights that are untrue are that Bahiyyih needs a dance break, needs more center time, that she didn't debut because of her brother, that Kep1er would be Nugu without her, and that she is on the same vocal level as Chaehyun. The first two would be lovely. I personally would be interested to see her get a dance break, but she doesn't need them. The third is kind of false. Bahiyyih wouldn't have got into Kep1er without her association with Kai, but her association with Kai wasn't what made people vote for her and what kept people interested in her, for the most part. Kai was what exposed people to Bahiyyih, whereas the hate she got, and thus the saviour complex kicking in, her personality, looks, and underdog story were what kept people interested in her and voting for her. The last two are generally false. Kep1er would be just as popular without Bahiyyih, and Chaehyun is a better vocalist than her. Even I can tell that, and I know nothing about vocals. Now for ones that are partially true. That Bahiyyih could be a visual, that she could go solo, that she is an amazing vocalist, that she is main slayer as such, and that she needs more lines. These are mostly exaggerated by Hiyyihlights. Bahiyyih is beautiful but doesn't fit Korean beauty standards and thus can't really be a visual. She could go solo but more because of popularity than skills, and she would be best suited to ballads and not dance-heavy songs. She has decent vocals but needs training and to be given lines in her range rather than out of it. She isn't a main slayer as such, but still does a great job with what she is given. Finally, there's the assertion that she needs more lines, which I think is definitely true, but not because of skill so much as because Wake1 is misusing Bahiyyih's popularity and potential. She needs lines to appease her fandom, which in turn becomes less rabid and will make the fandom in general less divided. She needs to be promoted more in general, because as a half-white member and being who she is, a little bit goofy, she has the potential to attract a lot of views and new fans to the group, especially internationally. She, like the rest of the group, needs to be managed better. And of course, the OT8s act like all of these statements are as far from the truth as San is from underdancing, whereas a lot of them are just exaggerations by defensive Hiyyihlights, as we'll discuss later. The next one is an argument between a Hiyyihlight and an Orbit, one of Luna's fans. The Hiyyihlight starts it, and the Orbit suggests that Bahiyyih gets no lines because she is bad, and then they argue about how Orbits should be worried about Luna, who were at the time broke, and thus it goes on and on. Basically, the two are having an oppression Olympics and not getting anything productive done. This is another example of how Hiyyihlights are needlessly defensive and how the need to be the victim comes up even in their own lives, not just Bahiyyih's. These three posts demonstrate Hiyyihlights attacking the other members of Kep1er, something we know from the previous section that they do quite often. I think this comes down to them being defensive again, and thus lashing out, something we will talk about more later. The first is a group of Hiyyihlights attacking Hikaru, mostly for not giving Bahiyyih a quote, proper compliment and not posting for her birthday. The Hiyyihlights are upset that they got invested in the Bahiyyih-Hikaru friendship only for it to supposedly fall apart. This shows Hiyyihlight's obsession with Bahiyyih being friends with the members and with the members hating her, which is something that they have in common with the OT8s. The comments point out how any interactions Bahiyyih has are used to either hate that person or to hate someone else, which is true. They also lament Hiyyihlight's lack of friends, which is ironic considering what the people in this sub are like. The second post includes a clip from a Kep1er reality show where Bahiyyih says that Xiaoting would be a great sister and even takes better care of Bahiyyih than Leah, which Hiyyihlights apparently called, quote, scripted propaganda because there's, quote, no way Bahiyyih would consider a Chinese bitch her sister. Like, dang, can you take a chill pill on the sinophobia for 1 second? But I personally think it's adorable that Bahiyyih says Xiaoting takes good care of her, and it makes sense that she would rather than Leah, since Leah is physically much further away from Bahiyyih than Xiaoting. So no, Irene promoter, it's probably not that Leah is more obsessed with free clout and with Kai than her own sister. The last one is more victimization, this time from both sides. A Hiyyihlight points out that Bahiyyih didn't receive gifts at another fan sign, one which Youngyun didn't receive gifts at either. I love the OP's assertion that Bahiyyih was being unprofessional by showing discomfort and that other idols haven't done that, when lots of other idols have shown discomfort for many reasons at fan signs. And of course, they make assumptions about Bahiyyih's bad personality because of this. Then there's this screenshot where Bahiyyih's grandfather posted about the meaning of her name and its history as a 19th century Persian name. As a fan of history and family history, I found this so fascinating and am grateful to Grandpa Huening for posting this, but the OT8s certainly aren't. They say it's weird and creepy that the Hiyyihlights are so obsessed with the whole family and that the whole family are leeches. We've talked about the whole family being leeches, but let's talk about the Hiyyihlight obsession. It's no different from anyone who follows any family member of an idol group, like the many people who follow Bang Chan's sister, J-Hope's sister, Vernon's sister, or Zero Base One Matthew's sister. The only reason Hiyyihlights can be criticised for this is because there are more public family members to follow. Thus, they can follow more people. So, it's a fair observation and one that deserves to be noted, but not really one that proves anything about the fandom that hasn't been proven about any other K-pop fandom. The next two posts are about Hiyyihlights lurking in the spaces of groups who have different opinions to them, which seems to be a common theme in Kep1er's fandoms and one that is also common on all sides of this argument. The first one is about a group of Bahiyyih biased Keplians who wanted to distance themselves from the Hiyyihlight title, so started to call themselves Hyerangs. Hiyyihlights were annoyed and said that Bahiyyih knows Hiyyihlights and acknowledges them, not Hyerangs. They are also annoyed that people were trying to tell her about her new fandom name and suggest that these people only wanted to talk to her at that one moment, not before, thus insinuating they're fake fans trying to get attention and yet again victimizing Bahiyyih. A Hyearang fights back, saying that it's common for groups to have different names for sub-fandoms based on biases, and that since Hiyyihlights wanted to be an OT1 fandom, they will have to deal with the OT9s having a different name. This whole thing is actually depressing and needlessly escalated. I love this person who suggests that the OT8s and Hyerangs will unite against the Hiyyihlights, as if Hyerangs would ever unite with OT8s who literally hate their bias. And there's a bizarre mix in the comments of people who think that Hyerangs are another victim of Hiyyihlights, versus those who think that Hyerangs are weird for liking Bahiyyih, whose personality they go on to insult. I do like this comment, which splits Bahiyyih fans into Bahiyyih biased OT9s, solo fans, and solo akagaes, aka the rabid ones who attack other members. I think this is a great categorization of her fans, which is why I included it in the video. And I think that the size of the fandoms are based on the order they came in, with OT9s first and akagaes last. The second post suggests that a fan account was lurking on the sub. There was an occasion in the middle of 2022 when a Hiyyihlight account revealed gifts for Bahiyyih based on the number of views and other metrics that her fancams got. At the time, they were accused by the OT8 Reddit as not having any further gifts and just stalling for time. Thus, they released this tweet assuring people that they were not. I appreciate that Keep On Going includes evidence here, but they also prove by doing so that they are also lurking in Hiyyihlight spaces, so they can't really criticize the Hiyyihlights for doing the same. I included this last post since it's a bit more fun and a bit lighthearted. This person wanted to make a Hiyyihlight akagae bingo and asked for some of the things that should be included as common things they do. Some good examples given that made me laugh were stalking family members, posting more about TXT than Bahiyyih, sinophobic, think that Bahiyyih is the next Somi, think that ice cream is evidence of Bahiyyih's great stage presence, call those older than 2001 a hag, but not if it's a male idol, think Bahiyyih is bullied, claim that Kep1er flops, body shame Chaehyun, see Wonyoung and Jennie as fake it girls, are upset when Xiaoting trends, hate Urena, are obsessed with Bahiyyih on Girls Planet, and say that Bahiyyih is the main event. I think most of these are true, as are a lot of the other ones mentioned. However, many seem to be things that only one person did and thus not really applicable to a bingo. Or at least not if you want to win. I also think this dot point from No Bullshit is interesting because they point out Hiyyihlights being in the other members' business when they are solo stands as a bad thing, but the OT8s are the exact same. As a matter of interest, a lot of Hiyyihlights claim that Xiaoting is colorist because of some comment she made in the past. But, as this post shows, she has also said she likes dark skin, so this shows that comments can always be found and twisted to support one view or another. So that's a nice little lesson for you. So we have discovered the following things about Hiyyihlights. Keep in mind that this is a small minority of Bahiyyih's fandom, but a vocal minority and one that isn't punished by the majority. Hiyyihlights have a need to victimize Bahiyyih, possibly to feed their own underdog narrative and savior complex. They are also obsessed with fancam views to show that Bahiyyih is the most popular member of the group and exaggerate any good part of her to solidify their own position as a fan of her. They generally don't seem to understand that even if she was completely useless, it's okay to like her. It's even okay to like her just because she's Kai's sister. There are plenty of people who like idols for shallow reasons in the industry, and shallow reasons are still genuine reasons to like someone. They're just not as heartwarming and deep as other reasons like liking someone's personality or what they stand for moral-wise in a group. Similar to the OT8s, they are obsessed with the idea that the other group members hate Bahiyyih. Only for them, it is to victimize her, not to victimize the other members. We know that they seem to have a particular vendetta against Xiaoting, Hikaru, and Chaehyun, possibly for, quote, taking positions that Bahiyyih deserved, like main vocal and center of the group. Hiyyihlights also, like every other K-pop fandom, like to follow every family member of Bahiyyih that they can find. They are also obsessed with watching what OT8s say and attacking them back, and they have a need to be viewed as the one and only solo fandom of Bahiyyih, thus their hatred towards Huenings who might alter their reputation and make Bahiyyih stop acknowledging and thanking them. We'll discuss the psychology of Hiyyihlights more in a later segment, but this is an insight into it, and possibly one of the only good and productive things that the OT8s have ever dedicated themselves to. Although we have already seen plenty of it throughout this video, I wanted to include this section specifically to focus on how hypocritical the members of the OT8 sub are. Because as we will see and have seen, they are incredibly hypocritical. Some more recently mentioned things in this video are that they critique Bahiyyih for the tiniest dance issues, but don't have the same energy for the other members. Or that they get upset at Hiyyihlights for being racist toward Xiaoting and proceed to call Bahiyyih half and half and use features from her father's side, such as her face structure, nose and teeth, aka white features, to insult her. This first post is about a supposed leaked Bahiyyih anti-group chat. As the first comment from Hiyyihlight points out, it seems set up. But that's not the point. The point is that they say they don't use racism and incest, but we've already talked about racism, and incest is a commonly used topic by Bahiyyih antis on YouTube, such as this one, Peachy, who uses the topic to bring attention to their channel and to rile up Hiyyihlights. Soiled Milk is back to be a voice of reason and to say that they don't want incest or bullying scandals as their issue is the fandom, not Bahiyyih herself. They also said that they think this is fake and gave some evidence. Despite the many people in the comments talking about how this has gone too far, there's also this comment saying that Bahiyyih deserves it, which shows that the sub creates a safe place for people to think like this, especially since it has 3 upvotes and thus I assume 3 people feel the same way. In fact, here is a post on the OT8 Reddit showing a Hiyyihlight making an incest insult against Bahiyyih haters, to which one of the comments implies that Bahiyyih and Kai are in a relationship, and to which another says they have no right to be upset about jokes like that. There's also this post which talks about recent drama in the sub, recent at the time it came out, which was mid-2022. The post talks about racism towards Wasians. They say that only racism towards the Korean part of Wasians can be considered racism, which first of all ignores that Wasians can be from many different Asian ethnicities, and which ignores the fact that, yes, while not at all common and almost never seen, racism against white people does exist. This also separates Wasians into 2 parts instead of as one whole person. Which, I mean, I'm not Wasian, but it seems a bit dehumanizing to me, and thus could be considered racist with how commonly that word is used these days. Then there's this comment which says that they have seen a lot of people recently attacking Bahiyyih for her race, which, I mean, if an OT8 admits it, it looks like it actually happened. These posts show that yes, although not the most common insults, this sub does use race and incest as insults against Bahiyyih. Thus they are hypocritical. This next post is one from the beginnings of the sub, right around Kep1er's debut. It says that they've noticed that there have been more Bahiyyih supporters lately, and gives them the following message, quote, We welcome all of you to read the content of this sub so that you can all be more frustrated and continue seething. Cope. Which is vaguely amusing to the immature part of my brain, but which only proves that the OT8s have no leg to stand on when they accuse the OT1s of being immature and childish, because they themselves are childish, and cope is about the most childish insult you can get. And both sides are showing excessive immaturity by continually escalating the situation rather than trying to come to some sort of mutual agreement or even just ignoring each other. There's also this post about the Queendom opening under which No Bullshit says that Eugen fans are mature enough to not create drama over a small performance like this, directly contrasting them to Hiyyihlights. But, as we saw in the dance segment and in other segments, OT8s do create drama over the tiniest things, like Bahiyyih's singing voice, her speaking voice, like the smallest action she takes, and like her appearing in 2 seconds of a music video. They also create drama about members like Mashiro and Eugen getting small amounts of lines. And many of these posts were made by No Bullshit themselves, showing that, no, they are not more mature than the OT1s. The next post is about an issue in a performance by Kep1er where Bahiyyih and Dion messed up passing a prop to each other, and thus the two fandoms went at each other. Dion fans said that Dion should have injured Bahiyyih, and Bahiyyih fans called Dion a bobblehead and said that her fans were sick. The comments, such as this one from Keep On Going, only prove my point that both sides are hypocritical. The OT8s call Hiyyihlight sick, and the Hiyyihlights call the OT8s sick. Both fans say that their faves are the victims and say that the other side are the villains. And both sides show disgust at threats of violence or death from the other side, yet they keep putting out those threats themselves. There's no winning on either side here because, as I said, they'll both just keep escalating forever. These next two posts are wondrous. The first shows a moment where Youngyan wasn't given as many cheers as the other members, and the second discusses how Bahiyyih won't be a minor anymore. Both show that the OT8s are hypocritical about hating on minors. They complain in the first post that Youngyan was a minor at the time, and thus Hiyyihlights are being horrid by hating on a minor. But they ignore the fact that they themselves hated on Bahiyyih for a long time when she was a minor, and that when this post came out, she was still a minor in Korea. They also use the fact that Bahiyyih became 18, less than a month ago when this was posted by the way, to justify hate against her and her fandom. I also love how they say that Youngyan is a minor chasing her dreams, when that's exactly what Bahiyyih was at the time as well. It's all about how you twist it. There's then the second post about Bahiyyih turning 18. The OT8 sub celebrated this because they seemed to feel that since she was now legally an adult in most of the world, they now have free rein to hate on her as much as they'd like. Because apparently hating on an adult is acceptable, but hating on a minor isn't. And of course, as a comment points out, it ignores the different age of majority in Korea and shows that the OT8s still think it's okay to hate on some, read 1, minors but not others. At the time of writing this script, Bahiyyih is actually still a minor in Korea and they are still hating on her. Next we have two posts which have since been deleted, but the context of which can be gathered, and they still show hypocrisy. During the Giddy promotions, both Bahiyyih and Eugen took time on stage to make funny faces at other members during their downtime. And look at how differently the sub reacted to these moments, both of which, keep in mind, were barely noticeable and didn't take away from the performance. Bahiyyih's comments include things like her eyes being big, being ugly, looking like a horse, regressing in skills and facial expressions, being attention-seeking, and being a pick-me. They also mock her for supposedly trying to be quirky and goofy. In contrast, Eugen's comments are about her being a sunbae who is still friendly with her members and reliable as a leader. They talk about her passion, how adorable she is, and so on. These comments even got picked out as being hypocritical, but this person justifies it by saying that Eugen looks cute while Bahiyyih is clearly a pick-me. No Bullshit makes a similar comment saying that Bahiyyih looks desperate and Eugen looks adorable. Which is still hypocritical, I might add, because yeah, you do have different preference in visuals, but they did almost exactly the same thing in the same context, and because the only reason people read Bahiyyih's actions as cringe in this sub is because, again, they are biased against her and everything she does, but they are biased towards Yujin. So in conclusion, yes, Hiyyihlights may be hypocrites with no leg to stand on, but the OT8s are the exact same in almost every way and are possibly even worse. These are posts that I didn't put in another category for some reason, or that I collected after I had written the rest of the script. For context, I started collecting posts on this sub in late March, early April of this year, 2023. But by the time I had managed to get to this part of the script, after all of the pain of 65,000 words and 100 pages of script, it was already mid-July 2023. And I know this is going to be a bitch to edit. But, as you can imagine, the OT8 Reddit produced a decent amount of content between March and July, especially since we had a comeback in this time. Some posts I have already included, but some I have not. So let's take a look at a few more posts, and I promise that this is the last batch of posts we will look at. Still only about 2/3 of the way through the video though. I believe I can do it. I have faith in myself. The first post is of a video by Soft for Tang, who makes a lot of K-pop opinion videos. Part of this video was about Bahiyyih. Here's what they said.
Bahiyyih is being set up by her own fans. I totally get why her fans get defensive over her. It's understandable considering this poor girl has been hated for literally nothing, but you're doing more harm than good in setting her up continuously. I always see so many Bahiyyih stans that say she's only behind Chaeyeon in terms of vocals, saying that she's one of the best dancers, that she's the best performer and the most charismatic on stage, and I'm just like, why are you doing this? You're not helping her case. Bahiyyih is talented. I have been saying this since before Kep1er debuted. I have been praising her voice because I think she sounds very nice. I have been defending her when people were saying she was super underwhelming as a performer because that's false. But let's not lie, she is not one of the best vocalists. Definitely not better than Chaeyeon, Youngoon, Dayeon or even Yujin. Then she's not one of the best dancers, and she's not one of the most charismatic performers either. Her vocals are good, her dancing is nice and her stage presence has improved crazily. She can do a bit of everything and she can do it well, but you have to stop overhyping all of her talents just because you see everybody hating on her. You should be showing haters that she is talented, but without trying to make her out as something she's not, because that's just gonna do her more harm than good.
I completely agree with everything they said here, as I will discuss more later. The core of this is that her fans are setting her up for more hate. And the OT8s loved this because they said that it's what they've been saying this whole time. I think it's hilarious that Keep On Going praises this person when the same video literally said that Bahiyyih is hated for no reason and that she is talented. Two things this sub doesn't believe. The comments literally show this disparity too. No Bullshit and Irene Promoter point out that they disagree with this, and Irene Promoter even goes on a mini rant. I love how Keep On Going defends their position by saying that Tang is probably scared of Hiyyihlights. But where? Tang has said things that would annoy Hiyyihlights before, including in the snippet I just showed you. And knowing Hiyyihlights, praising Bahiyyih's skills while criticizing her fandom isn't going to appease them. Putting aside how it's impossible to please Hiyyihlights, who is scared of Hiyyihlights? Literally, what is there to be scared of? They're annoying and they type meaningless insults and threats, but that's about it. Tang's whole channel and these videos are about harsh honesty, so if they genuinely believed that Bahiyyih is talentless, they would have said it. Duh. Especially since it would have generated more views, attention, and revenue. The OT8s just hate that Bahiyyih isn't actually talentless and that not everyone believes the same lies that they do. Next, we have a discussion that some people had about what the OT8 fandom name should be, since, as this person pointed out, some Kep1ers are OT8 and support Bahiyyih but not another member like Dayeon. This person is called 8 Guardians, which was also suggested as a fandom name by many. I do really like No Bullshit's suggestion of octopus, but I don't think that a group as horrid as the OT8s deserves to be associated with an animal as cool as the octopus. I mostly brought this up just to show that a fandom name never stuck, which is interesting. Next we have some documentation of the Kep1er OT8 civil war, which was supposedly happening in mid-2022. I'm not sure what it was about exactly, except that from previous posts we can gather that there were many Hiyyihlights in the sub, and that more and more people were using racist terms to refer to Bahiyyih, which the OT8s realised would make them look even worse. This person posts saying that the sub needs more mods and better rules. This comment agrees and gives some great feedback on and suggestions for how the rules could be changed. There's then this comment from a deleted account who used to be a mod, which I found interesting. Who used to be a mod and isn't anymore? And then I saw the comment, which seemed to be happy that the OT8s were warring. Unusual behaviour for a mod of an OT8 sub. There's then this comment from someone who suspects that this mod is a secret Bahiyyih fan. OMG, I'm so invested in the Kep1er OT8 drama. My biggest regret of this video is that I never got to see the fallout of the Kep1er OT8 civil war live, and that I never got to see the detective work that went into taking down this mod who was a Bahiyyih fan. And we know that they were a Bahiyyih fan because of the next post. This was posted by fellow mod KittenBBBoy, who discusses, I presume, the same mod from the previous post. It seems his name is David, and that the other mods did a background check, finding that he was a Hiyyihlight in disguise, and he later confessed. Apparently they had evidence which they were unable to upload, but I think we've all seen David's suspicious behaviour. And if there's one thing the OT8s are good at, and that I would believe them on, it's finding out whether someone is a Bahiyyih fan. KittenBBBoy also says that David admitted to wanting to sabotage the sub, but wanted to get IRL information to presumably sabotage the members in real life too. That he identifies himself as a Hiyyihlight, and that he made comments about Yeso. I'm not sure what these comments are, but I assume they were either of a sexual or hating nature, neither of which is okay. He then deactivated his account, and I would have loved to see this go down live. This is one of the most fascinating internet dramas to me. It's so small, but it affected a community so much that they completely changed how they operated. And it seems like David was able to keep this up for a decent period of time, which I would have been fascinated to witness. It also makes me think of an alternate universe where David wasn't found out and did manage to take down the OT8 sub. I wonder what his plan was and whether it would have worked. The comments are interesting and reveal more about him. No Bullshit says that they found the fact that he was a Kai fan and a Bahiyyih anti-odd, which it isn't. As we've seen from a lot of other posts, a lot of Kai stans anti-Bahiyyih. They also said that they felt they were played and that the OT1s are obsessed with the sub. There's also this comment saying that David is a pedo and that it was weird David posted a lot about Kai in the OT8 sub. Someone else wonders how he didn't have a change of heart, and a lot of the comments talk about how this was surprising, which adds to the drama. Someone should make a movie about this sub. Mind you, this video is more than the length of a feature film, so I guess in a way, I have made a movie on it. KittenBBBoy does clarify that they don't know if David was an actual pedo, or if he was just acting like that to make the OT8s look bad. They also don't know whether he was acting alone. This is also the post that finally confirms that Farinaaaaaa created the sub. Apparently she went inactive after choosing her first two mods, David and KittenBBBoy, but they don't say why. One comment suggests a Hall of Shame, which I think would be a really great and fun idea. Obvious Assistant, similarly to No Bullshit, says that they trusted David, and Keep On Going is suspicious of everything. Apparently David started the trend in the sub of using Wasian against Bahiyyih as an insult, which they continue to do in the modern era of the sub. This post has some of, if not the most comments in the whole history of the sub, with a whopping 50 comments. It seems like a lot of these people are no longer active in the sub. So what is the story of David? He infiltrates Farinaaaa's OT8 sub early in its opening, and he and KittenBBoy are made mods and become friends, after which Farinaaaaaa goes inactive and KittenBBoy suspects David for his weird behaviour. KittenBBoy does some investigations, and after kicking David out, is left as likely the only mod of this sub. Thus, they are left in charge of the sub and need to pick out new mods, for which they pick Athiralive and No Bullshit, and later Irene Promoter, who became a mod only a month or so before I started working on this video. An interesting story with lots of plot twists, and if it was a movie adaptation, it would probably have a gay love story too. I have a very sad conclusion to this. I mean, sad if you have any empathy for the OT8s, which is an emotion I struggle to find for them. Athiralive, now a mod, posted a bit before I started this video, announcing that Irene Promoter would now be a mod, and that, due to lifestyle changes, KittenBBoy, our hero, would be stepping down as a mod. KittenBBoy, like Farinaaaaaa, is still listed as a mod, but is now inactive for over half a year. Athiralive thanks KittenBBoy for their service and welcomes Irene Promoter, and the comments are similarly supportive, referencing the David debacle and welcoming Irene Promoter. There's this interesting comment from Obvious Assistant which refers to Kitten as she, and receives a reply referring to Kitten as them from Athiralive. As you may have noticed, I have refrained from using gendered pronouns for any of the sub-members or for other people who are mentioned unless they have been explicitly used. For instance, Farinaaaaaa has been referred to as she several times and David as he. I did assume that KittenBBoy was male from the name and from their previous posts talking about men using makeup in other subs, but continued to use they pronouns to not assume pronouns. Athiralive, who I assume is in a position of knowing, uses they pronouns consistently to refer to KittenBBoy, but Obvious Assistant uses she pronouns. So it's an interesting situation since I've been imagining KittenBBoy as a gay boy who loves makeup this whole time. I will continue to use they/them pronouns for them as that is what those closest to them use and thus is what they probably prefer. Because I may think they're a horrible person, but I can still respect them as a human being, something they don't seem to be able to do for Bahiyyih. And we'll put aside the story of David and KittenBBoy for possibly another video, because if there's one thing I've learnt in the making of this video, it's that a second episode of Kep1er OT8 is highly likely to happen for one reason or another. Moving on, we have two examples of a type of post that is somewhat common in the OT8 sub. And that type of post is people who are OT1, or even OT9s, or even just uninterested in Kep1er, who have been lurking and who have come around to the OT8 lifestyle. They often make posts thanking the OT8s for being a welcoming community and helping them to see the horrible truth of Bahiyyih. For the first one, we have another massive plot twist. Our first ex-OT1 is none other than Kep1er themselves. I was shocked when I saw this. It seems that Kep1er was a kind of Bahiyyih supporter who was active on the OT1 sub. But after they were banned for posting off-topic and for suggesting the OT1s ignore the OT8s, they migrated to the OT8 sub and were welcomed by KittenBBoy. Kep1er says that they did further research and gained more information which changed their viewpoints. They also say that they have no intentions of preaching positive things about Bahiyyih. Kep1er made this post to prove they were no longer an OT1 after OT8s received death threats from rabid Hiyyihlights. The second post is by this person who posted very recently, only 2 weeks ago when I wrote this part of the script. They say that they realise that they don't have to like Bahiyyih after looking at this sub. They thank the OT8s for their reassurance and say they will be a quiet OT8. Irene Promoter welcomes this person and says they are not alone, and validates the OP's opinions. I love how they say that the sub is almost 1,000. Like, no it's not. You have 720 members, you're not anywhere near 1,000. Don't be so full of yourself. The next post I have included to demonstrate how the echo chamber of the OT8 sub can confuse a few people. This person considers Kep1er a flop, possibly because they're surrounded by all of the people who say that Bahiyyih is a flop and thus have extrapolated that to the whole group. The comments rightfully point out that Kep1er are far from being flops, but they do provide some reasons that they aren't as popular as they could be, like bad management, a lack of musical consistency and identity, a forgettable concept, that they aren't as good as other groups like IVE, the lineup is bad, that they were experimental, and, of course, the fact that Bahiyyih is in the group and thus her fans are in the fandom. The next post is about disbandment predictions, which would take too much time to go through in detail, but basically people think that Yujin will do acting, want Chaehyun to go solo, and wish for Daeon to get into a different company that will treat her better. As expected, they all want Bahiyyih to, quote, fuck off, but lots of them think she will become an influencer like Leah, or someone will put her in a group to try and make that group more popular. The next post is another one about Bahiyyih hogging trophies. Here, a possible no bullshit alt complains that she apparently didn't even let the other girls hold it, and calls her shameless. This is one that we have already talked about from Kep1er's up win on Music Bank. No one even reached for the trophy Bahiyyih was holding, thus who was she supposed to give it to? If she'd put it on the floor, they would have complained that she didn't respect the trophy enough. As far as the pictures, Bahiyyih gets the trophy since she's in the center, the same way that Yujin and Youngyeon get the flowers since they were at the front. It's also likely that they went straight from the stage to take this picture, and since Youngyeon and Yujin were the ones who collected the flowers on stage to begin with, they were holding it, and they didn't give the flowers to anyone. But of course the OT8s can't seem to grasp the idea that Bahiyyih may be the one who's in charge of carrying trophies, possibly as a way to appease her fans for her small amount of lines. They also, of course, call her lazy and mediocre, a trophy hog, and thick-skinned and disgraceful. I love how this comment says that poor leader Yujin didn't get to hold the trophy, showing that, time after time, the OT8s seem to disregard Mashiro's status as a co-leader. There's also OA saying that Bahiyyih's uncle said that Bahiyyih didn't care about the bad things said against her, which, where? Evidence, please. I seem to remember the opposite, that he said that she knew about bad things said about her and that she and her siblings might be hurt, but that they were confident in their abilities. I love this person who says she didn't try to let the others hold it, when no one tried to hold it. They literally point this out, so I don't know what their point is, that the other members hate her so much and are so scared of her that they don't even try to hold the trophy? Where's your evidence, please? The next post is hilarious. It was posted about 2 weeks ago at the time of writing this script, and Irene Promoter celebrates the fact that Bahiyyih apparently expressed some guilt or shame about, I guess, her position in the group? It comes from this live where Yujin and Bahiyyih talked, and Bahiyyih asked that people don't rewatch Girls Planet. Thus, the OT8s think that Bahiyyih knows that, quote, what she did is shameful and got a guilty conscience just by the mention of the show. I don't know how the OT8s think that this is showing shame for her part on the show. The words and the moment itself are so vague. Here's the clip.
어릴 때가 기억이 안 나.
안 돼요. 진짜 안 돼요.
걸프를 보면 되지 뭐.
걸프한테 보지 마세요.
This clip could be read in many ways, and it was. The OT8s think that she is showing shame and regret, and that it shows something about her bad personality, while to Hiyyihlights and most of the fandom, it seems that she is upset to think about the hate she received at times and the trauma of the show itself. To me, it reads as her being embarrassed about her past performances, which we all cringe about as we improve. It could also be read as her not wanting to relive the memories of the show which abused the girls horribly. In fact, Irene Promoter acknowledges the common narrative that this is because Bahiyyih was traumatized, and proceeds to say she thinks it's obvious that she doesn't think she actually deserves her spot. Like, no it isn't. That's such a vague moment, it could mean anything. I love how they say that it was Bahiyyih's choice to use a famous sibling to debut. But if she was going to debut, she had no choice but to be associated with Kai. The only way to not debut with any attention brought to her because of him would be to not try to debut, which she obviously didn't want to do because she wanted to be an idol. The next two posts are about our ongoing theme of nepotism. The first is a decent piece about how Leah is self-made, saying that they think Leah isn't leeching off Kai as she debuted before him and since she is hardworking and has worked on improving her skills. They also say that she doesn't draw attention to her relationship with Kai and that she has some traits that people would like. And of course, they mentioned that she didn't use her surname for the 2022 re-debut. I think this is a fair post, but a hypocritical one, because all of these statements could apply to Bahiyyih as well, except that she had already debuted, which she couldn't have done because of her age, being 14 when TXT debuted and thus unlikely to have already debuted in a group. If an OT8 believes that Leah is self-made and not leeching off Kai, they should believe the same for Bahiyyih. And for the record, I don't think that either of them are leeching, or at least if they are, it's to the same degree as all of the other relatives of other idols we've already mentioned, like the Bang family. Let's look at the comments. No Bullshit says they lost respect for Leah when she criticised Kep1er's line distribution, and says that they don't think she is self-made, but still leeches off of Kai. They do seem to think that she is marginally better than Bahiyyih, saying that she doesn't make Kai her whole personality. Which, by the way, Bahiyyih doesn't either? Keep On Going says that they have respect for the name change and the earlier debut, but says that she is still a clout chaser as she did videos with Kai, at which point others point out it's normal for siblings to do videos with each other and that companies likely controlled this. Which is exactly what I've been saying all along, people. Keep On Going gives evidence of Leah making videos about Hyunjin and choose your favorite K-pop idol challenges, calling them clout chasing like they're not what literally every person does, and like they're about Kai when they're not. Other comments say that they still believe she is leeching off Kai and that her followers are all mowers, and that she asked, made mowers vote for Bahiyyih on Girls Planet. Irene Promoter says that she isn't as bad as Bahiyyih, but that she's still a bad person and isn't a great performer. More controversy on the OT8 sub. This second example is annoyance that Bahiyyih's stage name uses her surname, saying that she is the only one who needs to use her surname because otherwise people won't know that she's related to her brother. At which point she had been using this stage name for a year and a half, so I don't know why they only now got annoyed. The comments all agree saying that Kai is Bahiyyih's whole personality, and so on and so on. There's also this person who says that Bahiyyih doesn't give two damns, something we definitely don't know. I also find this whole annoyance from the OT8 sub to be very weird, mostly because it's another example of them acting like Bahiyyih has any control over Wake1 or Kep1er, which she definitely doesn't. The chance that Bahiyyih got to pick her stage name are next to none, and we can come very close to proving it through this post on the Kep1er Reddit saying that Bahiyyih definitely didn't pick her stage name because she dislikes being called Huening Bahiyyih and instead just wants to be called Hiyyih. This, and the fact that the members refer to her as Hiyyih, shows that this is her preferred name, and that if she were to pick a stage name, it is likely what she would have picked. But, as the comments on this post point out, Wake1 wants money and thus want to associate Bahiyyih with her brother for clout. The comments generally express annoyance at this, saying they would have much preferred the names Bahiyyih or Hiyyih, both of which I think are way better than her full name. There's also this comment saying that Wake1 wants to take advantage of the Huening name, but will hide Bahiyyih because of fear of the haters, or something else. Everyone here seems to be in agreement that Wake1 is responsible and a bad company, whether or not they bias or even like Bahiyyih. Interestingly, this post was also a Theoralive's first Reddit post, where they implied that it's okay for people to hate Bahiyyih for her visuals since people have different taste in visuals, at which point everyone told them to go back to the OT8 sub and stop posting under Bahiyyih praise comments. So I don't know why the OT8s are so obsessed with the idea that 1. Bahiyyih has massive control over the industry, and 2. that she picked her stage name, because it's pretty clear she didn't, and thus your arguments about her clout chasing through it are void. The next post is about a comment Yujin made about Bahiyyih, saying that she has improved a lot. And for some reason, Hiyyihlights went on a rampage, saying that Yoojin gave a backhanded compliment, was jealous, and is a bad leader. All of which are ridiculous and untrue accusations, as this person says in the final screenshot. The OT8s discuss how Hiyyihlights victimize Bahiyyih and hate the other members constantly, and as always, they ignore how this was a tiny vocal part of the fandom and not the majority. The next post is a screenshot of someone wondering if Hybe wants Bahiyyih in Island 2, and thus are delaying it because of her. To which I say it's not likely and that the show is likely delayed because of trashy management. But it's an interesting idea nonetheless. And of course, the OT8s go on about how delusional this post is and the audacity to even think it's a possibility. Which just seems like a needless escalation in response to a very chill and harmless question. But I guess the thought of Bahiyyih on another survival show made the OT8s wake up in a cold sweat in the middle of the night. You go girl, join all the survival shows just to spite them. But she's probably not going to be in Island 2 anyway, by the way. The next post is by Obvious Assistant, who says that they have found their hero. On an all K-pop forum, someone made a post saying that Bahiyyih is the only one in Kep1er worth looking at, saying that Chaehyun isn't a good center, that Daeon isn't an ace, Xiaoting has self-esteem issues, and that the group as a whole lack charisma and are weak. At which point OA's hero swooped in, saying that Bahiyyih is untalented and looks like a man in some pictures while Daeon is beautiful. Athera Live makes an interesting observation that Hiyyihlights seem most threatened by Chaehyun, Daeon and Xiaoting, and thus attack them, while Keep On Going is thrilled that the hero used their screenshot as a takedown. We've already discussed the helicopter hands, and I'll talk about the horse and man-looking accusations later, but for now, just know that the OT8s were very flattered that their rhetoric reached people outside of the sub. As I wrote this episode, Giddy released, so I wanted to write about the sub's reactions to it, which were very few because despite their conviction that Bahiyyih would make many mistakes and ruin the comeback, she actually didn't. What a surprise! And they found no mistakes that they posted about. So the joke's on them, I guess. Speaking of the conviction of mistakes, there's this post saying that Bahiyyih has already ruined the comeback by twisting her ankle when dancing, to which the group had to start again, and it seemed like she was in pain. We don't have footage of this, but that doesn't matter because both the OT1s and OT8s took this account as proof. Most of the OT8s just talk about how she's a terrible dancer and spoof on what Hiyyihlights would say about this situation, as well as wishing that she will go on hiatus. I love how they all act like this is Bahiyyih being terrible when it happens to lots of people, including Chaehyun, who it happened to literally a few weeks later during Giddy promotions. But of course, Bahiyyih is a bad dancer and Chaehyun isn't. There's also this ridiculous comment which acts like it was a sin that Bahiyyih slipped and thus, I quote, ruined the entire performance and they have to start all over again. I don't think this person is being sarcastic. They act like this was the most important performance of Kep1er's lives and that Bahiyyih ruined it by being selfish and incompetent, instead of her likely slipping in a performance that they would have had to film several times anyway, because that's how music shows and music videos work. They already perform multiple times anyway. A singular person points out how exaggerated the OT8 reactions are to this, saying that this is likely a case of just things happening. They then give a few examples of people who have also fallen, and say that we shouldn't make fun of people who could get hurt. They then get into an argument with someone who I assume was an OT1 by the fact that the argument escalated quickly. This person defends their hatred of Bahiyyih, and that the other party got removed by a mod. The second post is about the Love Struck album distribution, which was more than a little dodgy. Rightfully, Chaehyun got the most lines, but she got more than double the number of lines that Bahiyyih, Yeso, Yoojin and Xiaoting got. And she was approaching 3 times the number of lines that Xiaoting got. But that's not the point here for the OT8s. They don't care about the difference between Xiaoting and Chaehyun, they care about the fact that there is a heinous sin in this graph. That sin being that Bahiyyih was ranked 6th in total lines. Yo, she wasn't in the bottom 3. She escaped and will now use this tiny little bit of control to take over the world and will make a K-pop industry where it's just her with a tiny bit of Kai and Leah to keep the clout up, of course. What will we do? But for real, they were upset about her supposedly monotone robotic voice and complained that Yujin, Yeso and Xiaoting were sacrificed to her. They ignore the real problem, Wake One's mismanagement and not taking advantage of all of the members, and overworking Chaehyun, and instead discuss Bahiyyih like she's the one responsible. And of course, they call her manly again just for good measure. Finally, for our last post from the sub, let's talk about something else that happened in Giddy era. Some people noticed that Bahiyyih had bruises on her arms, to which a whole lot of rabid Hiyyihlights raged that the staff and Dion were clearly abusing her, and a whole lot of more level-headed Keplians worried for her and hoped she was okay. Apparently these bruises are consistent with someone grabbing her, and thus, for obvious reasons, people were concerned about possible abuse. There were a few breeds of comments on this post. There were some, like No Bullshits, who said that Hiyyihlights are horrid and obsessed with victimization, and others that wanted Bahiyyih to go on hiatus and similarly ignored or even dismissed the possibility of abuse like it was a stupid suggestion. There are others who point out how it's disgusting to attack Dion over this, which is true, and then there are some reasonable comments which hope that she isn't being abused and worry about her, despite reiterating that they dislike her. And there are the comments which point out reasonable explanations for this, such as that she has an iron deficiency, thus making her bruise more easily. This is where I point out that yes, these could easily have been caused by an illness, which is why I find it weird that the OT8s will use illness as an excuse for stuff like this, but when she makes mistakes or looks tired on stage, she is stupid and incompetent, and there's no possibility at all of her being unwell. I would be fine to just leave it there, pointing out that there is likely an innocent and simple explanation for this, and pointing out the hypocrisy and confirmation bias of the OT8 sub believing whatever they want based on the situation, except that there's this person who mentions that the bruises on Bahiyyih's thighs are in too weird of a place to likely be caused by simple dance practice accidents. And when I looked up the fan cam, yes, you can see marks high up on her thighs. This was very concerning to the OT8 member, the general fandom, and to me. Sure, they could have been caused by practice, iron deficiency, and more, but it's worth investigating and being concerned about. I included this post to show that Bahiyyih has it just as hard as the other members of the group, whether or not the bruises were from abuse or practice, and to show that the OT8s constantly switch their beliefs to mold Bahiyyih into a caricature of herself and to validate their own horrible beliefs about her. So that finally finishes part 10. At the end of that, we have analysed over 316 posts from this sub, images, videos, and pieces of evidence to do with Bahiyyih, and the narrative spread by both her fans and antis. That's over 260 individual posts from this subreddit. And when I say 260, I'm not including OT8 posts that include multiple images, topics, or accusations. I hope that this has shown the breadth and depth of narrative spread by these groups, and although, yes, this did take a ridiculous amount of time to do, it was in service of making sure that the OT8s could say nothing against me. All of their narratives I think I have pretty solidly proven as exaggerated, false, or motivated by hatred and confirmation bias. Or all three. There isn't much, or anything, that they can say that I haven't already heard and argued against. At this point, I am almost at 70,000 words and 110 pages of script, and we can finally put the analysis behind us to talk about Bahiyyih herself, and the psychology of Kep1er's fandoms. So let's talk about the girl herself and tear down the myths built by her fans and her antis. Finally, we are done with the sub posts and get to talk about the impact that they have had. Starting with, are the things the sub said about Bahiyyih true or not? The sub has made many accusations about Bahiyyih. that she is a bad dancer, singer, rapper, that she looks like a man, is a horrible person, delights in the suffering of others, is a clout chaser, is obsessed with her brother, hogs trophies, is selfish and entitled, narcissistic, that the other members hate her, makes lots of dancing mistakes, and most importantly, that she is a Nepo baby. They also seem to think that she has the ability to run the industry from the inside and that she uses this to do things like clout chase with Kai, auto-tune herself, and generally make herself look better than the other members while doing less work. So let's talk about these things. Singing, dancing, and rapping can go into one category. Are you ready for this? I'm here to answer the age-old question of whether Bahiyyih is actually a bad singer and dancer. And the answer is, drumroll please, no. She is not a bad singer or dancer. She is a mediocre rapper, but that also comes down to her not being trained in rap and lacking experience. She is a decent singer, but one who has naturally deeper tones and thus is better at lower ranges, a strength that Wake One doesn't make use of basically at all. She is a great dancer. Don't let the OT8 Reddit convince you otherwise. She is a great dancer and has worked hard to improve her dancing. The only reason the OT8 Reddit can get away with calling her a bad dancer is because the K-pop industry trains dancers that are so good that Bahiyyih is average for the industry. Not even bad, just average. The greatest argument against Bahiyyih tends to be her lack of stage presence and stiffness, two things which she has improved a lot and which are lacking in many other dancers in the industry, like Mion of Idol and half of Blackpink. Bahiyyih's dancing skills have skyrocketed over the course of Girls Planet and her career in Kep1er. There are videos like this one which show how she has evolved as a dancer. Looking at her OOO fan cam, we can see that her movements are stiffer, she has less facial expressions, and she seems less confident and groovy. But in Kep1er's most recent comeback, with Giddy and Back to the City, we can see Bahiyyih goofing around, generally having better groove, and making much better use of facial expressions and smooth dance movements. Moving on to the next accusation, let's talk about whether Bahiyyih looks like a man. This has been a constant joke in the OT8 Reddit and even came up on Girls Planet when a picture of baby Bahiyyih was shown with the subtitles, "Is that even a girl?" I can say that, by most Western standards, Bahiyyih does have a more masculine face than other members of the group, albeit not particularly masculine just in comparison to the others, because, again, comparisons can have a massive effect on our perceptions. But there are a few reasons for this belief. First, because Bahiyyih is half white, she has stronger, more Western features, like a stronger jawline and nose. These are things that are associated with masculinity in K-pop, thus she seems more masculine in comparison to her group members. Second is the fact that Bahiyyih's father Nabil seems to have very strong genes, and all of his children came out looking like carbon copies of him and of each other. Since we, as fans of the industry, tended to know of Nabil and Kai before Bahiyyih, we associate her facial features with her brother and father, and thus with masculinity. I think it's important to mention that there are other female idols with more masculine features in K-pop, or who were styled in a more masculine way. In fact, a lot of rappers are. Dami of Dreamcatcher, Amber of FX, Guile of IVE, Eugen of LE SSERAFIM, Soyeon of Idol, and even Hikaru of Kep1er are examples of idols who either have more masculine features, masculine performance styles, or are styled in more masculine ways, such as short hair and long pants to emphasize how they are rappers and thus are cool rather than pretty or sexy like the vocalists. Another important thing to note is that the OT8 submembers wield the term manly towards Bahiyyih like it's an insult, and they use it as such, which, first of all, it isn't an insult, just a descriptor, and shouldn't be used like one. But also, the fact that they use it as an insult to her appearance and whether or not she belongs in the group comes across a lot as almost transphobia. Although I didn't save the post, I remember a member of the OT8 Reddit once saying that they thought she was trans to begin with. It's well known at this point that pointing out masculine facial and body features is often used to demonize and discriminate against trans women and masculine cis women. And it's pretty disgusting that the OT8 members act like, because Bahiyyih has masculine features, she is less deserving of her spot in the group, is ugly, and could be trans. Thus, they deem her to be of less value. It's a reflection of how our society as a whole is both transphobic and misogynistic, and it isn't a good look for the sub. Not that they looked good to begin with, to be fair. Next we have the insult against Bahiyyih's character. That she is a horrible person, delights in the suffering of others, is a clout chaser, is obsessed with her brother, hogs trophies, is narcissistic, selfish and entitled, and that the members hate her and think she is lazy. There is absolutely no proof for any of these accusations, and even often proof against them. Over the course of Girls Planet and during her time in Kep1er, there have been many occasions where Bahiyyih has been captured comforting other members of her group or other competitors. There are literally compilations of Bahiyyih being sweet and comforting on Girls Planet, and the same has been witnessed during moments like Kep1er's pool party performance on Queendom, where Kep1er broke into tears because of mistakes made during the performance. Bahiyyih and the others who didn't cry were constantly comforting the others, holding hands, patting backs, and so on. Similarly, there is no evidence of Bahiyyih clout chasing or being obsessed with Kai. The only times she has mentioned him is when his name was brought up by someone else, or when she did TikTok challenges with him, something normal between idols and something that was likely organised, at least in part, by the companies. Similarly, interview questions, the video call on Girls Planet, her stage name including her surname, and other things like dancing to Good Boy Gone Bad at KCON are all things that are entirely out of Bahiyyih's control. Instead, she is at the beck and call of her company, who will actively go against her wishes of wanting to be called Hiyyih in hopes of gaining as much money and clout as possible. It's evident in things like Bahiyyih rolling her eyes when KCON started playing Good Boy Gone Bad that she wants to distance herself from her brother and his influence, yet the OT8s conveniently ignore these things. There is also no evidence that Bahiyyih is entitled, selfish, or that the members hate her, or that she hates the members. They give each other compliments, they spend time with each other and get each other gifts, they say that they like being with each other, and so on. Evidence that the OT8s have used for these things, such as Bahiyyih doing goofy things or not having a part-time job, aren't evidence of entitlement or anything else, and only are seen that way because of confirmation bias. There's a high correlation between all of the negative traits Bahiyyih is accused of having, and since she clearly doesn't have some, like enjoying the suffering of others, it is highly unlikely that she has the other ones, especially since her actions have done nothing to prove that she is secretly horrible. Additionally, there is no evidence that the members dislike her, and evidence presented in the sub, like Chaehyun and Xiaoting eyeing her, is far from evidence of hatred, and often are in ambiguous situations, which are, again, influenced in interpretation by confirmation bias. As far as trophy hogging, this is something that we also have no evidence for. In many of the images where Bahiyyih has held trophies, other members have too, such as Mashiro holding a trophy at the Mama event. It's also very easy to find images of the group where Bahiyyih isn't the member holding the trophy. For instance, I found these images of Xiaoting and Chaehyun holding them, neither of whom are the leader, as the OT8s often complain that Bahiyyih took the trophy from the leader. Next, we have the accusation that Bahiyyih makes a lot of mistakes. As we have seen from the dance mistakes section, yes, she has made mistakes. But we can also see that the other members have made mistakes too, and that the number of mistakes that Bahiyyih has made is negligible compared to the number of accusations the OT8s have made against her. There's also this video which was made specifically with the purpose of showing that Bahiyyih isn't the only one who has made mistakes in Kep1er, and thus that hate shouldn't be directed towards her, or at least if it needs to be, it should be directed towards the other members as well. It's also incredibly easy to find compilations of idols making mistakes, both major and minor. I even found one by pure coincidence when making this video, one of Hongjung messing up in Hiyyihlight. And I can't say I'm covering up my bias's mistakes because Hongjung is my bias in ATs, and it's a pretty clear mistake that needs to be seen. Finally, there is the accusation that Bahiyyih is a Nepo baby, and the assumption that she has control over the industry, such as making her life on Girls Planet easier or choosing to have her surname in her stage name. This is a ridiculous argument. The definition of nepotism, as the OT8s love to quote, is, according to Oxford Dictionary, the practice among those with power or influence of favouring relatives, friends, or associates, especially by giving them jobs. Note that this definition specifies that the person in a position of power favours their relatives. This would imply in this situation that Kai is in a position of power, which he is, but not nearly as much as the OT8s act like he is. Kai is in a position of power because he has influence over an audience, but not as he has control over the industry, because he doesn't. By this definition, we could argue that Bahiyyih is the result of nepotism, as attention was brought to her by her relationship with Kai. But we could also argue that she isn't, because a lot of that attention came from Mnet's advertising of the show, not from Kai himself. Bahiyyih had 7 minutes of screen time on the entire show, and the only time Mnet explicitly brought attention to her was during the likely scripted section about her and Kai being related. The moral of the story is that this could go either way. As I mentioned earlier, even if Kai or Mnet hadn't mentioned the relationship, the audience would have figured it out. It's not like they look like they're not related. And we would have had the exact same outcome as we do now as the information of her relation to him spread. So, if no one mentioned Bahiyyih and thus didn't favour her, would that still make her the product of nepotism? An abstract concept like nepotism has very blurry boundaries, thus it is hard to decide whether Bahiyyih is or isn't a product of it. But let's just say for the sake of argument that she is a Nepo baby. The OT8s act like this is the greatest sin known to mankind, which it really isn't. They also act like this gives Bahiyyih control of the industry, as I mentioned, through auto-tuning herself and making her life easier, which it definitely doesn't. The industry controls Bahiyyih, from her stage name to her outfits to when she goes live to each and every interaction with Kai. Kai's presence gave Bahiyyih exposure, which, yes, did gain her attention, but which did not necessarily gain her votes. I've always found the narrative that Moas came en masse to vote for her and stream for Bahiyyih funny. It acts like Moas would bother to stream or vote for a sibling of the group when they don't even bother to do those things for TXT themselves. And I say that as a Moa. The exposure brought by Kai and Mnet was key to Bahiyyih gaining attention, and once she gained attention, people who liked her, or as we discussed, had a saviour complex, were the ones who voted for her. Because it takes a much stronger connection than just a sibling to gain votes. Bahiyyih's position in Kep1er is due to probably about a quarter Kai's exposure, a quarter her own skills, and half the drama that surrounded her and the nature of the K-pop industry and parasocial relationships. So, with that finally decided, hopefully once and for all, let's summarise Bahiyyih. In conclusion, Bahiyyih is a great dancer and singer, and only pales in comparison to an industry full of such hyper-trained stars. Her stage presence isn't outstanding, but has developed massively, showing hard work or at the very least an understanding of how she needs to improve. She has been shown time and time again to be sweet to her members and considerate of others, and the members have shown the same love back to her. She has made a tiny number of mistakes over her career, as many idols do, proving yet again that they are in fact human. But while she has made mistakes, she has also shown massive professionalism, seen through moments like when she fixed the mistake of a backup dancer on Queendom who didn't remove fabric from the floor. She may have gained some advantages through her brother's mere presence, but has done her best to distance herself from him. This influence may have helped her gain her spot in the group, but has done nothing else. It has not helped her vocal or dance skills, it has not made her life easier as a trainee or idol, and it has not given her lines. it certainly has not stopped Wake 1 from mistreating and mismanaging both her and Kep1er. Bahiyyih has shown herself to be skilled, professional, emotionally intelligent, kind, and hardworking. And the narratives spread about her by the OT8 sub are founded in confirmation bias and prejudice. Most of all, Bahiyyih is someone who tries, perhaps a little too hard sometimes, to make others laugh and be happy, a very admirable thing. She more than deserves her place in Kep1er and in the industry. Whether or not others deserve it more than her is subjective and is not the point of this video. And I know that in the future she will continue to improve in every way. To round out this section and to show some appreciation for Bahiyyih, here are some of my favourite Bahiyyih dance and performance moments which show her improvement. Through the waves of hatred coming from the OT8 sub, the only thing that kept me sane was the relative lack of toxicity from Boys Planet and watching Bahiyyih's fan cams, reminding myself that no, she is not a bad performer, and reminding myself of how much she has improved over her career. I'm incredibly proud of how much she has improved, and I know we will continue to see improvement in the future. She may be average for the industry, but remember that in an industry full of so many amazing people, even a performer like Bahiyyih will fade into the background as average. It's the whole "if everyone's super, no one is" line. And don't let the OT8s and their persistent negativity tell you otherwise.
Something I need 하나만 고르자면 Nothing I can trade for love 걱정 어린 위로는 고맙지만 그런 환상을 믿지는 않아 괴롭지가 않아 내 마지막 숨을 지켜줄 사람이 있을까 아직도 어딘가 난 꿈을 꾸게 돼 갈팡질팡 하는 널 안아줄 수 있을까
So now that we've had a nice little positivity break, let's talk about what the OT8s love to talk about. What Kep1er would be like without Bahiyyih. So, what would have happened to Kep1er if Bahiyyih hadn't made it in? Obviously, it's hard to know for sure, but I have a few theories. The easiest alternative timeline is that Bahiyyih is ranked 10th and Suyeon is ranked 2nd or 9th. As she was 10th, she is the one who would get into the group, not Urena. So the 4 issues that we mentioned at the start of the episode, if you can remember that far, that there were few global trainees, that Jiaoting was ranked so low, that a lineup balanced with Korean and international votes equally would be better, and that Daeon made it in, would all still be concerns, and thus would still create large fan wars and hate trains in the fandom, especially ones hating on Daeon. There would possibly even be an OT8 Reddit dedicated to hating Daeon, not Bahiyyih. Wake 1 would still give Daeon a lot of centre time, and thus this idea that she was stealing lines from the rest of the members would continue. Wake 1 would still mismanage the group, making it harder to find success and creating a salty fandom. There would still be, admittedly smaller, fan wars between fandoms of different members, and there would still be people slinging racist insults against Jiaoting. But the most important element here is the Hiyyihlights. If Bahiyyih hadn't made it into the group, I can guarantee that Hiyyihlights would have been so offended that they would have gone insane. They would be like post-Girls Planet Urena fans, but on steroids. They would attack the other members, try to sabotage the group, have hate groups for each of the members, and constantly say that Bahiyyih deserved a spot in the group more than the others. Basically, they would do everything they do now, but possibly even more maliciously, and goodness knows if it would ever die down. The OT8s seem to think that the only 2 things holding Kep1er back are Bahiyyih's fandom and Wake 1's mismanagement, both of which would likely stay in the group if she hadn't made it in. The fact of the matter is that Girls Planet and Kep1er were an experiment to test a post-produce survival show, and to pave the way for Zero Base 1. Thus, the participants on the show were treated even more horribly and the show run even worse than Boys Planet, and the group has no identity other than a divided fandom. I'm sorry, actually I'm not, but I'll say it anyway. I'm sorry to break this to the OT8s, but Kep1er likely would have turned out almost exactly the same if Bahiyyih didn't make it into the group. And the hate train against her would have continued either way. If she gets in, she's the product of nepotism, but if she doesn't, her skills are clearly lacking and she doesn't deserve to be on the show or to chase her dreams. The OT8s constantly move the bar for Bahiyyih, something I'll talk more about in the later psychology segment. Which, speaking of, let's get into it. Of course, I had to talk about the psychology of the sub. At the time of writing this video, I was studying social psychology, which was an interesting experience as a lot of the things I learnt about I could instantly study through the sub. It became a great case study that helped me understand topics and to generally do well in that course. Thank you OT8s, I got a distinction in that course. There are a few phenomenon of social and general psychology for which the OT8 Reddit is a great case study. The fundamental attribution error, group polarization, groupthink, confirmation bias, social comparison, and echo chambers. Let's look at each of them one by one. Well, that's kind of a lie, because echo chambers and group polarization are very similar things, and I'll discuss them together. As I mentioned earlier, the fundamental attribution error is an error in attribution, what we think to be the cause of an event, caused by believing that our actions are caused by external circumstances, but that someone else's actions are caused by their disposition or personality. There are a few possibilities for why this happens. One that is easy to understand is that since we know our own thoughts, we can know how much or how little control we had over a situation, but since we don't know someone else's thoughts, we can't do the same for them and have less understanding of the reasons for their actions. For example, we might be late to work because of traffic, and we know the traffic was outside of our control and that we allowed enough time to get to work because, well, we're inside our own heads. But your colleague might be late for similar reasons. But because you're not inside their head, you might just think they didn't allow enough time or they were lazy, things that are internal, not external. We see this in the OT8 sub as the members saying that they hate Bahiyyih for external reasons, her fandom, her bad dancing, her taking a place in the group from their bias, rather than internal reasons like them being jealous of her, having a nasty personality or something else. But they attribute her actions and the actions of her fandom to bad personalities. She's entitled and narcissistic, her fandom are racist and obsessive. Whereas both OT8 and Bahiyyih and OT1 actions are more likely to be caused by external factors, as time and again it seems external factors have a bigger influence on us and our actions more than internal ones. Bahiyyih may be struck down by sickness, or she may need to work hard on studying, not working. Her fans may like her skills, or be influenced by other fans to defend her, or even be influenced by society to think it's okay to be racist. This error is one of the biggest factors in all of the insults against Bahiyyih's personality that we find on the sub. Because, again, the OT8s think that she acts how she acts because of internal reasons, and because they don't like her and what she does, they assume the internal reasons are bad. Which, speaking of assuming the internal reasons are bad, let's talk about confirmation bias. I'm sure that most of you have heard about confirmation bias before. It simply comes from the fact that we don't like to admit we're wrong and we want to keep hold of our beliefs, possibly to maintain our self-esteem. Thus, we look for evidence that supports our beliefs and we disregard other possibilities and other explanations. This manifests in several ways in the OT8 sub. First, there's the belief that Bahiyyih has a bad personality. Since the OT8s are predisposed to dislike her for whatever reasons, her fans, nepotism, whatever, they look at everything she does through this lens. Since they have decided she has a bad personality, they search through content for things that prove it, like her accidentally pushing Hikaru's head away, or like her doing goofy things which they label as her need for attention. They'll disregard footage of her being nice to others since it doesn't suit their beliefs, or if they can't ignore it, they'll twist it, saying that she is only cuddling up to another member to gain clout. Second, they'll comb through all footage of her to find mistakes or other things supporting their beliefs. Third, they'll ignore any evidence against their narrative. If she looks sick and makes a mistake, the sickness is ignored. If she slips, that is ignored, only the mistake is seen. They'll cut footage to show only the bad things and never the good. And they'll do all of these things to her fandom as well, finding only the bad and ignoring the good, so that in the end they all seem to believe that all Hiyyihlights are like this. Fourth, they want to maintain their belief that she is bad, so much so that when she does something right, they'll move the bar so they can maintain their negative stance and their rightness. She's a terrible dancer. Oh, I guess that's not true, so instead we'll say she's made too many mistakes. Oh, she didn't make mistakes this comeback? Well, it's clearly because she was scared of us and danced with no energy. Oh, she did put energy in? Well, her voice is terrible. Her voice isn't terrible? Oh, well, she must have got them to auto-tune her to the ends of the earth. Oh, she wasn't auto-tuned? Well, her rap was trash. Oh, Dion was also involved in the rap and we like Dion. Well, it doesn't matter because Bahiyyih's a terrible person anyway. Oh, she isn't terrible? Well, nepotism, so clearly she is. It all seems to always come back to the single point they can reasonably give evidence for: nepotism. Something which is the case in every music industry and even every industry on the planet, and for which Bahiyyih is far from the perfect case study. I can't stress enough how the bar keeps moving. These people will never accept Bahiyyih or anything she ever does as good because they are so biased and prejudiced against her that the only way to justify what they've done and said so far is to keep going and keep giving excuses. It's really sad, and perhaps they'd all be less hateful and less toxic if they just admitted their mistakes and got on with their lives. As I hope to do after I finish this video. But if they ever get their hands on this video, I don't think I'll be able to. They'll move the bar for me as well. It's all in service of maintaining their beliefs and proving to themselves that they are right. And speaking of ignoring the good and finding the bad, let's talk about echo chambers and group polarization. An echo chamber in a community tends to be a group of people who share the same beliefs and who only consume shared beliefs. Thus, they don't gain outside insight, knowledge, or opinions, and are constantly in a little box feeding out their own beliefs and having others feed back and validate them. Thus, an echo chamber. Echo chambers are one of the biggest things, in my opinion, that have created a lack of critical thinking in today's society. With the growth of them through algorithms and social media, people have less incentive to listen to opposing viewpoints. And since everyone they interact with shares their belief, they believe that their belief is the most popular, the best, and true. If we don't look at opposing viewpoints, and if we never look at them with an open mind, we'll never consume them critically and never be able to admit our faults or otherwise bolster our own stance with evidence. You'd be surprised how few opposing viewpoints actually reach the OT8 sub. Sure, there's a lot of screenshots of posts from Hiyyihlights and they lurk in Hiyyihlight subs, but they are always the Hiyyihlights who are seen as unquestionably bad, and thus they don't provide more moderate viewpoints to convince the OT8s that Hiyyihlights are decent people. They are always painted as bad, and the comments all agree, further perpetuating the echo chamber. Since the OT8s are constantly surrounded by reasons Bahiyyih is bad and never reasons she is good, they begin to believe it wholeheartedly. This actually happened to me too. After only looking at this sub for months and never at Kep1er's content, I started to actually believe that the evidence stacked up against Bahiyyih and that she was actually a terrible dancer. And then I went to watch some of her unedited fan cams, looking for poor dancing and mistakes, and eventually realised that the OT8s were just spouting rubbish. I was skeptical of them from the start, and yet the power of the echo chamber was so strong that it even started to affect me. So what does group polarisation have to do with echo chambers? Group polarisation is basically the effect that comes from the echo chamber. It describes an effect where groups tend to hold more extreme beliefs and make more extreme decisions than individuals with the same belief. For instance, they will make a riskier decision on whether to invest money, or in another great case study, will become much more politically extreme. This is the kind of thing that is happening in America and to a much lesser extent in Australia right now. A possible explanation for this effect, and one which certainly applies to the OT8 sub, is that through the echo chamber we gain access to more evidence favouring our own beliefs. Since we have more evidence, we believe them more strongly and are more likely to defend them, as we believe there is more evidence stacking up in their favour. We see the group polarisation effect in the OT8 sub through the changes in their beliefs over time. When Farinaaaaaa created the sub, it was mostly a hatred of Bahiyyih's fandom, and perhaps a mild dislike for the girl herself. But as Farinaaaaaa left, and as the echo chamber developed, it became a vitriolic hatred of both Bahiyyih and her fandom. Even the strongest of critical thinkers in the sub, like Soiled Milk, haven't fully been able to resist the effects of polarisation. It became so much at one point that racist and incestuous remarks were thrown around like they were normal. Interestingly, there seems to be some tiny grain of awareness in a few people in the sub. We see this in instances like the post discussing Bahiyyih's hiatus after a family member passed. The person who said that they thought she was just lazy clearly had been influenced by this polarisation to such a degree that they thought Bahiyyih would take time off for selfish reasons, not just to mourn, thinking her incapable of empathy, I guess. To which the others clearly realised they'd gone too far and had to rein it back in. There are several instances of polarisation going too far on this sub, and while it's great that some people still seem to maintain some self-awareness, the fact that this happens at all is just proof of the strength of the polarisation effect, and proof of how the Reddit creates such a safe space for those hateful beliefs that some people get too comfortable and say the most vile of things. Next, let's talk about groupthink and social comparison. Social comparison, as the name suggests, basically involves us evaluating our own beliefs and self by comparing ourselves to others. In group situations, this can lead to a need to appear better than others or to otherwise trump them through presenting a more extreme belief. As everyone has more and more extreme beliefs, the beliefs of the group as a whole become more extreme. So it's similar to group polarization, or more like a way to explain group polarization. Groupthink refers to the decisions made by a group which often don't have evidence behind them, but which are to maintain cohesion within a group, and thus can be worse than the ones made by an individual or without the need for consensus. A common example used is the shenanigans in the Bay of Pigs. These bad decisions can happen because of a strong leadership figure who openly expresses their beliefs, in this case the mods of the Reddit. Because of pressure to conform to the group standards, as seen when members are told off for defending Bahiyyih in any way, and because of a lack of outside opinions, which we have already talked about. There are other factors that can influence groupthink, but I think these are the ones most easily seen in the OT8 sub. A lot of the phenomenon I've talked about overlap, but together they show how easy it is to get involved and deep into something like the OT8 Reddit, and to reveal how we got to this point to begin with. I don't say that anyone can be affected by these phenomena to excuse the disgusting behaviours of the sub, more so to reveal how and why it changed over time, because there isn't an excuse for the things they've said about Bahiyyih. But, speaking of excuses, we can't let the rabid Hiyyihlights off the hook, so let's discuss them too. Hiyyihlight psychology is influenced by many of the same things as the OT8 sub. They too are the result of group polarization, echo chambers, social comparison, and confirmation bias, but they have a few things that are more unique to them than the OT8 sub. Victimization, savior complexes, defensiveness, anxiety, and projection. All of these things exist in the OT8 sub, but to a far lesser extent than in rabid Hiyyihlights. First, victimization and the savior complex. We already discussed this earlier. Hiyyihlights feel that they are in a position to help Bahiyyih and thus have the duty to. They feel the need to save Bahiyyih from each and every little thing, and because they have a need to save her, they need to have something to save her from, thus the victimization. The more things they have to save her from, the more they can save her and feel more connected to her and feel better about themselves. Because, believe it or not, helping people is actually good for our self-esteem and mental health. So they victimize her to a massive degree and over the smallest of things, and will do everything possible to raise her up, going way too far in the process. But speaking of self-esteem, let's talk about it. I think Hiyyihlights and OT8s both have incredibly low self-esteem, as do a lot of K-pop fans. K-pop as an industry shows us people who are literally too good to be true. They're literally called idols. For a depressed and bullied person, especially teens, the fact that someone so perfect appreciates and loves them will be a massive boost to self-esteem and confidence, even if only subconsciously. Hiyyihlights, many of whom are young and likely queer, likely white, depressed, bullied, and anxious, see someone who is, as such, like them, but they believe better, and who loves and appreciates them. Thus, they cling on to Bahiyyih like a lifeline. On the flip side, OT8s gain self-esteem by putting Bahiyyih down, making themselves feel better about their insecurities through comparison to an idol they see as lesser, the same way bullies were often once bullied themselves. They also victimize the other members so they can thus save them from Bahiyyih, so the savior complex applies to both sides. The ability for Hiyyihlights to help someone they see as so much better than themselves also likely gives a boost to self-esteem. something which is critical to our sense of self. The projection that Hiyyihlights take part in, literally pretending to be Bahiyyih or otherwise projecting their mistreatment onto her, is likely partially due to needing to have someone who understands your experiences, and partially due to how the K-pop industry wants fans to project themselves onto idols. It creates this weird dynamic where you should want to date idols and want to be the idols too. Except the industry also tells you that you aren't pretty enough, skilled enough, thin enough, or whatever else you need to be an idol. It's a bizarre dynamic that has something for everyone and something against everyone, thus why the industry is so popular. But that's a topic for another video. Basically, Hiyyihlights and OT8s likely have low self-esteem. The K-pop industry attracts people with low self-esteem as it allows them to be loved by amazing people, and to either lift other people up or pull them down as they see fit, thus improving their self-esteem. The fact that these fandoms have an even more tight-knit echo chamber than many other K-pop fandoms is likely the reason they are both so much more extreme. I don't bring up low self-esteem to shame these two groups. They have likely been through horrible things. We shouldn't shame people for their mental health, but we should acknowledge that 1, they all need therapy sessions and lessons in critical thinking, and that 2, the cycle of trauma is continuing through these two fandoms and their actions, and they have both done horrible things to the other side and to the members of Kep1er, which needs to be condemned. Hiyyihlights also seem to have a fear of liking someone for a shallow reason, namely that they like Bahiyyih because she's related to Kai. The fear of liking someone for a shallow reason seems to be one that is rampant in K-pop and in the general world. We need to find so-called legitimate reasons why we like someone. Thus, we don't want to say that we like an idol because of good looks, because of a ship, because they're from the same country as us, or because of a relationship with someone. We don't want to say that we like a group because they're under the same company as another group. And Hiyyihlights don't want to say they like Bahiyyih because she's Kai's cute younger sister. They need to find deeper reasons, her dance, her personality, etc. All of which she definitely has, and all of which she has fans for, but at least some portion of her fandom definitely like her just because she's Kai's sister. But I want to stress that it's okay to like someone for a shallow reason. Shallow reasons to like someone are literally baked into our psychology. Pretty people seem to have status and are seen as stronger, and those who are related to us or who look similar to us are deemed as safer. Cuter people are innocent and in need of protection, and so on. And these initial judgments are often accurate, as I won't get into in this video. So I hope that all of you won't be afraid to admit that you like someone for shallow reasons. I'll go first and expose myself. I like Kim Jong-kook because he collaborated with ATEEZ. I like Insong of SF9 because he's the most handsome member in the group to me. I like Rosé from Blackpink because she is gorgeous. I like Nam Jo-hyuk because he looks like Subin. I like Felix and Chan because they're from Australia. And I like Sunwoo from ENHYPEN because he has pretty eyes and is my age. Most of all, I like New from the boys because his face is absolutely angelic. So, with all of my shallow reasons to like people out in the open, let's move on to what will possibly be the shortest segment of this video. Who is in the right? And the answer is, another drumroll please, no one. Except perhaps Kep1er themselves. The OT8s are disgusting, they spout endless hate for Bahiyyih and say disgusting things about her. Similarly, the OT1s are vile, especially by using racist remarks and trying to sabotage the group that their bias is literally a part of. Wake 1 is trash. They manage the group terribly and are clearly only using them to gain cash and support for Zero Base 1. Kep1eans themselves aren't much better. Even putting aside Bahiyyih's fandom, there is a lot of division amongst OT9s, and the fandom as a whole does little, if anything, to dissuade the behaviour of OT1s and OT8s. The only people who, from my knowledge, have done nothing wrong in this situation, other than Zero Base 1, are the 9 members of Kep1er, who have been used as props for fan wars, who have been overworked in the survival show and as idols, and who have been mistreated and mismanaged in the industry, who are constantly having wedges shoved between them by their own fans. It seems that no one really appreciates them, their hard work, and their friendships. And they definitely deserve better, so I hope they'll get it in the remainder of their contract, or at the very least after disbandment, because I don't have a lot of hope for the rest of their contract. Now to answer a very important question. We know that the OT8 Reddit delights in takedown pieces against them, and find them to be great free advertising. So, if I knew that this kind of thing would make them happy, why did I make such a big video showcasing lots of their content, showing my anger with them, and basically giving them free advertising? Well, I did think about that a lot while making the video. Obviously, I don't want to advertise for them, but I did realise that there wasn't any systematic or even any takedown of the Reddit and their beliefs. The only things that exist are people saying that the sub is disgusting. There's no proof of why other than the fact that they hate Bahiyyih. I wanted to discuss exactly why all of their beliefs and narratives are wrong, give a comprehensive history of them and their relationship with Bahiyyih, expose some of their methods, and explore the psychology that made them the way they are. Because critical thinking is pretty dead in K-pop, and especially in this sub, and I wanted to help others think critically about it. Because, as with all echo chambers, it can be incredibly convincing. So yes, in making this video I do give the sub free advertising, but I've decided that the benefits of exploring the sub, its history and its narratives, and the methods used to create them, was far greater than the disadvantage of giving them gleeful advertising. I also hoped that making this video would be cathartic for me, who had to suffer through watching an extreme lack of critical thinking for months. Has it been cathartic? I don't know. Will I stop checking the sub? Probably not, especially since I'm curious to see what, if anything, they will say about this video. My channel is tiny, but I imagine they'll be able to find it anyway. But speaking of the sub, something weird happened to the sub after the death of Youngyun's father. Although the number of members continued to grow and the hate against Bahiyyih was ongoing, there were far fewer posts. There used to be a post every day or two, sometimes as many as 5 in a day. But recently, i.e. June and July 2023, there have been periods of 14 days or more without any posts. And most of those posts had been edits of albums or of the 8 members the sub likes. It's really weird that the sub just kind of died, at least for a little while, but I do have a few theories. First, I think that the death of Youngyun's father legitimately had an effect on the sub, for whatever reason. Maybe they realised that life's too short to spend so much of it filled with hate. Second is the departure of KittenBBBoy. After Farinaaaaaa, KittenBBBoy was likely the person most integral to this sub. They were a mod from the beginning and practically became the owner after Farinaaaaaa went inactive and David was expelled. They were the one who picked the next set of mods, and they were the one who welcomed many reformed OT1s. They did background checks on people, they posted many of the anti-Bahiyyih posts. When they went inactive, the sub lost a leader, and one who was very active at that. Lastly is the point that not only have Kep1er not had many important activities after the release of Giddy, as it's between comebacks, but also that Bahiyyih didn't make any mistakes during Giddy era. She did nothing out of the ordinary, and thus did nothing the OT8s could criticise her for, other than making a silly face at Yeso once. The one thing that has the greatest effect on post rates in this sub seems to be the actions of Bahiyyih herself. When she's making mistakes, when Kep1er are promoting, or when she's doing things with the members, there are constantly posts about how horrible she is. But when she and the group aren't as active, there's nothing for the sub to talk about. The object of their obsession and the foundation of their community is gone, so they all kind of fall apart and migrate to other subs to discuss Valorant and Queendom Puzzle and other things. It's actually kind of hilarious how they go on about how the sub is to lift up the other members, but they don't spend time there unless it's to hate on Bahiyyih. Although, that has been pointed out by many people before me and even from the beginning of the sub's time. I'm curious about the lack of activity on the sub, and both happy and sad that it seems to be dying a bit. Happy because that's less hate to spread, and sad because the sub does entertain me a lot by its pure stupidity and hypocrisy. Although I have no doubt that when Kep1er next have a comeback, or that, if they find this video, there will be another burst of activity on the sub. Well, the obvious answer of what to do with the Reddit is to ignore it, but we all know that isn't going to happen. Instead, I would suggest that we do what they don't. Be mature, don't send hate to anyone, including to them, and critically consume their content. Look at their posts, watch their videos, and do your own research. Don't take my word for it that Bahiyyih is a good dancer, or that they lied or exaggerated about this or that. Do your own research and come to your own conclusions, because conclusions you make through a critical consumption of media and through your own research have much more evidence and thus are much stronger than those that are only made by inhaling an echo chamber. Thus, why both OT1 and OT8 arguments are so easy to take apart. As far as Bahiyyih herself, support and love her. Follow her development as a performer and whatever she decides to do after disbandment. Enjoy her fan cams without guilt, share her content, and love and support all of the members of Kep1er and their future endeavours. Don't believe the hate against Bahiyyih and against the other members. Enjoy what they put out if it suits your taste, and don't tolerate those in the fandom who spread hate and false narratives. And keep demanding that Wake1 treats the group better. Better line distributions, more expensive outfits, better music, a bigger budget. If Wake1 wants to make better use of Bahiyyih, there's a few things they need to do. First, they need to centre her more in general, but especially in more cool and less cutesy concepts. She did well with nostalgic concepts like Back to the City, strong concepts like The Boys and the Girls, and a cool, elegant concept like Misc. Her subtle facial expressions suit those songs much better than songs like Up and Wadada. Second, they should give her more lines. Duh. But not just any lines. They need to use the fact that her natural range is deeper to their advantage. The rap in Giddy was a great example of this. Make Bahiyyih the quote, deep voice member of the group and use songs and lines that suit that, rather than setting her up for failure by giving her super high-pitched parts that would be 1. More suited to a member with a higher voice and who gets few lines like Eugen, and 2. Which are outside of Bahiyyih's range. Finally, they need to put out a statement condemning the behaviour of both OT8 and OT1 fans in some form or another. Although I don't have much faith, I sincerely hope that, in the future, Wake1 will make better use of both Kep1er and Bahiyyih to set up all of the members for success in the future. Now let me address the OT8 members themselves. Farinaaaaaa, you created the Kep1er OT8 subreddit to express your dissatisfaction with Bahiyyih's spot in the group and with her fandom. You and the sub initially lacked a lot of the toxicity you have now. By creating the sub and then leaving, your more moderate opinions were abandoned, and the echo chamber became so great that the so-called OT8 civil war happened. Your sub has provoked Hiyyihlights and other fandoms, has spread hate, and has said the most vile of things on the planet about a girl who is still a minor in Korea, although being an adult would still not excuse the hate against her, and who has never deserved any of it. Sure, the Hiyyihlights have said disgusting things about the other members of the group, and this should be condemned, but in these situations, we should condemn them and de-escalate the situation, not be immature and continue to escalate it until people get hurt. The fact that the members of your sub felt comfortable saying that they wouldn't be upset if Bahiyyih killed herself shows that this is among the worst communities on the planet, and makes me feel physically sick. Your community has fostered hate and has taken complaints against Bahiyyih and her fandom out of proportion. There is nothing of substance that Bahiyyih is or has done that deserves this hate, and her fandom should be treated with compassionate but firm condemnation. We should be working together to improve the treatment and careers of Kep1er, not tearing each other apart as we do now. The sub must be shut down, not only as it is hateful, but as it has strayed too far from its original intentions and purpose. Any argument that the OT8 sub is only in reaction to or against Hiyyihlights is void, as it has created just as much, or possibly even more hate than they have. KittenBBoy, you were an integral part of the sub. You have given your blood, sweat and tears to it, and it has grown a lot under your watch. And yet you have done nothing to stop the hate that spews from it. You have left it alone to continue on and are doing goodness knows what in your life, still peaceful in your belief that Bahiyyih is a horrible person. Farinaaaaaa may be long gone, but I have my doubts that you're quite gone yet. If anyone has the power to shut down the sub, it's likely you. So if you see this video, I highly suggest you use that power if at all possible. To any OT8s who are watching this, whether you watched the whole thing or skipped to this part, I understand you have been hurt, either in the real world or online, by OT1s or otherwise, but I need you to realise that your actions are inexcusable and out of proportion. There is no good reason for you to be on this sub. There is no good reason for the hate you send against Bahiyyih day after day. The things you have said about her should never be said about or to even the most vile of human beings, and yet you feel comfortable sitting in your echo chamber behind your computer saying that to a young girl who has done nothing to hurt you. What you are doing is cyberbullying and is pure harassment. So I suggest you stop because, as someone suggested at the start of the video, not only are you now the horrible person you claim Bahiyyih and her fans are, this could also be detrimental to your future and your career. I hope that you will be able to move on from this sad phase in your life and free yourself and me from this torment. I'm sure both of our mental healths will thank you for it. And to anyone, remember that if you like a song and you're forcing yourself to dislike it and skip it because it has one person in it, you should let yourself enjoy something you like, free of hate. And that applies to other things that aren't songs. You shouldn't worry about needing a deep reason to like someone or even needing to like them at all. But you should take care of yourself first and enjoy things that you enjoy, and you should put others second and try to take care of them where you can, i.e. be nice to people and don't say disgusting things about them on the internet. And I hope that after 79,000 words and 120 pages, I can rest. Although, knowing the OT8s and the OT1s, I doubt it. The Kep1er OT8 Reddit was created after the finale of the survival show Girls Planet, specifically to hate on one member, Bahiyyih, who ranked second. The sub was initially just a show of dissatisfaction with her and her fandom, but over time became an echo chamber and increasingly more polarised and hateful. It continued to clash with Bahiyyih's fans and became more and more hateful towards Bahiyyih herself. The sub has called her names, made accusations against her personality, slung racist and incestuous terms against her, slut-shamed her, shown hints of transphobia, called her every insult in the book, and generally dehumanized her. Although Bahiyyih's fans have also shown themselves to be horrible and racist towards the members of Kep1er, the fact that an organised and decently sized community exists with the sole purpose of hating on her says a lot about the people involved. The sub is an interesting exercise in internet history, critical thinking, media skills, and psychology, and the vast majority of the narratives it spreads are torn apart within 5 minutes or less of research. There is no excuse for what it has done or for its existence, and I feel that I have well and truly proven that over the course of this video. I have tried to make this video as clear as possible, but I have no doubt that if they find it, the OT8s will still find something to misunderstand or take out of context or whatever else. So it's entirely probable that I will still have to make a follow-up video at some point. Anyway, I heard that Kep1er might have a contract renewal, so I'll look forward to seeing both the OT8s and the OT1s seethe if they renew with Bahiyyih still in the group. In this situation, no one is in the right except for the members of Kep1er and Zero Base 1, and we all suffer because of the division in Kep1er's fandom and management. Although I have suggested that you do your own research, I caution you before doing so. Jumping in this sub can be enough to crush a person's soul. It's the complete opposite of those videos restoring your faith in humanity. Just remember that you have worth as a human being. Others don't know you as well as you do, and thus what they say about you is meaningless. If Bahiyyih becomes aware of this video, I want her to know that she is loved and she is amazing, and that will never change. After this video, I suggest you watch some cat videos, listen to some comforting music, or watch your biases fan cams. Just remember to stan Princess Bahiyyih. Next time, I promise I'll come back with a shorter and less depressing episode. Just remember that all of this is just K-pop and we shouldn't get too invested in it. Go outside, remember the scale of things, touch some grass of course, and enjoy some nature. But that concludes today's episode. Thanks for watching, I hope you learned something, and I'll see you next time.